Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if the Basilisk awakened Harry's godlike magic. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Here is short summary. After the Basilisk destroys the Horcrux inside him, Harry awakens a hidden power placed by his mother before her death. Guided by Lily's secret letter, Harry discovers an ancient form of magic, stronger, deeper, and far older than Hogwarts. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry Potter. Walking through almost total darkness, Harry stumbled a bit, almost falling roughly to the ground, yet he kept on moving, knowing Ginny needed his help. He just hoped he wasn't too late. Passing through, he reached a large hall, like a long corridor with snake statues with open mouths on each side. Leading him to a large opening, his eyes saw a statue of a face in the wall. It was the face of Salazar Slytherin. The boy felt his legs aching, and his eyes noticed the figure lying unmoving on the ground. "Ginny!" Harry shouted abruptly, forgetting about his legs. He ran as fast as he could. He soon reached the end. Ginny was lying unmoving on the floor, her face as pale as a ghost. He almost didn't recognize her, but he recognized the red hair. "Ginny, wake up," he said desperately, shaking her slightly, yet she didn't even move a muscle. It's too late. Harry whirled around, and in front of him stood a person leaning against a pillar. He looked up at who he thought must be Tom Riddle. He looked young for someone who should be older than 50 years, but his figure looked transparent but slowly looking more solid. "What do you mean is too late?" She's not dead, not yet at least," Tom interrupted with a creepy smirk slowly showing on his face. Harry felt a shiver of fear from him, yet he didn't back away. "Help me carry her, the Basilisk might come at any moment," Harry urged, trying to carry her himself. Remembering his wand, he quickly checked his pocket, only it wasn't there. Looking back at Tom, he had his wand around his fingers, twirling it around like a toy. "Why did you get my wand?" Harry questioned, afraid of the answer, his eyes looking at the wand then back at Tom's smile growing, ear to ear. "How are you here? You must be 50 years old." Harry questioned, his voice sounding accusing, as he stood between him and Ginny's unmoving body. "I'm a memory, Harry, from the diary," he said, pointing the finger at the diary near the giant's toes. The diary wide open, the boy briefly glanced at the black diary he found in Ning Myrtle's bathroom before he turned his attention back at Tom. A voice in his head told him that Tom wasn't who he had thought he was. A feeling of dread grew on his little body, and sharp pain on his forehead almost made him scream, holding his tongue. "Where's Basilisk? He won't be coming until someone calls him," Tom simply answered as if it was the most normal thing. Harry felt a sudden shiver in his body, gulping. "Who commands him?" he questioned. The silence and his creepy smile were enough for an answer. "It was you called the Basilisk. You harmed Hermione," Harry shouted in the end, his fear turning to anger and rage, his friend's face fresh in his mind, pale and dead looking. "Who are you?" At this question, Tom left a chuckle before pointing at the wall near him. "I'm known by many names, Potter, but you might best know me as," he stopped, pointing Harry's wand to the wall, whispering something. His name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, appeared slowly on the wall. The words slowly turned around, exchanging places with one another. "I am Lord Voldemort." Harry felt his throat go dry. It all made sense now. He was the man who killed his parents, and it was because of him that he never knew them. But why was Ginny in the middle of all this? What was her role in all this? "Why is Ginny here? Why do you need her?" Harry asked, feeling powerless without his wand. He couldn't protect himself without it, let alone someone else. Tom explained how the sweet Ginny had started writing in the diary, pouring her heart into it, slowly telling him everything about her. The more she said, the more control he had, to the point when she would write, "Dear Tom," he told Harry that she eventually got suspicious. The only way she thought of getting rid of it was to throw it away instead of giving it to someone like Dumbledore, who would perhaps actually do something. "But the best part was you, Harry. Me. She told me about you, about your fascinating story, the boy who lived, how much she adored you. It was pretty boring, but I wanted to see if you were anything extraordinary. Perhaps I had underestimated you that night. Perhaps there was something special that I couldn't see, but the more she wrote, the more I understood you are nothing special, Voldemort spoke with clenching teeth at the end. You, a mere boy with nothing special, was able to defeat me. The greatest wizard who ever lived, he exclaimed, stepping forward towards the boy, his eyes roved over the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. You're not the best wizard who ever lived, Harry suddenly found the courage to stand up to him. Sorry to disappoint you, but Albus Dumbledore is the best. Everyone told me even when you were at the peak of your power, you still couldn't do anything against him. He was the one person you feared, Harry said with a triumphant smile at the end. Voldemort's smile disappeared, turning into an ugly smirk. Dumbledore is far away from the school, you're alone here. No one will come to help you, he spoke, his smirk returning on his face. The job was almost done, he would be reborn, and Harry would die as he should have a long time ago. You're wrong, he is here, Harry countered, hoping to buy time, but time for what? Tom was about to speak when they heard singing. He froze, whirling around to look at the empty chamber. The singing got louder with each passing second. Harry felt a fire growing inside his chest, feeling warmth suddenly until the nearest pillar burst into flames. A majestic bird appeared, carrying a ragged thing, flying straight to Harry, dropping the thing on the floor. He stood on the boy's shoulder, staring at Tom. Harry felt even warmer, he felt as if he could run a marathon and not get tired, his eyes glancing at the wand if only he could get his hands on it. Is this what Professor Dumbledore sent you? A bird and the Sorting Hat. Tom sneered, pointing at the ground. Indeed was the Sorting Hat. Tom started laughing, his laugh reaching the chamber's ceiling. It felt like the whole chamber was laughing with him. Harry didn't know what to do, he couldn't understand what exactly he could do with a phoenix and the Sorting Hat. Tell me, Harry Potter, how do you feel knowing that not even Dumbledore cares about you? He asked with a sneer. He was met with silence, the boy didn't know how to answer. Tom's face turned back to normal. Now, I want to know how someone like you survived that night, someone with no special power, with nothing, defeated the greatest wizard. Harry stood silent, not knowing what to say. Tell me now. My mother protected me, Harry spoke with a low voice. His eyes looked down before looking up at Voldemort with a burning fire in his eyes. She protected me from you, she loved me, her power defended me from you, someone who was Muggle-born, Harry said, raising to his feet, his anger and fury getting the better of him. He glared at Tom, who suddenly backed away, feeling cold, sharp pain in his chest. Just as Harry wanted to focus all his anger on him, the sudden sharp pain on his forehead caused him to fall down. His entire body felt it was ripping apart, his head almost exploding, heart beating on his throat like a hammer. Why is this happening? He thought in agony. Something similar had happened when he faced Voldemort last year and once in the Dursley house 2 years ago when his aunt had been drunk and started rambling about his mother, calling her names, that had made Harry want to hurt her, yet, the sudden pain on his forehead had caused him to almost scream in pain. Still, Harry closed his mouth, he didn't want to show weakness and fear in front of the man who killed his parents. I don't know what is happening to you, but that doesn't matter. Soon, you will understand the true power of Lord Voldemort, Tom spoke before he turned to face the empty chamber. He started hissing. Harry understood he was calling the Basilisk. His forehead was less painful now, as he barely stood on his feet again, breathing heavily. Tom was hissing, but he could understand every word. Wake up, my pet. The heir of Slytherin commands you to serve me. Harry whirled around to look at the statue, Fawkes swaying on his shoulder. Slytherin's gigantic stone face was moving. Horror-struck, Harry saw his mouth opening, wider and wider, to make a huge black hole. And something was stirring inside the statue's mouth. Something was slithering up from its depths. Harry backed away until he hit the dark chamber wall, and as he shut his eyes tight, he felt Fawkes' wing sweep his cheek as he took flight. Harry wanted to shout, "Don't leave me." But what chance did a phoenix have against the King of Serpents? Something huge hit the stone floor of the chamber. Harry felt it shudder. He knew what was happening, he could sense it, could almost see the giant serpent uncoiling itself from Slytherin's mouth. Then he heard Riddle's hissing voice. Kill him. Harry ran away blindly, he could hear his giant body moving across the dusty floor, like a hunter hunting for its prey and not knowing what else to do. Harry started speaking in Parseltongue as he ran around. Great Basilisk, listen to my words, go back to sleep. It's pointless, boy, he only listens to me, Tom shouted from where he was. The Basilisk stopped for a moment. Harry continued speaking, hoping it would work, and it seemed to work. Go back to sleep, Great Basilisk, Harry spoke, feeling that he wasn't chasing him anymore. The Basilisk started backing away from Harry. The boy allowed himself to smile as he kept talking. Kill him, I command you. Harry jumped away immediately, barely dodging his attack. Now, he kept running away until he faced a dead corner, his hands the only thing telling him what was around him. Harry felt the Basilisk creeping closer. He knew he was done for. Is this the end? Suddenly the Basilisk screeched in pain. Harry opened his eyes to see the giant snake trying to attack the phoenix, his teeth almost biting the bird only for his sharp beak to pierce his other eye. Kill the boy. You can still smell him. Leave the phoenix, Voldemort hissed. The Basilisk turned his attention back at Harry, who ran away. He used the pillars to hide himself, but the snake found him soon, striking the pillar. The thing fell apart as the boy ran away, and something suddenly hit his head, almost knocking him unconscious. Harry looked down to see the sorting hat, his hand feeling something long and hard underneath it. A gleaming sword suddenly appeared on it, the pommel covered in red rubies. Quickly grabbing the sword, Harry turned to face the Basilisk, who launched himself at the boy. Harry moved his hand up, the blade piercing the top of his mouth, coming out the other side. Harry felt the whole weight of Basilisk on him. His body didn't even register the teeth that had pierced his arm. He didn't feel the pain he felt, nothing. Seeing that his arms couldn't hold the whole weight of a giant snake, he let go of the sword, jumping back as the mouth shut tightly, the blade still sticking out from the top of the head, covered in red blood. Breathing in relief, only now he felt his arm was wounded. Harry looked at his arm, bleeding heavily from the wound on his elbow. The boy fell to his knees, his body feeling weaker with each passing second, his breathing going at a slower pace. Such a shame, but it doesn't matter, the Basilisk's poison is the strongest in the world. You will soon be dead, and Lord Voldemort shall rise again, Tom spoke, looking down at Harry with contempt. The boy ignored him. He knew he was right. His time was running out. His green eyes found the diary lying on the floor, the teeth of the Basilisk still on his arm, his left hand gripped around the tooth. He winced as he pulled it out, blood pouring out. He clenched his teeth, stopping himself from screaming. What are you trying to do? You're dead, Tom taunted him with a smirk. The boy ignored him as he started walking towards the diary. Harry suddenly felt a sharp pain on his forehead. This time, he screamed in pain as loudly as he could, his whole head on fire. He screamed and screamed. His vision was all dizzy, and he could barely make out the figures. The only thing stopping him from surrendering to the darkness was his will to destroy that damn diary. But just as soon as it appeared, the pain disappeared completely. Instead, Harry suddenly felt his whole body getting stronger, something flowing inside his body, from his head to his arms, chest, and legs. The pain disappeared, and his breathing turned back to normal. Impossible, Tom suddenly cried behind him. Harry didn't acknowledge him. Instead, his attention turned to the diary, wanting to get there as soon as possible. Just as he was about to run towards it, the diary flew into his hand as he had somehow called it. The boy was utterly baffled but didn't question it, raising his hand and holding the tooth. No, stop, Voldemort screamed as Harry plunged the tooth into the diary, the page bleeding blood like a flesh wound. Voldemort screamed in pain as his figure slowly disappeared. Closing the whole book, he gave another stab, the tooth going all the way through. Voldemort disappeared, screaming in agony. Harry let out a huge sigh of relief, his knees suddenly feeling weak, but he forced himself to stand on his feet. The tooth fell from his hand, and the wizard breathed in and out, trying to catch his breath. Only now that they were safe, Harry's eyes went to Ginny. Remembering she wasn't moving, he ran to her, shaking her as he called out her name. Almost immediately, Ginny gasped. Before she started coughing, Harry moved away to give her space. She kept coughing, her eyes looking around the chamber until she found Harry looking at her with relief and a little smile. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry, it was all me. The attacks, the Basilisk, it was all me, she cried on his chest, her cries muffled by his clothes. Harry pats her on the back, hoping it would make her feel better. Don't worry, Ginny. They will soon be well again. It's not your fault, it was all Voldemort. Harry told her softly. He noticed her body flinched slightly at the mention of the Dark Lord. Harry suddenly remembered the poison, reminding him his time was running out. You should leave Ginny, I don't Harry stopped mid-sentence when his eyes went to where should have been the wound caused by the basilisk. It wasn't there anymore. His skin was as normal looking as before, if not better than before. What? He thought, unsure what to think. Shouldn't I be dead? He asked himself, his eyes going to the phoenix, who looked just as confused as him. What? Ginny questioned when she noticed that he wasn't talking anymore. She saw him looking confused, touching his arm. Harry, you all right? Ginny asked, concerned. This seemed to make Harry escape his thoughts, his green eyes looking back at her brown ones. I'm fine. Let's get out of here, Harry said, unsure, not knowing if he was talking to her or himself, helping her to stand up. I'm going to be expelled. I was looking forward to coming to Hogwarts, to meet everyone, to become a great witch, and now, she wept as they awkwardly walked towards the end of the chamber. Fawkes was waiting for them at the entrance, hovering over the chamber. Don't worry, Ginny. Professor Dumbledore won't blame you, he reassured her. Reaching the end, Harry heard the stone doors close behind them with a soft hiss. Now outside, Fawkes landed on Harry's shoulder as they kept walking forward, where he knew Ron was. Ron, Harry called him. Not a second later, he came running. When his eyes landed on his sister, he sighed in relief before hugging her close to him. Ginny returned the hug, feeling much better after the trauma of this year. What happened inside? Ron questioned after he checked if Ginny was hurt. He noticed the bird, wondering where it came from. Harry quickly explained what happened inside. After hearing everything, all Ron could say was, "We are never going to have a normal year, are we?" Probably not, Harry replied with a shrug and a little chuckle. The young wizard was about to ask where their favorite professor was when everything turned dizzy. The ground was spinning before it came toward him. Landing roughly against the stone ground, he could barely hear his friends calling out his name, his eyes heavy, unable to stay awake. Perhaps I'm just too tired, that was his last thought before he fell asleep. Later, James took a deep breath of the crisp autumn air, lingering in the window as he drank in the fresh breeze. A warm, small hand grazed his backside as Lily slid her arms around his stomach and placed her chin gently on his shoulder. He returned the embrace as he stepped back from the window, looking down at his son, who was waving his tiny arms on the couch. A broad, heartfelt smile creased his cheeks as he and Lily sat on either side of Harry, who looked up at them with a gurgling laugh. James pulled his wand out of his back pocket and, with a practiced flick of his wrist, sent a stream of multicolored bubbles from the tip of his wand, leaving the infant awestruck. Harry reached clumsily for a glittering red bubble that burst into a flurry of sparkles at his touch, and he let out a shriek of delight. Lily scooped her son into his arms as James sent another stream of bubbles drifting lazily through the living room. Harry watched them with fascination, reaching out to prod the ones that floated in his direction. The family sat silently for a long time as James and Lily watched their son. The ominous foreboding that had ensnared their senses for the months they had been in hiding was pushed to the back of their minds that night as they absorbed the present moment. Lily keyed at the top of her son's head tenderly as she stood up, holding him cradled in her arms. James also stood up, stretching his arms and tossing his wand carelessly on the couch, where it rolled into a fold in the cushions. I'm taking Harry to bed, Lily announced as she and James headed through the kitchen. She stopped at the foot of the stairs as James lingered in the hallway. I'll see you upstairs, Lils, he replied, leaning forward to key, her full on the mouth. They held the key, for a moment before a faint click was heard from the living room. They broke away from each other, frozen. Wait here, James murmured. He braced his shoulders as he pushed the door open, leaving Lily on the stairs, clutching onto her son, who looked around wildly, not making a sound. Lily heard nothing but silence from the living room, making the hairs on the back of her neck prickle in alarm before a fierce bellow jolted her senses. Lily! James cried. The tone of his voice terrified her more than anything as she took a feeble step towards the living room. Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off. Lily, frozen with fear, felt a sudden determination overwhelm her as she ran up the stairs, making her way for the nursery. She closed and locked the door behind her, clutching Harry tightly with surprisingly steady hands. Lily felt tears begin to swell in her eyes as she realized what awaited her. She took a deep breath and looked down at her son, who peered up at her with wide, fearful green eyes, her eyes. "Baby," she whispered, her throat felt constricted as she sent him gently to the crib. A sickening thud from below rang in her ears as a sob escaped her lips, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. She forced a smile as she heard a cold, high-pitched laugh echoing up the stairs, staring steadily at her son. "Mommy loves you, Harry. Dada loves you so much," she choked, placing her hand to her lips as she heard another click from the nursery door. A shaft of light illuminated the nursery as the door was pushed open, and Lily, now standing herself up on shaking knees, turned to face her fate. Voldemort stood in the doorway, his pearly white head inclined curiously at the scene. He took a slow step into the nursery as Lily raised her arms protectively over the crib. His thin lips rose into a mocking smile as he hissed in contempt at her feeble protection. "Not Harry," Lily pleaded, her voice breaking, "not Harry. Please, not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl." Voldemort jeered, "Stand aside, now. Not Harry," she repeated, more boldly this time. "Take me instead, just please, not Harry." Voldemort took another step towards the young woman, studying her fierce expression as he stood over her, her defiant eyes turning to him. "Please, not Harry. Have mercy," she begged, "have mercy." Voldemort raised his hand with sudden swiftness as he brought it down wordlessly. A blinding flash of green light enveloped the room, and as young Harry's eyes were squeezed shut in the brightness, a dull thud confirmed the worst: Lily Potter had been killed. A shrill, cold laugh echoed menacingly throughout the house as the Dark Lord stood over the crib, aiming his wand dead center for the infant's face. Harry, whose tears were falling, began wailing as he looked up at Voldemort, whose grin only widened in delight. Harry was silent as he felt a third person in the room. Strange words echoed through the room, and the words flew around the room like a wind in an open field. Voldemort felt an overwhelming rush of power course through his body as he raised his wand above his head. Bringing it down, he screamed, "Avada Kedavra." There was another flash of green light that illuminated the room, a roaring in Voldemort's ears and a prickling feeling throughout his body. Something was wrong, he thought suddenly, something was very wrong. Harry called out, "Mommy," his voice was lower than a whisper, tears rolling down his cheeks as if he could understand something terrible had happened. "Mommy," he cried out, this time louder. Slowly the house disappeared from his eyes, everything went dark. "Harry Potter, go back, only by going back will you know the truth." "What truth?" the grown Harry questioned. He was outside of his parents' house. "Still destroyed. The truth, who you are. The past will answer every question you have. To learn your future, you must first learn your past," a voice spoke. Harry saw his home, a picture of his parents lying on the floor. The face cracked, and Harry kneeled down, about to touch the photo. Gasping, he opened his eyes. The smell of doctors and hospitals assaulted his nose. Recognizing it, the smell reminded him of the many times he had been. Shaking his head, Harry swallowed a breath. He quickly remembered his dream. He didn't know who was talking, but he figured he needed to return to his parents' home. Whatever was there would help him discover the truth the voice was talking about. The door suddenly swung open. Harry saw Professor Dumbledore walking calmly toward him. "It's good to see you back with us, my boy," he greeted him with a friendly smile that Harry returned. The old wizard grabbed a chair and sat next to Harry's bed. "How is everyone?" Harry questioned quickly before Dumbledore could even say anything. The old wizard knew the young Potter valued his friends greatly. "Everyone is all right, my boy. Young Granger will be all right by tomorrow, and Ginny is not in any problem," he explained. Harry let out a sigh of relief hearing that, his head now resting against the pillow. "But I would like to know, what happened there?" he questioned, his voice a bit serious this time. Harry quickly explained everything from beginning to end, listening to his words. Once he was done, Dumbledore moved his hand towards his hair. "Can I?" Harry simply allowed him, moving away a strand of hair away. Dumbledore couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, his eyes beaming a bit. "Fascinating, Professor." Moving his hand away, the professor turned to look at Harry's eyes. "Nothing, my boy, it seemed your mark has disappeared, nothing else," the professor explained with a little shrug. Harry quickly checked using a mirror and could see the thunder-like mark wasn't there anymore. Instead was a minor mark, almost like a small vertical cut on his forehead. Harry questioned how the sword appeared on the hat. The professor explained that only a true Gryffindor could use that sword. Professor, how did I survive? The poison should have killed me. Right. Harry asked him something that had been bugging him since the beginning. I'm not sure, my boy, but whatever it was, it helped you. That's all it matters, Professor explained with a grandfatherly smile. Inside he was deep in thoughts, not knowing himself what could have caused it. He decided to pay closer attention to Harry. As long as he didn't have a second Dark Lord on his hands, there was nothing to worry about, and with the newest development, he could rest a bit easier, knowing the boy was free now. But one thing made him wonder. What Harry described was something House Potter was known for. Sadly, only 2 members throughout the entire history had that type of magical ability. Dumbledore wondered if Harry had it as well, but if he did, that would either bring the best wizard this world had ever known or the most powerful Dark Lord. Let's just hope I won't come to regret this, Dumbledore thought as he left the room, needing some alone time to think. Tomorrow. Harry was eating in the Great Hall. Well, Ron was. Harry was simply looking at his food with disinterest, poking it with a fork. Suddenly he felt a nudge on his shoulder from Ron, still looking at the food, not facing his friend. Mate, you aren't helping anyone by not eating. That won't make Hermione come here sooner, Ron explained before handing him a piece of well-cooked steak, knowing how much Harry loved it. Harry eyed the food, considering Ron's words, before shaking his head. No, I want to eat when Hermione gets here, he told him. Ron gave him a look as if asking if he was sure, and the young wizard nodded his head with resolve. Ron nodded in understanding before pushing away his own plate of food. Harry was about to tell him to eat, but he quickly shook his head. No, if you're not eating, then neither will I until Hermione returns, Ron interrupted him before he could say anything. Harry was about to counter his words when the door opened. Inside came one and only Hermione. With a broad smile, Harry almost jumped from the chair he was sitting on. Running towards her, the girl threw herself at him, hugging him close as if afraid that he would disappear. I missed you, he whispered in her ear, enjoying the hug for a few seconds before pulling away. She did the unexpected thing of dotting his cheek, making both of them blush. I missed you too, she claimed with a smile, soon noticing Ron walking up to them with a smile. It's good to have you back, Hermione. They shake hands, with Hermione saying that he missed them both. The rest of the day was spent talking about the upcoming year and praying that nothing extraordinary would happen following year. But Harry knew, at least for him might not be normal. He planned once he returned to the Dursley, he would leave one night to find his old home, his true home. The boy sat in his room back at the Dursley in silence. After the year ended, Harry had been accompanied by Ron and Hermione on the train as usual, but this time during the ride, a student from Hufflepuff named Susan Bones entered their door, with a bunch of other students behind her. They apologized to Harry for doubting him during the year, accusing him of attacking the other students, saying they felt bad and wanted to make amends. The young wizard simply told them it was no problem. Soon they left. One thing he noticed was Hermione sticking up to him more than the last year. Father, Mommy, Hermione shouted at her parents, waving at them with her hand. Harry smiled at the pretty picture before him. Hermione was hugging her parents close. He felt a sudden pang on his heart, eyes welling up, but Harry swallowed a huge breath, stopping himself from crying in such a public place. I wonder if my parents would come like this for me too. Would I have had any siblings if that night had never happened? Would I have ever known the Dursleys? He thought. His hand became a fist, the nails adding pressure into his skin but not enough to draw blood. Harry, he escaped his thoughts when he heard Hermione calling him. Looking at her, she was telling him to walk toward her. Harry saw the way her parents were looking at him. They were curious and pleased. Harry mentally felt relieved. He would have known if their eyes showed something else. This is my friend Harry Potter. Harry, these are my parents. Hermione introduced himself. The young wizard extended his hand, shaking her father's hand first, a strong grip. One good grip, son, her father said with a smile before leaning closer. Hermione can't stop talking about you. She said you were her favorite best friend. He spoke with a sly smirk. Harry chuckled, already liking the man, while Hermione mowed Ned in annoyance. Daddy. Is true, Harry. Hermione can't shut her mouth once she starts talking about books or you, her mother added with a giggle. Harry laughed a bit, and so did the father, all except Hermione. who was blushing furiously, swearing never to have her parents near Harry again. Soon they said goodbye to one another. Harry soon found Vernon waiting for him with an ugly snark. All the happiness he felt a moment ago disappeared immediately, reminding him where he would spend the majority of his summer. Entering the car, his eyes moved to the door, about to shut it with his hand, when it closed on itself. Thankfully, Vernon didn't notice it or would throw a fit about it. Now, Harry was reading his books. It had been 2 weeks since he returned from Hogwarts, and the first thing he started to notice was how certain things would happen just by him thinking about it. The book in front of him was wide open. The young wizard just needed to want the page to change, and it changed. While that was nothing revolutionary, Harry wondered how far he could go with this. One thing he hadn't noticed yet was his eyes would have a golden shade whenever he did something like that. The more powerful it was, the more his eyes would turn from green to gold before going back to the usual green when he stopped using it. His eyes moved to the window of his room. So far, he had been able to make things go to his hand or away from him, but it was simple. Now he wondered if he could do something more complex. Focusing on the handle, not a second later, the handle moved, the window flew open, allowing a gentle breeze to flow inside. A smile erupted on his face, and it seemed whatever he was doing didn't alarm the Ministry since they hadn't barged in his room demanding answers on why he was using magic outside of school. Harry didn't know why, but every time he thought of them, his blood would boil, but he didn't know why. He didn't know anyone there and certainly didn't have any personal vendetta against them. His mind turned to the window, his green eyes noticing a bird singing on a tree branch almost 100 meters away. The bird had an unusual purple tail, his wings as red as blood, and his beak was a deep black, with beautiful blue eyes like the ocean. The bird looked directly at Harry. The young wizard smiled, wanting the bird to come closer. Perhaps a song from nature itself would do him good to lift the spirit. Surprisingly, the bird flew away from where he was, landing on the handle of the open window. Another gentle breeze flew inside. Harry slowly walked up to the beautiful bird, so slowly that one would think he was staying in one place. The wizard didn't want to scare him away. Halfway through, the bird flew again, this time landing on his shoulder. Green eyes meet blue eyes. With his thumb he caressed his little head gently. He left out a beautiful melodic sound. Harry chuckled, his heart filling with warmth. This was one of his happiest moments with the Dursleys, perhaps second place, since the first place would always be when Hagrid barged into the door. That night, he found out he wasn't as worthless as he had thought. Harry slowly sat back on his bed. The bird chirped, and the boy enjoyed the sound, noticing the bird was looking around the room, perhaps hoping to find something to eat. "I'm really sorry, I have nothing here," Harry apologized with a downcast look. He thought the bird would soon leave, but he left only when Harry told him to go when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from downstairs. The bird flew away, leaving Harry already feeling alone. The door opened, letting out an annoying metallic sound that made his entire body shiver. "Your breakfast, boy," his aunt spoke with a sneer, putting it on a table. Harry paid no attention. Instead, his mind thought of something. "Aunt Petunia, I want to go to Godric's Hollow, to my parents' house." Harry spoke without thinking. After saying that, he was surprised with himself that he had just said that, almost like his lips had moved on their own. Her face paled, white like milk, her eyes widening slightly. He could see what could be described as pure fear in her eyes, making her look older than she actually was. Her hands moving around the handle of the door as if not knowing if she should leave the room or not. Her eyes looked sad for a brief moment, but it disappeared as soon as it appeared. Harry, for a brief second, noticed someone standing in the room with them, but when he turned to see the figure, it wasn't there anymore. Am I imagining things now? His attention turned back to his aunt. She opened her mouth to speak, yet no words were spoken, not even a whisper. After a whole minute of absolute silence, she noticed the open window. Walking there, she closed the window, looking outside instead of Harry. "Why?" Her low voice was heard, almost as if she was talking to herself rather than Harry. "I'm sorry. Why do you want to go back there?" she questioned, turning to face Harry, her eyes cold like ice, her lips pursed together into a thin line, almost disappearing. "I want to see the house of my parents. I need to see what is left of it," he spoke with resolve, his eyes looking back at her. She released a deep breath. Her eyes moved away from his green eyes, and her mouth twitched as she swallowed a huge breath. "I don't want to go back there," she whispered to herself, but Harry heard her all the same. Finally, looking up at Harry. "Very well, but only for a few minutes," she spoke almost in a hurry before leaving the room almost immediately, not caring if Harry wanted to say anything. Later, after grabbing the car's keys, Petunia told Vernon she was sending Harry to a hospital to check on him about something. The man told her not to be late as they left. Harry pretended his stomach was in pain all the way to the car. After they left, the wizard looked at his aunt, who almost looked lost and confused, as if she didn't know what was happening. Knowing she wouldn't care to hear anything from him, he kept his mouth shut throughout the whole ride. Not that he wanted to talk with her about anything. Harry noticed several times, she almost looked ready to say something, opening her mouth several times, yet not once did she say anything. The silence and the sound outside was the only thing they could hear. After an hour of driving, they soon reached the place Harry had read about the place, Hogwarts. A history gave great details about that night 13 years ago. He knew quite enough about it. It was a small community which centered on a village square with only a church, a post office, a pub, and a few retail shops. The residential streets were lined with quaint cottages. There was an area called Church Lane that led up to the church. Of course, for the Muggles, this place had a different name. Stopping the car, his aunt told him to get out. Harry opened the door and stepped outside. The place looked sad in a strange way. Looking back, he saw Petunia looking afraid of the place as if she could see or feel something he couldn't. Walking a few meters away, he looked around, but nothing looked familiar to him. He was about to ask her if she wanted to stay inside when he heard the engine's sound. Looking back, she turned the car around and drove away. Harry didn't even try to chase after her. Instead, he scoffed. "I should have known," he thought, thinking of himself as stupid for thinking that she would actually do something good for once, but in a way, he was thankful. He was where he wanted to be. With that out of the way, Harry walked through the empty streets of the Godric's Hollow. He saw many houses. Looked outdated as if they were made a long time ago, the streets made of small blocks. Walking and walking, he soon reached a church and the graveyard. Graves were everywhere, all looked the same to Harry, but his eyes found one that caught his attention. He suddenly felt a thrill, unsure if that was fear or excitement. Walking closer, Harry saw a memorial, several birds chirping around it. As he had passed it, it had transformed. Instead of an obelisk covered in names, there was a statue of 3 people, a man with untidy hair and glasses, a woman with long hair and a kind, pretty face, and a baby boy sitting in his mother's arms. Harry drew closer, gazing up into his parents' faces. He had never imagined that there would be a statue. It was strange to see himself represented in stone, a happy baby without a scar on his forehead. His eyes drew to his mother's. Would he have lived in this place? Would she wake him up every day to not get late? Would she and father buy gifts for him? So many questions popped into his head, and Harry closed his eyes, whispering a prayer before walking away. Not daring to look back. As he walked through the streets, his head felt heavier whenever that was because of where he was going or because of what he might learn. The young wizard didn't know. He didn't know how, but in a way, he knew where to go, like a whisper in his ears, telling him secrets that only he should know. Reaching the end of a road, he took a left turn, and that's where it was, just like in his dreams, of what once was a beautiful house now was only a ruin. The house looked the same as in his dreams, but instead of happy noises coming from the house, he was met with silence. The door was still lying on the ground as if no one had touched the place since that night. Harry eyed the stairs, slowly walking upstairs. His eyes saw inside the house. In his dream, his father was lying unmoving on the ground right at the door. He could almost see him. Closing his eyes, he walked inside. The place was a mess. Several pictures had fallen from the wall. The paint of the wall had started falling off. Spider webs were everywhere across the ceiling and corners of the house. It didn't feel like a home. It felt like a graveyard, a big one. This should have been my home, he thought bitterly. Closing his eyes, he could almost see them, he could even smell it. He saw his father showing him how to fly a broomstick for the first time, laughing together, his mother preparing his birthday cake, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, Hedwig, everyone would have been there, singing him, happy birthday. He could see it, clearer than a memory, how much he wanted to be there. Opening his eyes, dark and alone, they weren't there. No one was here expecting him, nothing but the cold of house and the silence. Harry felt a hot tear burning his cold cheek. He walked upstairs, a room he knew well from his dreams. He could almost hear her screaming, begging to show mercy. The door was half broken, barely hanging by a metallic piece in the doorway. Opening wide open, the crib was still there, even the dolls and toys were still there, some hanging above the crib. "Mommy!" Opening his eyes with fury and anger, he let out the loudest scream he could muster, cursing Voldemort to burn in hell. The whole place started shaking as he collapsed to the floor. Harry didn't know how long he stayed there, it didn't matter, but he remembered why he came here. Standing up, he brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Walking downstairs, he reached the living room, a red carpet that mainly covered the entire room. Looking at it, wishing for it to move away. Just like that, the carpet was yeeted in the air as an invisible force pushed it away. He could feel something down there, focusing on it, and the whole floor broke down, causing the wood to start cracking before it broke into pieces. Now in the middle of the room stood a hole, stairs that led under the house, the stairs and walls made of gray stone. Taking a step forward, the torches attached to each side of the wall burst into flames. Walking, the deeper he went, the more he felt a voice calling to him. Soon he reached the end, a door on the stone. The door looked normal, made of wood, the handle had a strange green color. Harry's hand gripped the handle, opening it, the torches inside burst into flames as he walked inside. In front of him stood a large desk with letters, books, and strange magical tools. The right side of the wall had books from the top to bottom. In the center of the desk was carved a symbol he had never seen before. The symbol looked like a sword and a falling star shining on it. Suddenly a voice was heard. "If you're here, that means you carry Potter's blood, only your blood can go through the traps. My son, if you are here alone, that means I'm not there to explain everything to you." The voice he had never heard before, yet felt familiar in a strange way. "Father," he thought, his eyes widened as the message started talking again. "If we are not here with you, I hope at least Sirius is with you. Don't listen to him, my son. He once convinced me to pull a prank on Dumbledore, of all people, and almost was expelled from that. The old man would have slipped in the staircase if it wasn't for his many years of experience." The voice said before chuckling. Harry joined in with a broad smile on his face, imagining Professor Dumbledore falling from the stairs. "Son, if I'm not there, that means I failed as a father and a husband. I know mere words won't fill the hole you might have in your heart. But know that me and your mother love you more than our own lives. Always remember that whenever you are alone and need help. I only ask that you surrender yourself with friends, and when the time comes, find someone that makes you happy. On the desk you will find a letter from your mother. She will explain something you must know about your blood, our blood. Love you, James Potter." The voice stopped, and Harry was left with tears flowing from his eyes to his cheeks, dripping into the cold floor. It took several minutes for him to get a hold of himself. The desk opened, revealing a book inside, with the same symbol as the desk, a scroll sealed with wax nearby. Harry wiped away the tears with his sleeve, picking up the scroll first. He broke the seal, opening the scroll, he read the letter, and his eyes widened. "My son, after you read this letter, burn it and tell this only to people you believe with your life. The book will teach you everything about holy magic." Later, Harry didn't know how long he had stayed in that basement. 2 hours, 10 hours, days, he didn't know, but once he walked upstairs, it was pitch black outside. Using a magical bag, he put inside all the books he thought he needed. It helped that despite having so many books inside, the bag barely weighed anything. He put the lightweight bag in his back pocket. Looking at the mess the house was in, he murmured, "Reparo." Everything started returning to normal. He knew no one lived there anymore, but he didn't want the whole house to look like this forever. Within a minute, everything was back to normal. Harry managed a small smile. Leaving the living room, he walked through the corridor. The moment he stepped outside, he saw Professor Dumbledore just standing there on the road. "Professor." The old wizard didn't answer, instead gestured for Harry to follow him. Walking downstairs, he followed behind. Without much thought. "Why are you here, Harry? Did something happen with your relatives?" Dumbledore questioned, concerned. "No, I just wanted to see my true home. Aunt Petunia drove me here and left the moment I walked outside the car," Harry said with a shrug, not caring that his aunt had left. "Fear perhaps," Dumbledore murmured to himself. unsure if it was fear or petty jealousy. Perhaps it didn't matter at the end of the day. "How did you find me, Professor?" Harry questioned him, his voice a bit demanding. Something the old wizard noticed but didn't comment on it. "I have people that look after you, Harry. They told me you left the house with your aunt and where you were headed," Dumbledore explained, a hand going through his long beard. Harry wanted to ask if he had known all this time how his relatives treated him but decided to ignore that now for now. But just the mere thought made his blood boil. With the many books he had, he wanted to spend the entire summer reading them, and going back to his relatives would be a problem. "What now, Professor?" Harry suddenly asked, looking at the old wizard, who paused for a moment before turning to Harry. "I'm afraid you should go back, Harry. Is the only home you have. That's not my house." "They're not my family," Harry interrupted, his voice almost accusing, dripping venom from his voice, louder with each word he spits out. Dumbledore felt the atmosphere getting colder. If he didn't know any better, he would say they were in the middle of winter, the only thing missing was snow. Taking a deep breath, he spoke calmly. "Perhaps, but you need to stay with them. You're young to live on your own." "No," Harry interrupted, this time his voice lower rather than louder, which was more intimating. "I don't need to live with them, Professor. I know several places in Magical World that have apartments. I can live on my own." There was so much more he wanted to say, but right now, he didn't feel like shouting at him. Dumbledore thought of ways to change his mind but knew the boy wouldn't change it, and he definitely didn't want to force Harry into it. That would be a good way to antagonize him, which could easily result in what he feared the most. Diagon Alley, perhaps he could find a room there. Plenty of apartments, I know many that would happily give him a good room. With that thought on his mind, the old wizard left out a breath before nodding in agreement. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Aurea Lux," Harry shouted, pointing his wand in a random direction in the room. It had been a month since he had visited his parents' home, and after talking with Professor Dumbledore, surprisingly, the man had agreed to allow him to not live with his relatives. With his help, Harry had quickly found an apartment. The old professor had paid for the 3 months he would stay here until the third year started. Harry had wanted to do it himself, but Dumbledore told him to save his money on other more important matters and that he was old and didn't really need the money anymore. After understanding that the old professor wouldn't back down, Harry had decided to buy the books he needed for the following year. Thank the gods this time he didn't need to buy books from that fraud Lockhart, who couldn't hold his wand straight, let alone use it. Harry wondered what exactly changed when Professor Dumbledore told him he could live alone. He had wanted to live away from his relatives since the first year ended. Ron had even said that his parents would gladly accept him in the family, saying it was no big deal. Hermione had secretly told him that perhaps he could come with her and her parents when they came to take her to the train station. None of his friends knew just how bad things were between Harry and his relatives, but they knew Harry wasn't happy there. That was more than enough reason for them to want Harry out of there. After the first year, because of Dobby, he had not been able to exchange letters with his friends. At first, he had been afraid that his friends had simply forgotten him. Thankfully, it was all because of Dobby. Later Ron arrived with his troublesome brothers to free him. When Vernon had caught his leg, Harry had glared at the man, causing him to be sent flying across the room, which was quickly followed by his scar burning on his forehead as if his entire body was being split in half. Thankfully, since the incident with the Basilisk, the pain had not once returned, which was one less problem to deal with, but Harry wondered why Dumbledore allowed him to live alone now. What had changed? Harry didn't know and had yet to ask the old professor. A part of him wanted to know it, but another part just wanted to forget about it, and leave it at that. As long as Dumbledore didn't tell him to return back to his relatives, then they wouldn't have problems with each other. Despite buying the books needed for his third year, Harry had barely touched them. His main focus was on his unusual ability, that according to his father and mother, was called holy magic. According to his parents, mainly from his father, that type of magic is the rarest type of magical ability to exist amongst all wizards, so rare that barely any book ever talked about it since. Throughout the entire wizard history, only 4 people were able to use it. The first Potter, the one who created House Potter. While he had been a powerful wizard, the secrets of holy magic had been kept secret inside the family and revealed only if someone with Potter blood happened to have it. From what he had read, holy magic manifested itself within the first year the child was born. and both his father, mother, and someone named Sirius Black had been there to witness it. Because of this, they knew to leave notes for him in case something happened to his parents, and they weren't able to show it themselves. From what he understood, his father had written that when he was 7 months old. "He'll be fine," Sirius said perhaps the 5th time, holding his arms out again, but Lily wasn't quite ready to give in. "He's just so little. James, maybe we should." "He'll be fine," James echoed Sirius' words firmly, coming over to scoop Harry gently from his wife's arms. "He'll probably sleep the whole while anyway. And Sirius can hold him just as well as we can. But what if? Sirius has fed him loads of times. And though it's not his favorite," James said with a smirk for his friend, "he can even change a nappy." "Can't you, Padfoot?" "Better than you." James chuckled. "You're welcome to it, mate." Sirius accepted the quiet bundle from James, smiling encouragingly at Lily, who was nibbling nervously on her lip. Sirius tucked his godson close to his chest. "We'll have fun," he said quietly so he wouldn't wake the kid. Lily adjusted her shawl absently as James settled it on her shoulders. "Remus is home, if you need help." "He won't need help," James said. He leaned down to key her cheek. "Stop fussing now, it's only a few hours." "Oh." But Lily nodded determinedly. She stood on her toes and quickly kissed Sirius' cheek. "Be careful with him. I'll treat him just as I would my own godson," he said with a teasing smile. She smiled, brushed her fingertips over Harry's shock of dark hair, and stepped back, reluctant still. James curled an arm around her shoulders, and with a gentle resolve to rival Lily's, he steered her toward the door. "Thanks, Padfoot," he said just before they slipped out the door. As soon as the door clicked behind them, Harry yawned, and Sirius grinned down into the brilliant green eyes that were so like Lily's. "Good timing, kid." Harry gazed up at him, his lips puckering and spreading into a wide yawn. "None of that, Harry," Sirius said with a soft chuckle, "or I'll be asleep too, and your mum will never let me sit with you again." Harry gazed back solemnly, blinking several times as he brought a bunched fist to his mouth. Sirius brushed his forefinger along the soft skin on the back of the chubby hand. "Hungry, are we?" For an answer, his godson continued to s.k on his fingers. "Think I can make a bottle," Sirius said as he turned toward the kitchen. "Done it before, haven't we? Even if your dad was right there with us." It was an hour later, with Harry fed, burped, and changed, that Sirius wondered if maybe Lily had been right and he was pants at this godfather thing. Absolute pants. Why else was Harry still crying? He glanced at the clock as he continued to sway back and forth, with Harry safe in the crook of his arm. 20 minutes and there was no end in sight. Harry's face was bright red, scrunched in misery. And Sirius was fairly certain his heart was going to break into a million tiny pieces if he couldn't figure out how to make it all better. Not to mention his eardrums. "Come on, little Harry," he crooned. "What's the matter?" But of course, Harry couldn't tell him, not even a clue. Just that heartbreaking, tearless squall. Sirius glanced toward the fireplace, a quick, calculating moment of desperation as he considered interrupting Remus. And even though Sirius knew that Remus would come instantly, he sighed and quickly disregarded the thought. He could do this. "Your mum thinks I'm a bit of a dolt when it comes to babies," he said in a soft voice as he shifted Harry in his arms. Harry bawled his agreement. "Now, you don't want her to come home and find that she was right, do you?" Apparently, his godson did. "Oi, you little bugger," he said with a fond smile, "your dad will tease me mercilessly." Sirius shifted again. The blanket drifted to the floor as Sirius lifted Harry into the air so that his godson's Arlet face was only centimeters from his own. The silence was instantaneous. Harry's little arms and legs flailed, flinging out reflexively with the loss of the cocoon that Sirius had kept him in all night. "Oh ho," Sirius said, grinning now as he watched the startled expression on his godson's face with delight. "Like that, do you?" Harry's green eyes were wide as he took in the new perspective. Making certain not to wobble him too much, Sirius lifted him again, laughing at the second round of surprise. He pulled him close and blew a slobbery raspberry on the warm cheek, winning himself a smile. "That's more like it," he said cheerfully. Nudging Harry's shirt up a little with his nose, he blew another key against the round belly. The smile lit up Harry's face this time, making the green eyes sparkle. Sirius bounced a little on his toes. "Should have just told me you were tired of being wrapped up," he admonished, shaking his head. Harry cooed, and Sirius nodded. You're right, my fault for thinking you were a sausage. He sat on the sofa, arranging Harry on the cushion in front of him, tickling the bit of tummy peeking out. Sirius kept a hand on either side of Harry as he waved his arms quite happily. Don't want you to fall. Harry gurgled in agreement. Sirius smiled and pressed another key to his forehead, chuckling as Harry smacked his cheek soundly. Quite an arm you've got there, kid. He grasped the little fist, waving it back and forth, his eyes wide as he exaggerated another shot to his cheek. Harry smiled. Yes, Sirius said quietly, we'll be just fine, you and me. There now, James said as he and Lily stepped onto the stoop. That wasn't so bad, was it? Lily's anxiety had slowly dissipated as the evening went on, finally relaxing as they strolled together through Godric's Hollow. She smiled up at him. Not entirely unpleasant. James eyed her, grinning into her lips as she wound her arms around his neck and pressed him back against the door. Maybe we should ask Sirius to watch Harry for another hour. Lily laughed. She planted her hands on his chest and pushed away. I'm not asking Sirius to watch Harry while we have upstairs. Who said anything about being upstairs? James murmured into her ear as he pulled her close again. He eyed her deeply this time. She nuzzled his neck after a few minutes while James pressed his face to her hair, inhaling her flowery scent. We'd better go, he said finally, regretfully. She eyed his neck. Harry sleeps through the night now, she reminded him, and feeling buoyed by that, and Lily's unspoken promise, he opened the door and led the way inside. He chuckled at the sight that greeted them. Sirius was asleep in one of the chairs, with Harry against his shoulder, fast asleep as well. James took Lily's wrap and hung it up. Wore him out, he said as they stepped closer. Just resting my eyes, Sirius mumbled, cracking an eye. James smirked. You fell asleep. Sirius yawned. Didn't. But his sleep-soaked words betrayed him. Have fun? He asked through another yawn. We did, Lily answered as she readjusted the blanket so that it covered Harry's shoulder. He wasn't any trouble, was he? She asked anxiously. Sirius' lips lifted into an exhausted smile. Kid's an angel. Lily's tense shoulders drooped in relief. I'd better put him into his cot. I'll do it, Sirius said, his eyes coming fully open. It'll jostle him less. He stood up slowly, keeping a hand on Harry's back. His godson's eyes fluttered, but his breath stayed deep and even all the way up the stairs, only stirring a little when Sirius set him down gently in his cot. Go back to sleep, there we are. Sirius hummed softly, some tune that James didn't know. But it did the trick. Harry's eyes drifted closed, his fist finding its way back to his mouth somehow. Sirius grazed a thumb over one of his cheeks, smiling. Night. Lily and James, arm in arm at the door, smiled at him as he turned around. Thanks for sitting with him, Lily said. We had fun, Sirius told her. James punched Sirius' arm lightly. Want to do it again next Saturday? Sirius smiled. I'll be here. Harry's cries suddenly made them all turn to the baby, his eyes closed shut as he kept crying loudly, and his face had turned slightly red. Lily was about to walk up to him, same for James and Sirius, when Harry opened his eyes wide. His green eyes had turned to bright gold, almost glittering like stars. Everyone was taken aback except James, who understood what that meant. Wait, Harry, James said in a hurry knowing what could happen, but his words fell on deaf ears when from Harry, a magical force spread everywhere, causing everything around him to be pushed away. Sirius was slammed against the wall, his back aching, especially his right shoulder, completely baffled and surprised, shaking his head slightly, he ignored the pain. His eyes found Harry sleeping on Lily's arms as if nothing happened, while James was rubbing his neck, nervously before releasing a loud breath. What was that? Sirius managed to ask after he stood up. The whole room felt heavy in a strange way. Even breathing was getting a bit hard, and his voice seemed to remind his friends that he was still in the room. James took a deep breath before looking at Sirius with such seriousness that it almost made him step back in fear. His friend had looked at him that way only when he had almost killed Severus when Lupin was a werewolf. Sirius, what you saw here is never to be discussed with anyone else outside of this room, James demanded, his playful tone had turned as cold as ice. Now, Harry read about the incident. This Sirius Black had promised never to say anything, and apparently, they didn't even tell Dumbledore about this. Harry had no idea who this Sirius was, no one had mentioned him, and from his father's words, it seemed he was a good friend of his father. Did he abandon me? Harry wondered, thinking that perhaps he would have gotten a visit from the man if he was still alive. In his notes, his father had said that he thinks Dumbledore knows about holy magic but is not sure if he does or not. Harry had started reading as much as possible to prepare himself for the future. He wasn't a fool, he knew Voldemort would one day return, sooner or later he would, and Harry wanted to be prepared for that day. He would use this new ability to kill him once and for all. From his father's words, holy magic attracted creatures that were sensible to powerful magic, one of them being Veela. Harry wondered why his ability had kind of disappeared because, according to the book, the child with holy magic would start showing more and more signs of his magical abilities, especially when they reached 10 years old. Yet, Harry couldn't remember anything extraordinary. He knew several times he had accidentally made things go away or closer, but that was it. The books talked about golden flames, the ability to heal, and many other things. Harry had started reading and reading, a part of him wondering how Hermione would react to him. Perhaps she would be excited and happy. So far, they had sent letters to one another almost every day. She would talk about her time with her parents, sometimes mentioning that her parents wanted to meet him again, which always brought a smile to Harry's face. Harry hadn't mentioned anything about holy magic, only that he was spending more time studying than usual, quickly getting a letter from Hermione the following day, suggesting a mountain of books that would do good for him to read, according to her. Harry chuckled in amusement just thinking about it. After deciding to learn the spells, he had started from the easiest, and right now, he wanted to test some of the spells he had learned from the book. Aurea Lux, the words came out of his mouth. At the tip of his wand, a golden light started to form, growing in size, slowly looking like a ball made of light. Soon, it dispatched from the tip, and started floating in the room freely, almost looking like a small star floating in his room, brightening up the whole room in golden light. Harry hadn't noticed his eyes turning gold when he used the spell. A triumph smile formed on his lips. The spell was working, despite being a simple spell of simply casting a ball of light to brighten up a room or maybe a whole castle, it still worked. Good, let's try the other one, Harry said with clear excitement in his voice, thinking that he wanted the ball of light to disappear. It disappeared a second later as if it was never there. Turning to the book on his bed, the page changed on its own, his eyes reading the following spell almost in a hurry. Okay, Fumus, from the tip of his wand, a vast and thick smoke came out, engulfing the whole room in a few seconds, to the point that Harry couldn't see anything past half a meter, but despite the smoke around him, he still could breathe, almost as if the smoke didn't actually exist. He understood the spell could be used to confuse the enemy. Removing the smoke, Harry decided to use several other spells, one that showed him the parts with the most thermal heat around him. It wasn't really helpful. He tried one that made objects invisible, one that made things grow bigger and smaller, but nothing extraordinary, until he reached one that he knew just from the name that it was an offensive spell. Pointing at the door, he figured he could repair the door if it got destroyed by the spell. Insania percutiens, the moment he said those words, his wand was engulfed in a heat that almost burned his hand. From the tip of the wand, a bolt of red energy launched like a bolt of lightning, blowing away the door, before blowing the entire wall. As if it was made of paper, Harry gasped seeing the wall engulfed in a red flame, the spell still active and flying upwards, reaching hundreds of meters before exploding in bright red light, that caused anyone who looked at it to have a terrible headache for an entire minute, their eyes burning as if a fire was on their eyes. Reparo, Harry quickly said with worry and panic in his voice. He could only thank his luck that in front of his room was only an empty wall, not the room of someone who perhaps could have been at the wrong place at the wrong time. Despite his quick thinking, the apartment's owner soon reached his room. Despite everything looking normal, the man knew where the strange spell had come from. What was that boy? He questioned with a pointed look. His arms crossed against his chest. The boy felt small against the big man. Harry could only stay silent, knowing his actions were beyond reckless. He had quickly made his book invisible so the owner couldn't see them. I'm really sorry. I was quite reckless, Harry said with shame. Bowing his head a little, the man released a tired sigh, his eyes looking at the boy with a look of sadness. An hour later, he returned back to his room. Harry had not tried anything and had been sure the man would tell him to leave the apartment or perhaps call Professor Dumbledore. "You're a lucky boy that no one was injured, you can stay here. You need a proper home, but I don't want something like that again," the man said, strictly pointing his index finger at him, making Harry straight up before thanking the man. "Thank you. This won't be repeated." "No problem. I have been young as well," the man replied with a little smile before leaving his room. Harry spent the rest of the week training, but only doing small things, nothing that could cause damage. He trained using several defensive spells, like Armature Aurea, Circulus Aurum, and many others. Surprisingly, he didn't get a visit from Professor Dumbledore, despite being sure that the old professor must have heard about his little stunt. Because he needed space to train his spells, Harry decided to train outside for his more powerful spells, but nothing crazy that could accidentally injure someone. Thankfully, the book stated that the Ministry couldn't detect the use of holy magic, therefore, he could do any spell he wanted as long as he didn't do anything stupid. Leaving his room, Harry passed through the streets of Diagon Alley. He quickly noticed a massive group of people buying the newest newspaper, more than usual. He briefly wondered if something had happened but decided to ignore it. That wasn't his business, he thought, not noticing that every newspaper had the same big title on the front. The mantra repeated endlessly in Sirius' head, "I'm innocent," keeping him sane, stopping him from wailing in despair like the rest of the inmates, though he had no happy memories left. "I'm innocent." He couldn't remember what James looked like, the sound of his laughter, even though he knew they had been closer than brothers. "I'm innocent." He could only remember James's anger when he had, in his stupidity, almost killed Snape, and, worst of all, revealed Remus, conditioned to their enemy. "My fault, all my fault." He could remember when he had found James and Lily dead and little Harry, his godson, who he had promised to protect at all cost, futilely trying to wake his dead mother up. Harry, who, even when it had seemed all was lost, could make him smile, laugh, and hope for a better future. He could only think of where Harry might be going and how he would be treated there. "I'm sorry." He knew that Harry would grow up thinking that he had been responsible for his parents' deaths. He knew that Harry was lost to him forever. Sirius broke down, crying. He once again changed to his dog form and his thoughts, although not happy, were simpler. He thought with an animal's mind of hunger and pain, and the raw wound that was the death of his friends seemed just a little easier to bear. He whined at the meager rations he had been given, but he did not feel the chill of the Dementors. "I'm innocent." Most prisoners give up on food as their will to live diminishes, but Sirius had been determined to stay alive in the hope that he might be released, and his innocence proved. "I'm innocent," but now many years had passed, and he was no closer to freedom. He was giving up, eating less and less often, and getting weaker and thinner. It didn't seem to matter so much now whether he was guilty or innocent. He had lost his grasp on reality more than once, and sometimes he thought that he might actually be guilty, that he might have betrayed Lily and James. He was tortured by the thought far into he spent more and more time as a dog, enjoying the little freedom it gave him. A dog knows nothing of guilt and innocence. The days, the weeks, the month, and the years dragged on, merging into one long nightmare. There were Dementors stationed at all the doors in the building. Just one step into this place and everything around you turns cold inside you. You do not think that you will ever be happy again in your life. There is one wizard on guard. He stands against the wall, checking his watch every few minutes. He is only there to escort Cornelius Fudge, the Minster of Magic, around during his inspection of Azkaban. The place holds many prisoners, most did horrible things, and most were already insane. But one prisoner, one special prisoner, is the one he's going to pay attention to today. His name happens to be Sirius Black. How long have I been here? 10, 11, 12, 13 years has it been already. Why am I still sane, or as sane as I could be? How could Peter betray them? How could he betray all of us? Sirius thought. James and Lily were still hard to think about for Sirius. How could he do this to everyone? We were best friends. No, we were brothers. Looking back now, Peter did seem a little distant during the end of the 6th year and the whole 7th year. And I admit it, James and I probably should not have picked on him so much. But he was still like my brother. He was like my brother. Not anymore. Oh great, the Dementors are back. Who did they want this time? Sirius thought. These thoughts were always in his head. Sirius would think over and over, seeing if he did something else or what if he did this. For what else could Sirius think about? What about their son Harry? I was the godfather. I am supposed to raise Harry. Not be locked up in a cell. He would be about 13 now, wouldn't he? Poor James and Lily, they will never see their son grow up. Right then, Cornelius Fudge walked by Sirius' cell. Checking up on prisoners, is he? Maybe he should make sure everyone in Azkaban is guilty. Then again, I am guilty of their deaths. Well, half guilty. I did not sell them to Voldemort. If only I did not tell Lily and James to switch secret keepers with Peter. Sirius thought. What is Fudge holding? Sirius stood up and walked to the bars of his cell. He reached for the newspaper. Better watch out, Fudge. That Black might steal your paper. The guard escorting Fudge said. Thank you for the warning, Phil, but Black here can have the paper. I do not have a use for it anymore. Cornelius Fudge said. He handed Sirius the paper and headed on his way to finishing his inspection of Azkaban. Sirius took the paper. Ministry of Magic Employee Scoops Grand Prize. Arthur Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office at the Ministry of Magic, has won the annual Daily Prophet Grand Prize Galleon Draw. A delight, Mr. Weasley told the Daily Prophet, we will be spending the gold on a summer holiday in Egypt, where our eldest son, Bill, works as a curse breaker for Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The Weasley family will be spending a month in Egypt, returning for the start of the new school year at Hogwarts, which 5 Weasley children currently attend. Also on the paper was a picture of the Weasley family. In the photo, standing in front of a giant pyramid, were Mrs. Weasley and all 6 of their children. The thing that caught Sirius's eye was the rat on the boy in the middle of the photo's shoulder. From all the times I have seen Peter transform, that has to be him. Even his finger is missing. It says that 5 of the kids are going to Hogwarts. The 2 kids in the photo right there are too old, which means that the boy with the rat is going to Hogwarts. That means Peter is going to Hogwarts too. He is going to be near Harry. To think what he might do if Voldemort ever came back or gave a sign saying he was gaining power. I have to get out of here and kill that rat. Sirius thought. The Dementors came by to give Sirius his food and to case some more happiness out of his soul. But this time, Sirius did not feel the Dementor's presence, for Sirius was only thinking of a way to escape. A way to save Harry and kill that rat of a friend Peter. With that, Sirius fell asleep. The guard Phil and Minster Fudge had just finished with their inspection of Azkaban. They passed Sirius' cell on the way out. He's at Hogwarts. They froze. Fudge turned around to look at Sirius' cell. Again Sirius said, he's at Hogwarts. Fudge looked closer to see that Sirius was asleep and holding the newspaper page he had given him earlier. He's at Hogwarts. Sirius said that over and over in his sleep. Black is talking in his sleep. He must be going mad. Why is he talking about Harry Potter? It is nothing. For what was Black going to do? Escape Azkaban and kill Harry Potter himself and become the next you-know-who? Like that would ever happen. Fudge thought. Then Fudge walked back with the guard out of Azkaban and apparated back to his warm, happy home far away from the horrible prison. Tomorrow. Sirius woke up the following day with his neck cramped. I have got to stop sleeping in these uncomfortable positions. Sirius thought as he moved his neck around. Today is the day I escape. Where will I go, though? I do not think Remus will open his arms and invite me to stay at his house, and I am pretty sure Andromeda would also turn me in. Andromeda probably told her daughter, what was her daughter's name again? I go with Tonks. She probably would tell Tonks to call the Aurors if I escaped and came to her house. I guess I will have to wing it. That sounds like something bad is going to happen. I just hid in a cave. No one will even find me anyway. They would be able to find me, but I would be a dog, so they would not know it was me. God, this is exciting. Time to put my plan into action. Let's hope it works. Sirius thought as he stuffed the newspaper into his robes. Sirius then turned into his animagus form Padfoot. He looked like a grim dog. You know, if the Minster was smart, he would have human guards stationed at Azkaban, not just when people are visiting. Or he should at least have them tested to see if they were illegal animagus, but hey, when has the Ministry ever done something smart? I mean, don't they know that all the prisoners that go to Azkaban without a trial are probably innocent or at least, in my case, half innocent? Padfoot thought as he roamed down the hallway of Azkaban, looking for an escape route. Too bad, they do not have a sign that says, escape route for prisoners escaping. Straight down the hallway, then to your right. Wouldn't that make my life easier? So it is bad enough that the ministry does not check to see if there are any illegal animagus, but having blind guards that can only feel fear of humans is kind of stupid. Not that I am complaining, though. It just makes my escape easier. Padfoot roamed around, looking for some kind of sign that pointed toward an exit. There was a window at the end of the hallway. Padfoot ran towards it. He put his front paws on the window edge and looked out. Not more than a 50-feet drop. I would land in water, very deep water. Man, I wish my animagus was a flying creature. Then Padfoot did one of the stupidest things in his life, and he did many stupid things. He pushed his back paws off of the ground and jumped off of the ledge, and fell into the water. Padfoot hit the water with a huge force. He made a big swash. Cold. This water is cold. Man, I did not expect it to be this cold. Where is Azkaban Station in the middle of the Arctic Ocean? Is that even near London? Maybe I should have paid more attention to school instead of flirting with girls. Padfoot thought. Which direction do I swim? I go this direction. Padfoot started swimming toward the setting sun. About an hour later, Padfoot was having serious thoughts about the direction he picked. Man, I knew I picked the wrong direction. Hey, what is that up ahead? Padfoot narrowed his eyes to get a better look. Oh, it is just an island getting closer. Yes, finally land. Swim, my little feet swim. Padfoot swam up on shore and looked around. Okay, now I need to find some food. This is why you do not wing things. And what was that? Padfoot looked at the bush that moved. All of a sudden, a rabbit came out. This is my one and only chance. Do not screw it up. With that, Padfoot ran straight at the rabbit as fast as his little feet would carry him. No, the rabbit is getting away. Faster legs, faster. Almost there, just a few more feet, then you will have a nice looking rabbit. Yes, I caught it. After chasing the rabbit, Padfoot cornered it and caught it. Now, how do I kill it? An hour later, after Padfoot had switched back to Sirius, Sirius had finally found out how to kill his little rabbit. Of course, he did it as painlessly as he could as a dog anyway. Sirius decided to start a fire. I do not think my stomach can handle raw meat right now. Sirius thought. Now, how the hell do you start a fire? Why don't they teach this at Hogwarts and not the boring lessons? If I ever come out of this experience alive, I will teach a class at Hogwarts called, How to Escape from Azkaban and Fend for Yourself While You Are on the Run. It would teach those kids a lot. Rabbit is burning, Sirius thought as he took the rabbit off the fire and ate the rabbit. Now all I need is a good night's sleep and start my journey to Hogwarts. Maybe I could see Harry on the way. With that, Sirius went under a tree and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Magic, Sirius Black has escaped Azkaban. A wizard yelled. What do you mean? Fudge asked, hoping that what the wizard said was a lie. I was checking to see if any prisoners had died like I always do. When I left, I noticed that Black had not touched his food. Normally his food is all gone. Down to the last crumb. I went to see what was up with him, and he was gone. The guard yelled. That is impossible. No one has ever escaped Azkaban. Fudge said. Well, Black has. We must alert the newspaper. Get everyone notified. We have to tell everyone that Black is on the loose. Fudge yelled as he ran to tell the Daily Prophet, leaving the whole ministry in panic. Sirius woke up the following day feeling better than he had in a long time. Sirius turned into Padfoot and started heading on the path to the small Muggle town nearby. I wonder if the guards at Azkaban know I am gone yet. Probably not. Where is Harry anyway? Oh, I remember. He is with his aunt and uncle. He should be living with me. I have got to think before I act. Stupid Peter. They better have treated him right. They live in Little Winging, don't they? Lily never really talked about them. Maybe I will stop at their house on my way to Hogwarts. Padfoot thought as he walked down into the town. As he entered the village, the first thing he saw was a wanted sign. So it looks like they did find out. I guess the ministry is not that stupid after all. Padfoot walked up to the wanted sign. Does my hair really look that bad? I look like a vampire, a blood king vampire. I am going to need some serious therapy when this is over with. I mean, look at my hair. Padfoot forced himself to look away from the wanted sign. He started walking down the street when his stomach rumbled. I am hungry. Maybe there is some food place around here that is willing to feed strays. Padfoot walked down the street looking for a food shop. At the end of the street, he saw a donut shop. He started walking towards it. Maybe the shop owner will give me a donut. I have not had a donut in a while. I haven't actually had real food in about 12 years. Prison food KS. Padfoot stopped in front of the donut shop. He barked twice. The owner came out. The owner was an old man around his late 50s and early 60s. He looked around to see who made the noise when he saw Padfoot. What a cute little dog. I used to have a dog once. You look hungry. Wait right there, the owner said. Hooked, line, and sinker. I am so good, Padfoot thought as the shop owner came back. Here is my famous doggy bone donut, the owner said as he threw the donut at Padfoot. Padfoot started eating it. Crunchy, I wonder what is in this. Gross. Dog treat. Why do muggles give dogs these horrible bone-shaped treats? They are not even good. Padfoot thought as he ate the treat. Oh well, it is better than nothing. Now, you take care, the owner said as he went back into the shop. Padfoot started roaming around the streets. He was about to head back to his cave when he felt a collar snap around his neck. He turned around to see who had put the collar on him. He saw an old lady who looked to be in her late 70s and early 80s. She had gray hair and was wearing a pale blue summer dress. She was holding a red leash that was connected to the red collar she put around his neck. Hello, you must be a stray. My name is Anna Jenkins, the old lady said. Oh shit, she better not do what I think she is going to do, Padfoot thought. The lady bent down to pet Padfoot. Woo, you stink. Let's go to my house and give you a bath. So Padfoot was dragged to the old lady's house. As he entered the house, though, he got a surprise. The old lady had posters and life-size cardboard stand-ups of people. There were all these action figures all over the room. There was also a green stick coming out of a cylinder container thingy. What in the world is all this muggle stuff? Padfoot thought. Since you do not have a name, I will call you Miss Tutu. Miss Jenkins said. Miss Tutu. What the foo? Can't she see I am a boy? Padfoot thought. I see you looking around the room. The thing you are looking at right now is a green lightsaber. All the other stuff is posters and action figures of, done. Star Wars. Do not worry. I am sure that you and Star Wars will be the best of friends within the next week. Next week, I have to get to Hogwarts. Not watch some stupid movie. Padfoot thought. I will put you in the living room and have you watch the first movie while I make dinner. Miss Jenkins put in the movie and started it, then left to make dinner. Well, I could at least watch the movie for her until she feeds me, Padfoot thought. So Padfoot laid down on the carpet and started watching the movie Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. Halfway through the movie, he started getting really into it. During the ending scenes, he was anticipating what was going to happen when the movie paused. He barked. Miss Tutu, you can watch the rest of the movie after dinner, Miss Jenkins said. She put down a food bowl in front of Padfoot. Inside was wet dog food. Well, serious thought. James always said the world wasn't complete until you tried new things. Padfoot put his head near the food. The wet dog food smell made Padfoot lose his appetite. Now, Miss Tutu, you eat up, and we might even watch the third Star Wars before bed. Padfoot really wanted to finish the movie and was curious to see the next. But he remembered that he needed to find his nephew, not watch some movies about space pirates. 1 week later, when Padfoot woke up the following day, he heard something. It was laughter. He strained his eyes and looked at the direction the noise was coming from. There was a little park, and kids were playing. He walked over. As he came out of the woods, he noticed a fat boy with his fat friends tormenting a little girl. He started to growl. He walked near the boys and the little girl. One of the fat friends noticed him. They pointed. The fattest boy muttered to his friends something, and they scattered. The little girl turned around and stared at the Padfoot. Thank you, she said and put her hand in her dress pocket. She was wearing a red dress with gold socks. She had brown hair tied back into pigtails. She had brown skin and looked frightened. She brought out half of a ham sandwich. You can have it. She threw the sandwich at Padfoot. He ate it in one gulp. The child ran away. Padfoot tilted his head. He went back into the woods and lay down. He never noticed when he fell asleep. He woke with a sudden feeling of heat on his chest. What's happening? He thought, looking around, but couldn't see anything to make him worry. Sirius stood up and looked up at the far distance. There was a boy walking, looking bored. Sirius was about to ignore him when he got closer, his face more visible. Despite being so many years, he recognized his friend's son. They were identical, almost uncanny. Without thinking twice, Sirius ran towards him. The moment he reached him, the boy turned to look him straight in the eye. Sirius's breath was almost taken away, his eyes were like lilies. He remembered her eyes, despite being so long. "Hello there, my name is Harry, who are you?" Harry said with a smile. For the last week, every night, he had been away from his apartment in order to train in his more advanced spells and to make sure no one would catch him doing that. He didn't worry much about anyone replicating them since no wizard can use a holy magic spell without having the needed magical power. A normal wizard could say and try to do the spells all day long, but they would never achieve anything. Harry had started using a less lethal spell than the one back at the apartment. This one simply launched a yellow bolt like lightning to the sky before disappearing. Harry didn't feel anything different. He then used it on a tree. Sanguise. For a few seconds, nothing happened until the tree started decaying right in front of him. The skin hardened as if there was no water inside before falling off and turning to ash. The wood started changing color, turning grayer. The leaves were losing color as if they were in the autumn before falling off. Soon branches started falling off on their own, until the whole tree started cracking like glass, letting out cracking sounds, slowly splitting in two as it fell on the ground. Harry was left speechless when what was left of the tree slowly turned to ash as if someone had just burned it, leaving nothing behind. The entire tree to the core was turned to ash, leaving behind an empty hole in the ground where the tree had been. Harry had crouched and touched the ash. It was warm, but it just slipped from his fingertips like water, leaving no signs behind. For a brief moment, he wondered what this spell would do to a human body, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He didn't want to use this kind of spell on anyone. He had then used several other spells, a barrier spell that blocked everything from coming in. He found it surprising that the barrier was golden color, forming a golden circle around Harry with 5 meters diameter, with weird symbols created on the ground. Harry had walked outside of the barrier before sending a spell toward it from outside. It resulted in the spell being absorbed from the barrier and the size of the barrier itself growing to 6 meters in diameter. The book explained that the color of the barrier and holy spells, in general, depended on the wizard's magical abilities. Soon he tried other spells, offensive and defensive spells, but one that caught his attention right away was Kylum Orium. The book explained that it used the magical ability to create a set of wings behind the wizard's back for a short time. The wings looked made of gold. The spell used the holy spell inside Harry to create wings and everything Harry wanted as long as he could. It was one of the most costing spells in the books. As soon as he wasn't using the wings anymore, they would disappear as if they had never existed. Harry, loving the feeling of flying, had tried to do the spells without thinking twice. Holding the book in his right hand, he closed his eyes, trying to focus, knowing he needed to think of what he wanted to create before doing it. As he thought of the wings, he spoke the spell. Kylum Orium. The moment he said that, his whole body was engulfed in warmth, as if a fire had just ignited on his chest, spreading around his body. Every finger, muscle, and vein felt on fire, yet, Harry didn't feel pain as he tried to focus on what he wanted. For a whole minute, nothing happened until a pair of golden wings started forming behind his back, but as soon as the wings formed, Harry suddenly felt the warmth disappearing. His breathing got harder as if he suddenly had a brick in his throat, making it harder to breathe. The trees around started spinning wildly, his wings dispelled as the ground roughly moved towards him. For what felt like hours, Harry couldn't understand where he was. He could hardly feel his limbs. Soon he came to his senses, from his toe to his head, feeling the grass tickling his face. Harry remembered where he was. He couldn't tell how long it had been but didn't care. He needed to return back to his apartment. His hands moved, forcing himself to stand. As soon as he tried to use strength, his arms gave up. His face landed on the ground. Harry felt as if he had just run a marathon, and he was hungry. Very hungry. The thought of returning to his warm bed and eating dinner gave him enough force to stand up. His breathing labored. After 10 minutes of catching his breath, he grabbed his book and his wand and walked away, hoping no one was looking for him, despite being in the middle of the night. Harry could tell from the position of the half-moon in the sky. Harry kept walking when his eyes landed on a black dog standing on the other side of the street. "Hello there, my name is Harry, who are you?" Harry said with a smile as the dog moved closer to him. In front of him stood a large black dog. He was a bit larger than a normal one, but he seemed normal to Harry. Harry looked at his eyes. For a moment, he felt as if he had seen his eyes before. Kneeling to his level, he patted him around his ears. The dog seemed to enjoy it, making Harry smile. He hated that he had no food to give to him. "What are you doing here, good boy?" Harry questioned, smiling. The dog was licking his hand, making him tickle. He thought of perhaps taking him to his apartment. He had enough space for a dog, and he doubted Hedwig would be against it. But then he noticed how he was acting. It made him wonder if the dog belonged to a magical family. "Where is your owner?" Harry questioned, looking at the dog, who had a downcast look, looking at his paws. Harry figured his owners either abandoned him, or something had happened to them. Harry was about to ask him if he wanted him to come along with him when the dog suddenly stood up. Harry suddenly noticed the changes on dog's movement. At first, he moved as if he was hurt. Now, he felt different. Harry stood up, taking a step back from the dog. The boy was about to say something when Harry felt something behind his head. Fully turning around, two wizards suddenly showed up in front of him. Harry could tell from their uniforms they were Aurors. What are they doing here? The first Auror was a grizzled older man that was scarred heavily and appeared to have some strange fake eye in place of the real one. He was dressed in what appeared to be some type of uniform robe. The other Auror was a beautiful young woman with pink hair and the same uniform robe. Harry felt heat on his chest when his eyes landed on her. For some reason, he found her quite good-looking and appealing to his eyes. His eyes briefly glanced at her curves, but he quickly got over himself, mentally beating himself for looking at a woman that way. "Who are you?" Harry questioned, pulling out his wand. He knew they were Aurors, but he knew the chances of a Death Eater trying to fool him with polyjuice. His wand moved away from his hand before he even had time to react. The one-eyed guy now was holding his wand in his hand, showing it to him. Harry knew he could take it back. Focusing on it, the wand tried to fly at Harry's hand, but the man had a very good grip on it. But before he could try something else, the attractive girl took a step forward. "Calm down, Harry Potter. We are not here to hurt you. We are Aurors, and we are here to protect you," she said, her voice relaxing Harry a bit, who turned his attention back to the one-eyed guy. "Forgive me, I didn't know I was under any protection." Harry questioned with skepticism, still a bit tense, especially since he didn't have his wand in his hands. "You're now, Mr. Potter. My name is Alistair Moody, and she is Nymphadora Tonks." The man introduced himself before throwing the wand back at Harry, who made it fly to his hand. Harry noticed the beautiful woman's hair turned from pink to red when he said her name, along with a scowl escaping her mouth. The woman turned to Harry before extending her hand. "Call me Tonks," she said with a smile. That Harry found beautiful. Now that she was closer, he could smell her perfume, and he quite liked it before shaking her hand. The moment he touched her hand, he felt a sudden jolt of electricity spread through his body. He found her hand very soft as Hermione's hands. His thumb briefly caressed the top of her hand before pulling away. Harry didn't notice that Tonks had also felt the same thing, taking her by surprise. Now that she looked at his face, she could see he was quite handsome, especially his green eyes. "Calm down, Tonks, don't think such thoughts in front of your boss," she thought, forcing her attention to turn to her boss, who didn't seem to have noticed they shook hands a bit longer than necessary, or if he did, he didn't comment on it. "Good to meet you, Mr. Potter," Moody said, walking up to him, shaking hands. Harry found his hand rough before pulling away. "Why are you here to protect me?" Harry questioned, wanting to know if anything happened that he wasn't aware of, and he wouldn't be surprised if something happened since he had been spending his time getting better at using holy magic. "Have you read the newspaper?" Tonks questioned with a more friendly tone compared to her boss. "Not really, I have been busy preparing for my third year," Harry explained, which was half a truth. "Well, Sirius Black, a Death Eater, has escaped from Azkaban and where he has been seen." He's looking for you, Mr. Potter. The ministry sent us to watch your back and make sure he doesn't catch you alone until school. During the school, Nymphadora don't call me that. She interrupted him with a shout, her hair turning red as she screamed at his face. Moody simply ignored her. As I was saying, during school, she will be inside the school, and she will be one of the many Aurors in the school this year. You are free to tell her whenever you need anything. Are we clear, Mr. Potter? Moody explained, his fake eye looking directly at Harry, making the latter feel uneasy. He swallowed a huge breath. His eyes turned golden without Harry noticing. I understand it, Harry said with a nod, but his mind was elsewhere. Sirius Black. That name was mentioned in my father's message for me, but he talked as if Sirius was a good friend of my family. They even let him take care of me when my parents were out. Harry thought, soon a million questions on his mind. He couldn't understand why his parents would associate themselves with a Death Eater unless his parents didn't know about Sirius's true intentions. Harry noticed that the two Aurors in front of him mentioned nothing of Sirius Black being a friend of his parents, and he doubted they simply forgot to bring up that piece of information. They're keeping it hidden from me, Harry concluded, visibly distraught, but he quickly decided not to ask them. Perhaps there was a good reason for it, and he could easily find out on his own. Very well, Mr. Potter. Now, I want you to choose a question, and the answer is something only the three of us will know. In case we need to make sure the one in front of us is the real one, Moody explained, his voice commanding, looking at the two of them. Tonks rolled her eyes from the way his fake eye would look at things. Yes sir, Harry said before thinking of something and quickly knowing what the question should be. The question is, what I found in the Chamber of Secrets, and the answer is a basilisk, Harry decided. His words took Tonks by surprise, while Moody didn't even move an eyebrow. If he was surprised by the information, he did a good job hiding it. Good enough. If I ask you and you get it wrong, I will hex first and ask questions second, Moody explained seriously. Both Tonks and Harry nodded in understanding. Very well, let's leave, Moody said as he started walking away, but Harry quickly turned around to see if the dog was still there, but he was nowhere to be seen. Strange. He thought a thick fog was just several meters in front of him. He found the way the dog had acted quite strange, but Tonks' voice made him turn to them. Come on, Potter. What are you waiting for? She shouted. Harry nodded and walked towards them without looking back. Tomorrow. Harry had woken up early in the morning last night after arriving back at his apartment. He had ordered food and ended up eating what amounted to an entire day's worth of food, surprising Tonks, who had been having a small talk with him. Now, he was drinking tea with her in a nearby shop. Well, Harry was drinking tea, and Tonks was drinking some kind of beer. Harry had also ordered enough food for himself and Tonks. Moody had allowed them to go out but only during specific times of day, and they were to be out there only for 2 hours before returning. If they didn't return in time, he would personally search for them along with a group of Aurors. Tonks was currently entertaining young Harry with stories of her time at Hogwarts, but she doubted her stories were as entertaining as his. She hadn't heard much, all she knew was briefly what her mother told her and the reports in the ministry. He spoke briefly of what happened at the end of the first year about Professor Quirrell and how Voldemort had used him. Such a shame. Professor Quirrell wasn't a bad one, Tonks murmured with a little shrug when Harry finished his story before taking a sip of tea from his cup. Tonks, have you ever played Quidditch? Harry questioned right as the waiter brought them the food. Boiled eggs with roasted bread and a glass of milk. Never really into it, found the sport not that entertaining and a bit too dangerous, but I'm a metamorphagus, Tonks explained with a little smile and proud of being one. Harry couldn't help but think that her smile was cute. A what? Harry asked, not knowing what a metamorphagus was as he took a bite of roasted bread, following it with boiled eggs. Instead of answering, Tonks' mouth suddenly changed into a duck's beak, taking Harry by surprise. How did you do that? He asked right away. He knew what an animagus was, but he hadn't heard that wizards who could turn into an animal could turn only parts of their bodies. Professor McGonagall, for example, could turn into a cat, but she can't turn only a part of her body as far as Harry knew. Tonks chuckled at his face, finding it very funny, her mouth turning back to normal. I'm a metamorphagus, Harry. I can change into whatever I want. She explained, taking a sip of beer before eating breakfast. Really? Can I become a metamorphagus? Harry quickly asked, leaning closer from his chair. Tonks chuckled, almost spitting out food from her mouth. She quickly swallowed what was in her mouth before drinking beer again, wiping away what was left on her lips with her napkin, her tongue wetting her red lips. She briefly noticed that Harry seemed to like the last thing she did. You can't, Harry, metamorphagus is something you were born with, not something you can learn, she explained softly, hoping her words wouldn't hurt his confidence, but Harry simply kept his bright smile on his face. He didn't seem bothered by her words. Harry briefly remembered the dog from last night. He didn't know why, but something felt off with him. His attention quickly turned to Tonks. You will be in Hogwarts this year, that will make the year go much faster, Harry said before closing his mouth with his hand, unsure where that came from. Shut up, Potter, Harry thought, beating himself mentally for that. Tonks leaned closer, arching an eyebrow with interest. Oh, and why is that, Harry? She questioned with a teasing tone, enjoying this side of Harry. Well, your company and beauty will make even Professor Snape's class go fast, Harry said slyly with a huge blush on his cheeks before slapping his mouth shut, earning a laugh from the witch, a burst of laughter that Harry enjoyed hearing. Oh, didn't know you were so charming, Harry, she said teasingly, with a bright smile on her beautiful face. I try my best, Harry stuttered out, completely embarrassed, his voice barely a whisper, now only looking at his plate of food, not bearing to look at Tonks, who burst out laughing at his voice and face. After 10 minutes, they had calmed down. Well, Tonks was still giving Harry looks that embarrassed him. After breakfast, Harry had eaten enough to feed 2 grown adults. Tonks noticed and made a mental note to ask her parents later. Harry paid for the food despite Tonks protesting about it. Leaving the place, the streets were full of people. Despite being 1 month until the new year of school started, parents had already arrived with their children to buy important school items, books, a pet, and everything else needed. Tonks, how did you find out that you were metamorphagus? Harry questioned. The witch explained that her parents had seen the first signs when she was 3 years, she had been crying, and her pink hair had turned red. I think your hair is beautiful, whatever color they are, Harry murmured, but noticed how Tonks stopped walking and looked at him with a sly smirk, tilting her head to the side. Did you hear that? Harry questioned, fearing the answer. Hear, what? She asked with the most innocent voice she could muster. Harry gulped, seeing no way out of this one. He wasn't sure what to say, his head already in turmoil, soon deciding to act as if he had no idea what they were even talking about. Nothing. Let's go to the shop, Harry said in a hurry, walking forward, quicking his walking pace, not daring to look back at the witch. Pretty sure she was laughing behind him. Arriving at the shop, the place was booming with people. Harry just needed to buy the tools he needed for his spells. Tonks was standing right behind him, her hand grasping her wand, her eyes looking around for any danger. Harry noticed how tense she was. His green eyes turned gold as he focused his magic on his body. Now, he could feel that Tonks was the only person in the whole shop who was tense. He didn't know, but from what he felt, he doubted anyone around was trying to harm him. His eyes turned back to normal green before addressing Tonks. Don't worry, Tonks. I doubt we are in danger here. How about I buy you something? Do you want anything? He suggested with a little smile the witch was growing to like, and she hated herself for it. Letting out a long sigh, her shoulders slumped down, relaxing a little before turning to Harry, who had the same bloody smile. Very well, but I'm buying with my own money, but thank you anyway, Tonks said, walking past Harry, who got a good look at her from behind. What the hell is happening to me? Stupid Harry, he mentally cursed his eyes and his damn hormones. Sirius Black. He didn't know what had happened to him. His godson had been right there, why didn't he do anything? Sirius didn't know and wasn't sure what to even think. His godson most likely cursed his name every night for existing. He knew if he showed himself, the moment his godson understood who he was, he would probably capture and bring him to the authorities, or maybe even straight up kill him without hesitation. Sirius barely had any energy left, even his godson could probably beat him. Sirius quickly dismissed the dark thought of Harry killing him for now. He knew he needed help to capture that rat, and from all the people he knew, there was only one person he could think of. He knew Lupin was out there, but he didn't know where he lived anymore and didn't really have time to track him down. He needed to move fast before he was captured and thrown into the Azkaban. This time he wouldn't be able to escape. After days Sirius finally reached his destination, the woman who could help capture the rat and prove his innocence. Sirius watched his cousin Andromeda's house at night. He watched Andy's daughter walk in and out of the Tonks house. The Metamorphagus didn't stay long, she came by from time to spend time with her mother. He heard the daughter mentioning Harry quite a few times. He wasn't sure what her relationship with his godson was, but he was relieved to know that Andy's daughter seemed to be a friend of Harry. From the information that Sirius had heard, Nymphadora had become an Auror. This could be advantageous for him. If he managed to catch Pettigrew, he could prove his innocence and thus raise Harry. After 3 days of spying on the steps of Ted and his daughter, Sirius found an opportunity. Ted left his home every day at 8 in the morning, and he didn't return until 10 at night. Sirius waited until noon to enter the Tonks property. There were no protection rooms, and the Tonks lived a normal life in the suburbs of Hampshire. Andromeda must have thought that everything was fine after the fall of Voldemort. Sirius walked quietly to the backyard of the house. He was risking too much being here. Andromeda could curse him and call her daughter, but Sirius had to ask for help. He couldn't catch the rat by himself. Afraid of what might happen next, Sirius undid his invisibility spell. Sirius slid open the sliding door to the house. His footsteps were silent, like his dog form. Sirius could hear the sounds coming from the kitchen. Sirius's heart was beating furiously as he walked into the kitchen. When Sirius entered the kitchen, he saw his cousin Andromeda sitting with her back to Sirius. This was the time, it was now or never. "Long time no see, Andy," Sirius spoke from behind his cousin. Andromeda jumped immediately. Sirius raised his hand, hoping to show her that he wasn't dangerous, and the next thing Sirius knew was everything spinning and the floor rushing towards him. "Dear Harry, happy birthday. I hope this letter gets to you this year, along with the presents of course. I can't believe I'm going another year without seeing you on your birthday. Hedwig's been brilliantly quiet, so my mum and dad haven't suspected anything at all, which is very good. That sort of explains one of my gifts, I suppose. If you followed the envelope's instructions, you'd have opened this before the presents. I have left a little note inside of each parcel explaining why I got you them, as I didn't want to spoil them all for you. I know we've not had much of the holidays yet, but I already really miss you. Fingers crossed, the rest of the summer goes quickly. Enjoy your birthday. Love, Hermione. P.S. Open the presents from biggest to smallest. P.P.S. Mind the largest present, it's fragile." Harry read the letter for what must have been the millionth time since his birthday. He could remember clearly opening the presents she had gotten him. Following Hermione's instructions, he had opened the largest parcel first. Under the paper, he had found a baby blue-colored box. Carefully opening it, Harry found a delicious round chocolate cake with Arlette icing all over it. On the top, the words "Happy Birthday, Harry." Tilda Love Hermione had been carefully piped in banana-flavored yellowy gold icing, along with a yellow orb which Harry took to be a smiley face and a white blob he assumed was meant to be Hedwig. The note inside the box confirmed only one of his assumptions. "I'm so sorry the pictures are bad, I've never iced anything before. The yellow one is meant to be a golden snitch, and the white thing at the bottom was Hedwig, but they didn't turn out too great. I made the cake the other day when my parents were at work. It's actually quite fun, breaking the rules." Harry had chuckled at her while opening the next present. He found a brand new pair of leather seeker gloves with a note that read, "I noticed that your pair were getting quite small, so I thought you could do with some new ones. They're supposed to be better at conserving heat, but I'm not sure how good they'll be." The next present was a brush about the size of Harry's hand. For a moment, Harry was rather confused. Why on earth would he need a hairbrush? Maybe Hermione was trying to tell him something. But then Harry had read the note, "It's not for you, it's for Hedwig. May you enjoy her grooming as much as she does." This time, Harry laughed at himself for being so thick. The penultimate gift was rectangular in shape and reasonably solid. Harry guessed it was a book. He was correct. Harry did not, however, guess that it was a chess book. Upon seeing its name and author, Harry laughed so loudly that Moody walked inside, asking if anything was wrong. The book was titled, A Beginner's Guide to Chess by Anne Knight. Ingenious, Harry had thought to himself, completely mad. The note Hermione had left with it said, "I apologize for the pun, but I had a look through it, and it seemed rather helpful. I hope that it enables you to beat Ron at least once." Finally, Harry had unwrapped a small bottle with a cork on the top. Inside the bottle, he noticed, was a tiny curled-up piece of parchment. On the bottle's side was a sticker saying, "Open when all seems lost," in Hermione's swirly handwriting. He slipped it into his pocket before reading the note. "If you ever feel lost or alone, open the bottle for advice. There is, of course, a little bit of magic to it. See if you can figure it out. Have a wonderful birthday." After that, Harry really did. "Thanks," Harry said, wiping away tears from his eyes. Ron had sent him gifts as well, amongst them was a sweater with the letter H on top of it. Ron had also sent a couple of sweets that he said were made by his mother. Tonks had gifted him a wand holster, saying he needed one. Every great wizard had one. Despite not knowing each other for that long, she spent the entire day with him, bringing him to different shops and places he had never been before, and despite his protests the entire day, Tonks had spent the money instead of him, saying he needed money, and he was still young. At the end of the day, they shared a big hug that both enjoyed. "Now, here, girl," Harry said, giving Hedwig the letter he had written for Hermione and Ron. Giving her food, the owl looked pleased and happy before he jumped from the window, flying away. Harry looked at his flying figure with envy. It had been 3 weeks since he had tried to use wings, and so far, not much luck. He felt as if he was missing something but couldn't quite tell what. The wings would always dispel a few moments after he used the spell. At first, he had thought he was still not ready yet, but after weeks of constant failure, he was beginning to think that he was doing something wrong and not just him not being ready yet. His eyes turned to the open book on his bed. 2 weeks ago, he had been out with Tonks again. This time, he bought several books that explained wandless magic and how to use it. Harry knew such magic was very rare. The number of wizards throughout the entire history that could use wandless magic could be counted with the finger of one hand. Hell, not even someone like Dumbledore could use wandless magic. Tonks had asked why he needed to read about it. Harry simply said that he found it fascinating, not really saying that the reason was that he thought his holy magic couldn't be used well with a wand. Harry didn't want to be stuck in a situation where he would be without a wand and be defenseless again. He wanted to be able to fight even without one, and using wandless magic would be a good start. After purchasing the books, he buried himself in them. Even Tonks commented that he must really like reading about them. Since knowing her, their friendship had grown quite immensely, with her now acting with him more like a friend rather than a bodyguard. Harry hadn't felt the jolt of lightning again with her, but every time they shook hands or did anything involving touching her skin, he would feel as if his body was suddenly on fire, and he wasn't sure how to extinguish it, and not sure if he wanted to. Harry didn't know Tonks felt the same as him. Thankfully Moody never commented on it, and it seemed he didn't really care much about what they did as long as they didn't do anything stupid that could get them both in danger. Harry sat cross-legged on his bed, grabbing the book he put on his lap and changing the page of it. He briefly thought of the letter he sent to Hermione. After learning that he was living in an apartment, both Hermione and Ron offered for him to come and live in their houses if he wanted, but Harry kindly declined their offers. He didn't want to do his spells in places people could see him. He had nothing against it, but he still didn't know everything about holy magic yet, and there was still the danger of using a spell that might harm them. He wanted to have a good grasp on it before actually showing it to anyone. Harry had found himself thinking more of his bushy-haired friend and hated when his mind went to certain places he really wished it didn't, especially after his birthday. Harry wondered if this had anything to do with whatever happened that day in the Chamber of Secrets. He hadn't had any headaches since then, and while he was happy about it, he wanted to know if his body was going through changes that he didn't know about, other than becoming a teenager. Suddenly a knock on the door was heard, making Harry jump up a little. He had been too deep in his thoughts. "Harry, are you awake?" Tonks's voice was heard from the other side of the door. "Come in, Tonks," Harry said, inviting her in. He quickly grabbed his shirt from the floor, wearing it as the door opened. Tonks walked inside, not saying anything, which was strange. She closed the door before turning to look at Harry. "Harry, there's something I need to tell you about Sirius Black," she said, her voice sounding serious, unlike the playful one she usually had whenever she talked with Harry. "What about him?" Harry questioned, hoping she would tell him what Sirius's relationship was with his parents, but he noticed how nervous this Sirius Black topic was making the usually fun-loving woman. Sirius Black was put into Azkaban prison because he betrayed your parents to you-know-who, and the night you-know-who attacked your parents. Sirius was caught by his friend Peter, but then Sirius killed Peter Pettigrew, and 12 muggles. He was captured laughing like a madman after blowing up a street, which killed Peter and the muggles. All that was found of Peter was his pinky finger. Tonks explained with a sad gaze directed at Harry. Everyone thinks he's after you for what you did to his master. So that's who he was. If they entrusted me with him, they must have trusted him with their lives. Harry thought, feeling his anger rising. The walls started shaking as his eyes turned golden. What did he for Voldemort? Harry questioned angrily, standing up from the bed. Sirius was a good friend with your father when they were in Hogwarts. They were famous for their pranks. Some wizards still talk about them, about their pranks, and even Mother mentions just how close your father was with Sirius, almost like brothers. Tonks answered with a grimace. After that Halloween, everyone assumed Sirius had done it because he was from the Black family. They were known to be a dark family and supported you-know-who in his pureblood ideology. He was their friend. Why did he do it? Harry questioned angrily, his voice getting louder with every word he spat out. The furniture around the room started shaking violently as if answering to Harry's anger. No one knows, Harry, Tonks replied softly, trying to calm the young wizard down. Sirius was the only one who knew where your parents were hiding, and he told you-know-who their location. Tonks finished before gesturing for Harry to sit next to her. So he's trying to get revenge for what happened to Voldemort? Harry asked as he slowly made his way over to the bed and sat down. He was impressed to see that Tonks had barely flinched at hearing Voldemort's name. That's what Dumbledore and the Ministry thinks, Tonks said as she began rubbing his back soothingly. Harry unconsciously relaxed into her hand even while thinking about how he would tear Sirius to pieces. With his new power, he would use Sanguise on him to make sure there would be nothing left of him, nothing but ash. If he finds me, I will turn him to ash, Harry promised himself, but Tonks heard his words, still rubbing his back. You won't be alone, Harry. I will be there whenever you need support, she spoke softly. Her words made Harry feel relaxed entirely against her. After 10 minutes, which felt like seconds, Tonks pulled away from him despite liking the feeling of having him close. Her eyes briefly glanced at his green eyes before going down to his. Okay, Tonks, get a hold of yourself. Don't be stupid, and most importantly, don't be stupid, she thought, forcing herself to stand up from the comfortable bed. Forcing herself to look at the door, she suddenly had an idea of what to do and to perhaps lighten up the gloomy mood. Harry, how about we go outside? She offered, wanting to lighten up his mood. Harry quickly accepted before walking outside beside her. After telling Moody they were going outside for a few hours, the man told them not to get late and reminding them of the safety question. They were walking through a crowded area of Diagon Alley when Harry, a voice came from behind them. Harry turned around, startled, and turned around in time to be engulfed in a tight hug, almost making him fall on his butt. Oh, Harry, it is you. Hermione. It's so good to see you. Hermione beamed, and then she did something she had done only once before. She kissed at his cheek. Hermione. Harry protested, growing very red in the face, but no one was watching except for Tonks, of course, who was snickering. They both suddenly felt a jolt of electricity throughout their entire bodies. Harry's breath stuck in his throat, looking at her from up close, and she looked prettier than ever before. Who is she? They both turned to see Tonks looking at them with raised eyebrows. Ah, right. Hermione, this is Tonks. Tonks, this is Hermione, Harry said. Both girls shook hands. You are Hermione that Harry has been talking about all the time. Tonks exclaimed with an innocent grin. Harry blushed furiously, while Hermione looked pleased to hear that and wondered what Harry had said about her. Nothing bad, I hope, she said, elated. Only the good parts, Tonks replied, sending Harry a wink, making the poor boy turn red from embarrassment, looking down at his feet, not bearing it look at Hermione. Harry prayed someone would suddenly show up to save him from the embarrassment he felt when Harry, a voice shouted to Harry's left. He looked up to see Ron walking up to him, followed by what seemed almost the entire Weasley family. Ron, Harry exclaimed, surprised, first Hermione, now Ron. The day was just getting better. "How are you doing, mate?" Ron questioned, shaking hands when he noticed Hermione walking up to them with a woman he didn't recognize. "Wonderful to see you, Harry, my dear," Molly said, giving Harry a big hug. Stepping back, he turned towards the twins, who were both grinning like madmen. "It's good to see you, Harry," both exclaimed before slapping his shoulders. Harry greeted them back before shaking hands with Mr. Weasley. Percy simply gave him a look. "Harry, is good to see you," Ginny said slyly, stepping in front of Harry. Harry greeted her back. He turned around to see Tonks talking with Hermione in hushed tones. Whatever it was they were talking about, it was making Hermione nervous based on the way her body was pacing around, especially with the blush on her cheeks. Ron soon walked in front of Harry, asking how he had been, saying he was happy that he didn't need to live with his relatives anymore. "Is something happening between you and Hermione?" Ron suddenly asked in a hushed tone to his ears. Harry turned abruptly towards him, now blushing red. "What?" he exclaimed, not expecting that question. Ron simply gestured for him to keep his voice down. "Why would you think that?" Harry asked with a much lower tone that only Ron could hear. The latter snickered when he heard him. "Well, the way she hugged you. I doubt even her parents receive that kind of hug, and there's nothing wrong with it if you like her," Rob said with a little shrug, not seeing why Harry was kinda overreacting. "What about you then?" Harry questioned, turning the topic to Ron, not answering what Ron asked him, something the ginger boy noticed but didn't comment on it. "I'm not sure yet," Ron said with a little shrug, looking around, trying to see if anyone was eavesdropping on them. "Lavender is not that bad looking. I'm hoping Hermione can perhaps introduce me to her," Ron whispered with such a low tone that even Harry had trouble hearing, despite being right next to him. Before Harry could comment on that, the middle pocket of Ron's jacket started whirling around. Ron let out a tired sigh before he pulled out Scabbers, who didn't seem to want to stay still. "What's wrong with him? He looks pale," Harry said as he took a closer look at the rat. "I don't know, he's been like this for a few days. I'm bringing him to the magical menagerie. Perhaps they could help him," Ron explained as the trio walked towards the place. Hermione also wanted to buy a pet. Reaching magical menagerie, Hermione started looking for a pet. First looking at the different owls, Ron put Scabber on the counter so the one working there could check on him. Harry was standing beside Ron when the man working there started checking on him using charms. Soon, he returned the rat to the counter before addressing Ron. "There seems to be nothing wrong with him. How long have you said you had this rat?" he questioned. 8 to 9 years, I think. He has been with the family for a long time now," Ron answered the man, who arched an eyebrow. "Strange. Rats mostly live for 3 to 4 years. Perhaps he's from a magical species, but even if he is, he's still very old. Perhaps his time is just coming," the shopkeeper explained before grabbing several bottles with odd designs filled with red and green liquids. "I have tonics if you want, they will help him a bit, but beyond that, I can't do anything else," the shopkeeper explained. Ron grabbed a few tunics before asking the man how much that would be. 10 nuts, young man," the man said as Ron searched his pocket before putting the money on the counter. "I'm really sorry, Ron," Harry said sadly as they walked away from the counter. "Don't worry, Harry, it will be weird not to have him around." His words stuck in his throat when they both saw Hermione walking towards them with a cat. The cat was fat, fluffy, ginger-furred, flat-faced cat that was apparently half Kneazle. "I was going to get an owl, but I really want," she read the name on the cat's tag around her neck. "Crookshanks. That name suits you, doesn't it?" Hermione stroked the grumpy-looking ball of fur. "You are going to get a cat?" Ron asked, bewildered and pulling Scabber away, especially when he noticed the cat eyeing the rat as if it was his next meal. "What if he eats Scabbers?" Ron exclaimed. Hermione simply rolled her eyes. "Don't be like that, Ron, he's gorgeous," Hermione said while stroking the cat's ears, who meowed in approval. "See, he and Scabbers will become good friends," Hermione stated with a proud smirk. Harry thought that was highly unlikely, especially with the way the cat was eyeing the poor rat. "Cats and rats are not friends." "Hermione," Ron protested, but his words fell on deaf ears as Hermione bought the cat and ignored Ron's protest. "Just make sure not to leave them in the same room, alone," Harry whispered to Ron when Hermione walked away, still petting the new cat. Ron simply nodded along with it despite not liking this at all. They spent the rest of the sunny day exploring the shops and eating under the brightly colored umbrellas that dotted the cafes. Hermione, who had, of course, already completed all of the homework that had been set for the summer, helped Harry with essay after essay and diagram after diagram until they were all completed to a reasonably high standard. Then, the pair visited the shops to buy the things they needed for school. They had both grown a lot over the holidays and needed new gray Gryffindor jumpers. Sirius Black. He felt as if someone was banging his head with a hammer, everything was ringing, and the dizziness wasn't helping. After minutes of his head moving around, he started to see a little better. Trying to move, he felt something around his wrist and knees, soon understanding he was tightened to a bloody chair. "Hey!" Sirius shouted in alarm when he realized he had nowhere to go and his wand wasn't in his pocket. His eyes looked around the room. The chair was in the center of a square room with furniture and a couch. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Sirius tried to look over his shoulder, but couldn't bend his neck, so he waited when in front of him walked Andy. A smile of relief formed on Sirius's face, dreading that he was stuck in the room of a psychopath somewhere. Just as he was about to open his mouth and speak, Andy raised her hand, stopping him from speaking. Her eyes looking at him with loathing and anger. "Give me one good reason not to inform the authorities, Black," she questioned, folding her arms. Sirius noticed from the corner of his eyes that her husband was in the same room, just a little behind the chair. His attention quickly turned to her. He quickly remembered why he had gone to Andy. He needed help, and he needed to act as soon as possible. "Where's the rest of your family?" "On their way," said Ron, petting his rat. "Mum has to get some last-minute things for Fred and George. She told me to go on since I had already got my wand. It's pretty wicked." 14 inches. Willow. Ouch. Ron buckled as Crookshanks suddenly leapt from Hermione's arms, landed on his head, and then propelled itself, spitting and hissing madly at Scabbers. "No, Crookshanks, no!" cried Hermione, but Scabbers had already shot from Ron's hands and was currently running around the dining hall with the orange cat right on his tail, scurrying underneath the tables and feet of other customers. "Scabbers!" Ron yelled as he ran after the ugly-looking rat while Hermione went after Crookshanks. In a few moments, they both had finally caught their pets near the bottom of the staircase Harry had descended from nearly an hour ago. Tom, the innkeeper, was currently glaring at Ron and Hermione for disrupting all of his customers, but Harry was quick to wave him off. The screeches and whining from the two animals were loud, very loud. Harry sat down on the bar stool as he sighed, and silently apologized to Tom, who was behind the bar. This was bound to cause a fight between Ron and Hermione. "Hermione, how could you let that thing attack me?" yelled Ron. "He didn't mean to, did you, Crookshanks?" said Hermione, petting the cat's head. "And what about Scabbers?" exclaimed Ron, his voice getting high at the end. "He needs rest and relaxation. How's he going to get it with that thing around?" "Honestly, Ronald, you're being dramatic," Hermione defended before turning to Harry. "Back me up on this, Harry, please." The green-eyed boy shook his head with a small laugh. "I'm not getting involved." "See," shouted Ron. "Harry isn't going to say anything because he knows I'm right and doesn't want to upset you. I'm warning you, Hermione, keep that bloody beast of yours away from Scabbers, or I'll turn him into a tea cozy." Harry rolled his eyes. "It's a cat, Ronald. What do you expect? It's in his nature," yelled Hermione, holding back Crookshanks, who was prepared to pounce again. "A cat?" questioned Ron confusingly. "Is that what they told you? It looks more like a pig with hair if you ask me." Hermione scoffed. "Oh, that's rich, coming from the owner of that smelly, old shoe brush." The bushy-haired girl turned to her cat and whispered softly but loud enough for Ron and Harry to hear. "It's all right, Crookshanks, you just ignore the mean little boy." "Oh, for goodness sake," Harry muttered. "Would you please calm down? It is only the beginning of the year. We haven't even arrived at Hogwarts yet, and you are all bickering like kids," Harry said strictly with a smile. They would soon leave for Hogwarts, and a part of him was missing Tonks. She told him yesterday that she would be busy and apologized to him for not being with him on the train, but promising they could spend time together in Hogwarts since she would be one of the many Aurors there. His two friends followed and sat down. Ron and Hermione kept glaring at one another from across the table. This was ridiculous. So, he cut the tension and turned to Ron. How was Egypt? Ron's glare fell as he turned. It was brilliant. There was loads of old stuff, like mummies and tombs. Even Scabbers enjoyed himself. Hermione scoffed once again. You know, the Egyptians used to worship cats. Yeah, Ron's glare had returned. Along with a dung beetle. Hermione opened her mouth to retaliate, but Harry simply nudged her with his hand, causing her to shift her gaze toward him. He shook his head at her to subconsciously tell her that enough was enough. This conversation was getting stupid. The bushy-haired girl sighed before dropping the topic out of Harry's request. She understood the fact that he didn't want the beginning of the third year to just be about her and Ron fighting. Harry was about to tell his friends about Sirius Black when the leaky cauldron's door came flying open once more, and in walked the rest of the Weasley clan, to which Harry smiled widely. Not flashing that clipping about again, are you, Ron? George asked as he took the newspaper from his younger brother's hands. I haven't shown anyone. Ron defended. Oh yeah, not a soul. Fred mimicked. Not unless you count Thomas. The day maid, George added. The night maid. That bloke who came to fix the toilet. Or that wizard from Belgium. Harry laughed with the Weasley twins as they sat down at the table next to him. Ron was just excited, bless him. Next was Mrs. Molly Weasley. As soon as she walked in, she squealed in excitement from seeing Harry. The boy stood up and walked over to her. She gave him a big hug while saying, "Good to see you, dear." "Good to see you too, Mrs. Weasley," said Harry. Molly put a motherly hand on Harry's face. Now, have you got everything you need? Yeah, I went shopping when I first got here, explained Harry. All of your books? Questioned Molly. Harry nodded. All upstairs. What about your clothes? Molly pressed on. Harry smiled, amused. Everything's there. Molly then squeezed Harry's cheek and gave a pat on the shoulder. Good boy. Mr. Weasley then came to say hello, urging his wife forward. Harry. Good to see you. Harry stuck out his hand politely while Arthur gave it a firm shake with a smile. Same to you, sir. Arthur then put a hand on his shoulder. Mind if I have a chat with you? Harry looked at him before he shrugged. Of course. Harry excused himself from the table before walking to the corner of the dining hall with Arthur. Looking forward to a new term? Arthur asked them nervously. Harry noticed the change in Mr. Weasley's tone, so he raised his brow before saying, yeah, should be all right. He looked curiously in Arthur's direction. The boy who lived was intrigued to find out what the head of the Muggle department had to say. Arthur sighed before looking around. As soon as he realized he was in the clear, he spoke in a whisper. Now, there are some within the ministry who would strongly discourage me for divulging what I am about to reveal to you, but, he paused before moving the boy farther into a secluded area. Harry wondered if this had anything to do with Sirius Black. I know that you have quite the habit of wandering off by yourselves. But you mustn't do that this year. You're in grave danger. You must not wander off alone. Is this about Sirius Black, sir? Harry asked, a little on edge at the mention of his name. Arthur nodded vigorously. They say Sirius Black's mad, and maybe he is, but he was clever enough to escape from Azkaban, and that's supposed to be impossible. It's been 3 weeks, and no one's seen him, and I don't care what Fudge keeps telling the Daily Prophet, we're no nearer catching Black than inventing self-spelling wands. We're going back to school soon enough, and Hogwarts is safe, the boy said to Arthur, isn't it? No one knows for certain. We thought Azkaban was perfectly safe. If Black can break out of Azkaban, he can break into Hogwarts. Arthur spoke truthfully. What about Dumbledore? Surely, nothing would happen to me as long as he was around. Does he know about this? Arthur nodded quickly. Of course, he knows. The ministry had to ask him if he minds the Azkaban guards stationing themselves around the entrances to the school grounds. He wasn't too happy about it, but he agreed. Anyways, I just wanted you to promise that you won't go looking for Sirius Black. I won't go looking for him, Harry reluctantly promised. A part of him wanted to find the bastard, but he knew he didn't need to go out of his way to find him. Sirius was looking for him. Sooner or later, he will find me once he does. I will use what I learned during the summer, Harry thought, his eyes turning gold as he thought of ways to kill the man who destroyed his life. The final few days before September 1st seems to go by in the blink of an eye. Hermione and the Weasleys ended up staying at the Leaky Cauldron until the beginning of the term. Mrs. Weasley found it to be convenient if everyone went to the Hogwarts Express together. That way, she could do her motherly act of making sure they all got on the train safely. The sooner we get on the train, the better, Ron grunted. Percy is being an absolute nightmare. He thinks he's all that with that stupid head boy badge. Harry let out a chuckle. What else were you expecting? Ron scoffed. I dunno. Maybe him not mentioning it every 5 seconds. Harry laughed at his friend's clearly distressed state. The 2 Gryffindor boys headed down to breakfast, where Mr. Weasley was reading the front page of the Daily Prophet with a furrowed brow. Fred and George were teasing Percy about Penelope Clearwater, and Mrs. Weasley was telling Hermione and Ginny about a love potion she'd made as a young girl. The 3 of them were rather giggly. While Ron walked over to talk to Fred and George, Harry walked around the table to take a seat next to Hermione. As soon as she saw him, she instantly excused herself from her previous conversation and looked at the boy instead, smiling. Morning. The green-eyed boy met her gaze with a soft smile that made her heart beat quicker. Morning. When he looked up at her, Hermione's face brightened up. She didn't know why, but since meeting him again after the 2nd year, she had a strange good feeling whenever she was close to Harry. She always liked him from the 1st year since he saved her from that troll, but since meeting him again, her feelings towards him had grown stronger. She couldn't help but see how handsome he was. Her eyes were eyeing him up and down like a delicious candy, and she briefly wondered what it would be like dotting his lips. Bad Hermione, calm down, he's your friend, nothing more, right? Something on my face. The bushy-haired girl's face softened as she focused back on the boy in front of her. No. It's just, did you sleep well? She stuttered, playing with her fingers. I slept well, how did you? Good, thanks for asking. Did Tonks say where in Hogwarts she would stay? Hermione asked with a tilt of her head, making her beautiful face more prominent. Harry couldn't help but admire her beauty, his eyes looking at her pink lips. Harry was really trying to think of something else, but it always happened, even with Tonks, his mouth would say things that he would never have usually. His green eyes turned gold for a second before turning back to green. Both Hermione and Harry moved a bit closer towards each other. The bushy-haired girl moved her chair to sit right next to him. Her BPD knee touching his, Hermione felt her breathing get harder, her eyes drawn to his eyes and lips. How much she wanted just to key him right now, to bounce him. She could almost see it and feel it, her and Harry making out with each other. The thought made her feel butterflies in her tummy. Tonks said she would guard the area around Gryffindor dorms since Moody thought it would be better if someone familiar guarded me, Harry said, his voice barely a whisper. Not understanding, his head was leaning closer to hers, his breath sent tingles down Hermione's spine, almost making her moan, and from the sensation of his breath alone. She wondered what it would be like if he touched her down there. Her naughty thoughts went away when Harry pushed back a bit when Percy walked inside. She frowned but still smiled when Harry asked, "So, what were you talking to Mrs. Weasley about before I interrupted?" "Oh, Hermione blushed, embarrassed, which took over her look of concern. "Mrs. Weasley was telling us about this love potion she made when she was younger. It was a hilarious story," Harry laughed. "I bet. She teaches you how to make one. Should I expect some lucky bloke to fall head over heels in love with you randomly?" It was supposed to be a joke, but Hermione took an interest in how it was said. More specifically, the words he used. "Lucky, huh?" she teased, looking into his eyes deeply. Harry began to blush. "Well, everyone would be lucky to have you, Hermione," Harry said without thinking before closing his mouth, not believing he had just said that out loud. Hermione, on the other hand, was pleased to hear him say that, her face blushing, turning red. As if he could sense his friend's awkward state, Ron walked over and sat in front of Harry and Hermione. "So," Ron said with a sigh before focusing on Harry, "what are you two talking about?" Harry rolled his eyes as he saw Hermione tense. "None of your business, Ron," she said with an eye roll, hating that Ron couldn't choose to come a bit later. Later. The journey to King's Cross was very uneventful. They all had left for the train station after breakfast. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had helped all the kids load their bags in the car. Ron, during the journey, made small talk with Harry, asking how things were going between him and Hermione. "There's nothing going on between me and Hermione," Harry denied a little harsher than he expected. Ron simply gave him a look that said, "You're lying," letting out a sigh. "Seriously, mate, I noticed how red both of you were. I doubt she was red because Percy entered the room," Ron questioned with a teasing tone. Harry was wondering when his friend got so observant. Harry led the way to the end of the train, past packed compartments, to a carriage that looked quite empty. Harry helped Hermione load her bags into one of the compartments, to which the bushy-haired girl was most grateful. She used the time when Harry was busy loading the compartment to focus on the boy and notice things she hadn't before. He was taller than last year by about 4 inches or so. He and Ron were the tallest of the group. Harry's facial features had become more chiseled, his jawline was sharper, and his dimples were deeper. He had gained some significant muscle that Hermione didn't know how, say was pleased with what she saw. Harry noticed her gaze and gave her a cheeky wink, causing her to go red. Her lip was now between her teeth as she looked at him. "What have you got in those, Hermione?" Harry asked, pulling her from her thoughts, pointing at not 1 but 3 bulging bags on the floor next to her. "Materials for my courses," said Hermione simply, causing Harry to raise a brow. "Those are my books for arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination, the study of ancient runes, Muggle studies." "What are you doing Muggle studies for?" said Ron, joining the conversation. "You're Muggle-born. Your mum and dad are Muggles. You already know all about Muggles. But it'll be fascinating to study them from the wizarding point of view," said Hermione earnestly, taking her gaze off Harry for the first time in a while. "Are you planning to eat or sleep at all this year, Hermione?" asked Harry, concerned, while Ron sniggered. Hermione ignored them and simply rolled her eyes before saying goodbye to Arthur and Molly. Harry helped Ron load the last of the trunks onto the compartment. They stowed Hedwig and Crookshanks in the luggage rack, then went back outside to say goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Later. "Close call there, mate," Ron said to him. "Come on, let's just find a compartment," Harry said shortly. "I need to talk to you two privately." They looked for an empty compartment, but the farther down the train they went, the more full each compartment seemed to be. They found a compartment with a single occupant. "Might as well," Hermione said, squeezing into the compartment with the 2 boys. She sat next to Harry. The occupant was sleeping next to the window and looked very out of place, considering that the Hogwarts Express was reserved for students, minus the conductor and trolley lady that asked anyone if they wanted sweets. Harry assumed teachers either never left or used the flow network to get to and from Hogwarts. The man sitting with them was wearing shabby-looking wizard robes. He also looked quite ill and exhausted, which would explain why he was asleep. He still seemed quite young, minus the exhausted look. His brown hair was flecked with gray spots. "Who do you reckon he is?" Ron asked. "Professor R.J. Lupin," Hermione whispered at once. "How on earth could you possibly know that?" Ron looked at her wide-eyed. "It says it right there, on his luggage," Harry pointed out. Sure enough, on the luggage rack, there was a piece of luggage that had his first 2 initials and last name on it. "I wonder what he teaches?" Ron asked as he looked at Professor Lupin with a frown. "That much is obvious," Hermione said. "It has to be defense against the dark arts, that's the only vacant position." "Well, I hope he's up to it," Ron said doubtfully. "One good hex looks like it would finish him off, doesn't it?" "Anyway," he turned to Harry, "what were you going to tell us?" Harry then began to explain all about Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's argument they apparently had and the warning Arthur had given him. When he finished, Ron looked thunderstruck, and Hermione had her hands over her mouth. "I mean, trouble has a nasty habit of finding you, Harry. If he did escape for a reason, it doesn't surprise me that it was because of you." "I don't know why Harry would want to go find him anyway, that's just asking for a quicker death," Ron added as his face paled. "Ron, how will you take care of your rat during school?" Harry asked, changing the subject. He didn't want them to think about Sirius. "I can buy rat tunic in Hogsmeade, it is an awesome place," Ron explained, smiling at the end. "Do you know much about Hogsmeade?" Hermione asked him. "I've heard it's the only entirely non-Muggle settlement in Britain." "Yeah, I think it is," Ron said in an offhanded sort of way, "but that's not why I want to go. I just want to get inside Honeydukes." "What's that?" Harry asked, for no reason, as he wouldn't be heading there anyway. "It's this sweet shop," Ron said, his mouth beginning to water a bit, "where they've got everything." Pepper imps, big chocoballs full of strawberry mousse and clotted cream, and really excellent sugar quills. Ron went on about sweets. But it's also a very interesting place, isn't it? Hermione asked, urging him to give up more information. In sites of historical sorcery, it says the inn was the headquarters for the 1612 Goblin Rebellion, and the Shrieking Shack's supposed to be the most severely haunted place in Britain. And massive sherbet balls that make you levitate a few inches off the ground while you're Kingdom, Ron continued, plainly not listening to Hermione at all. She then turned to Harry. Won't it be nice to get out of school for a bit and explore Hogsmeade? I expect it will. Harry said heavily, you'll have to tell me when you've found out. What do you mean? Ron asked him. I can't go, the Dursleys never signed my permission form. Harry said, not looking at any of them. Ron looked horrified, you're not allowed to come. But, no way, McGonagall or someone will give you permission. Harry gave them a hollow laugh. Everyone knew Professor McGonagall was very strict. Or we can ask Fred and George, they know every secret passage out of the castle. Ron, Hermione said sharply, I don't think Harry should be sneaking out of the school with Black on the loose. Yeah, I expect that's what McGonagall would say when I ask for permission, Harry said bitterly. But if we're with him, Ron said spiritedly to Hermione, Black wouldn't dare. Ron, I don't think Black will care, he killed Muggles in a public place. I don't think he will think twice when it comes to attacking Harry and avenging you-know-who, Hermione reasoned. Ron let out a huff before looking at the window. No one said anything for a good minute. Professor Lupin stirred, and their gazes switched to watch him apprehensively. He merely was turning his head the other way and slept on. The scenery passed by, and a landscape that Harry never got tired of seeing. Scotland had some of the most beautiful scenery in Europe, he felt. Not that he saw much else, though. He enjoyed it while he could because the clouds overhead became thicker, darkening the landscape. People were chasing backward and forwards outside of their compartments. A moment later and the plump witch with food came by, asking them if they wanted anything. Do you think we should wake him? Ron asked, nodding towards Lupin, he looks like he could do with some food. Hermione approached him carefully and tried to wake him up, to absolutely no avail. Oh, don't worry dear, the witch spoke as she handed Harry a stack of cauldron cakes, and Harry got some pumpkin pasties and a chocolate frog. If he's hungry when he wakes up, I'll be up front with the conductor. She smiled as she slid their compartment door closed. Harry handed Hermione one of the pumpkin pasties, which she accepted. Upon the first bite, her face indicated that they were, quite simply, the best snack she'd ever had. This is amazing. Thank you so much, she said to Harry with a near full mouth. You're welcome, I wasn't sure if you'd like them, but they looked good. He shrugged and opened the chocolate frog, grabbing it before it could run and biting its head off. Thankfully, it was pure chocolate. He looked at the card when he was done. Bowman Wright, he flipped it over. A skilled metal charmer, Bowman Wright of Godric's Hollow, is credited with the invention of the golden snitch. Really? Ron asked him. You want to trade for it? What are you offering, Ron? He said in a challenging tone. Hermione shook her head as she smiled, eating her third pumpkin pasty. I'll never understand the chocolate frog card craze. Don't ever collect your first one then, otherwise, you just might, Ron warned her. Professor Lupin let out a sudden snore, reminding them he was there. He might not be very good company, but his presence in their compartment had its uses. In mid-afternoon, just after it had started to rain, blurring the rolling hills outside the window, they heard footsteps in the corridor again. Soon, appearing at their door were the three least liked people amongst the four, as far as students were concerned at least. Draco Malfoy and his two goons flanked him, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Draco and Harry had been enemies since they first met 2 years ago. Malfoy was shorter than his cronies, with platinum blonde hair, and he had a pale, pointed, sneering face half the time. Well, look who it is, Malfoy said in his usual lazy drawl, Potty and the Weasel. Crabbe and Goyle began to laugh hideously. I heard your father finally got his hands on some gold this summer. Did your mother die of shock? Harry stood up and walked right up to Draco. I'm going to say this as politely as I can, okay. He paused for a moment. Piss off. Draco took a step back. Crabbe and Goyle were no help to him because they were honestly a bit afraid of Harry. He's never had to fight them, but they honestly didn't want to find out who'd win. Malfoy looked past him. Who's that? New teacher, Harry responded in kind. Come on, Malfoy muttered to his goons. He wasn't stupid enough to do something in front of a teacher. Ron was fuming. I'm not going to take any more rubbish from him this year. I mean it, if he makes one more crack about my family, I'm going to get a hold of his head and, Ron then made a ringing gesture with his hands. The rain thickened as the train sped yet further north. The windows were now a solid, shimmering gray, which gradually darkened until lanterns flickered into life all along the corridors and over the luggage racks. The train rattled, the rain hammered, and the wind roared, but still, Professor Lupin slept, out like a light. Suddenly the train was moving slower until it eventually stopped. Why are we stopping? She asked. We can't be there yet. The train was getting slower and slower. As the noise of the screeching train tracks fell away, the wind and rain sounded louder than ever against the windows. The train came to a stop with a jolt, and distant thuds and bangs told them that luggage had fallen out of the racks. Then, without warning, all the lamps had come on just to instantly go out again, and they were plunged into total darkness. Harry, who was nearest to the door, got up to look into the corridor. All along the carriage, heads were sticking curiously out of their compartments. He felt something in his head, as if danger was approaching, almost like an alarm going off in his head. His eyes turned gold, almost glittering in the darkness around them. What's going on? Ron said in a calm voice as he walked to look out the window. Ouch! Gasped Hermione. Ron, that was my foot. Sorry. Ron apologized before looking out the window. Do you think we've broken down? Dunno, said Harry, trying to see his way through the darkness. Something is definitely wrong. There was a squeaking sound, and Harry saw the dim black outline of Ron wiping a patch of frost clean on the window and peering out. Something is moving out there, Ron said. I think people are coming aboard. A soft, crackling noise and a shivering light filled the compartment. The three of them stopped moving. It was silent, none of them dared to say anything. Harry could have sworn that his heart was beating so fast that it was a mystery how no one heard it. The room grew colder as ice and frost began to form on the windows. The green-eyed boy had moved closer to Hermione to comfort her, which she gladly leaned into. It was then that the door to their compartment slid open. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the moonlight coming in from outside, was a cloaked figure that towered over the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood. It looked around the room before focusing on Harry. An intense cold swept over them all. Harry couldn't see. He was drowning in the cold. There was a rushing in his ears as though of water. He was being dragged downward, the roaring growing louder. And then, from far away, he heard screaming, terrible, terrified, pleading screams. Harry's eyes suddenly shined brightly, glittering before he pointed his hand towards the cloaked figure. Vade! He shouted, his voice echoing. A yellow circle formed on Harry's palm decorated with strange symbols. The cloaked figure suddenly let out a scream of pain that made the entire train shake, and the windows cracked. From the middle of his body, a golden light appeared, spreading like a virus to the rest of the body before suddenly turning gray, almost invisible, then crumbling to dust on the floor. Suddenly Harry collapsed into his seat. As soon as it died, the lights turned on, and the train began to move again slowly. Professor Lupin looked shocked at what had just transpired before him. He looked down on the three of them from where he was standing. Harry, said Ron, slapping his face lightly, mate. Are you all right? The boy with glasses nodded slowly, taking in his surroundings. What? Harry felt very sick. When he put up his hand to push his glasses further back, he felt cold sweat on his face. Ron and Hermione had helped Harry back into his seat when he came to. Are you okay? Ron asked him. Yeah, Harry said, his eyes jolting quickly to the door. The hooded creature had long since gone. What happened? Where is that thing? Who screamed? No one screamed, Ron said, looking nervous. Maybe not for us, Hermione said, looking back at Harry. Whatever that thing was, whatever that thing did, it almost broke him. She looked at Professor Lupin when she heard a snapping sound. He had a bar of chocolate and was breaking off pieces, giving Harry a slightly larger piece, and he handed one to Hermione. What was that thing? She heard Harry ask. She looked over, and he hadn't eaten the chocolate yet. A Dementor, one of the Dementors that guard Azkaban, he said briefly. He crumpled up the empty wrapper and stuck it in his pocket. They all looked at him. Eat, It'll help. I need to talk to the conductor. Excuse me, he said and made his way out toward the front of the train. Hermione took a bite out of her piece and felt better, despite not being affected that much by it. Soon the professor returned to check on them again. We'll be at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. He turned to Harry. Are you all right, Harry? Fine, Harry tried to reassure Professor Lupin. The rest of the journey to Hogwarts was spent in silence. Hermione looked and saw Harry feeling much better. When the train came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station, there was a scramble to get off and up to the castle. Hermione couldn't imagine how the first years felt. They stepped outside and immediately felt like they were freezing, the cold weather and the rain pelting them. It was too cold for this early in September, but Hermione had a feeling it was because of the Dementors. Furs years. Furs, years over here. They heard the familiar voice of Hagrid. He spotted them. All right, you three. They waved at him but had no chance to talk to him. They were ushered onto a mud-tracked pathway that led to about 100 or so carriages. Hermione knew something was pulling them. Harry could see them, though, and she wondered why. Hermione and Ron did keep an eye on Harry after they climbed into a carriage after he fainted. The carriage came to a halt, and everyone began piling out. You fainted, Potter. Is Longbottom telling the truth? You actually fainted, came the ear-scratching tone of Draco Malfoy. Hermione had stepped off after Harry and Ron and stared at the loathsome cockroach that was Malfoy. Shove off, Malfoy, Ron said with a clenched jaw. Did you faint as well, Weasley? Draco snickered. Did the scary old. He stopped talking immediately. Hermione only had to look behind her to know why. Harry was standing behind her, giving Malfoy a cold and blank yet murderous glare. He really knew how to make the air thick around him. She was finding it a little hard to breathe as well. The crowd, rather quickly, hurried into the school to get away from the rain. Potter, Granger, I want to see you too, came the voice of Professor McGonagall. They all turned, and she was looking at them over the crowd. McGonagall always had a way of making you feel like you did something wrong, and the look on their faces must have been just that. There is no need to look so worried. I just want a word in my office, she said to them. Move along there, Weasley. Ron stared at them as they followed Professor McGonagall. The two of them accompanied her through the entrance hall, up the marble staircase, and along a corridor. They found themselves in her office, a large, welcoming fire in the back of the room. McGonagall motioned for them to sit down, and she herself sat behind her desk. Professor Lupin called ahead and told me what happened on the train. He said that you, Potter, were the most affected by the Dementor. She said, but Harry noticed she didn't say anything about him killing the thing. Before any of them could answer, Madame Pomfrey, the school's matron, entered the office. Oh, it's you two, she said in a tone that indicated she wasn't surprised. What dangerous thing did you do this time? It was a Dementor, Poppy, McGonagall informed her at once. Madame Pomfrey's eyes widened, and she shook her head. Setting Dementors around a school, honestly, she said and began checking over the both of them. Well, you aren't the first who collapsed due to a Dementor. Are you all right? She asked. Harry nodded too quickly. Madame Pomfrey looked at Harry warily. The chocolate Professor Lupin gave us really worked. I felt better after biting into it. He looked better as well, Hermione said, not immediately realizing what she had said. Really? A defense professor who actually knows what he's talking about. Mark it on the calendar, Minerva, Pomfrey asked, looking at McGonagall. Hermione had only just realized her word choice and hid her face behind her hair. Are you sure you both feel all right? McGonagall asked again, just to make sure. Yes, Professor, Harry replied. He was clearly agitated about this. Very well, she said and turned to Harry. Potter, I ask that you kindly wait outside while I discuss with Granger her timetables, then, we can all go down to the feast. Harry got up without a word and left, glancing back just before he closed the door. As soon as he walked outside, he was greeted by beautiful pink hair and a worried face that engulfed him in a big hug that almost crushed his bones, not that Harry didn't appreciate it. My God, are you all right, Harry? Tonks, how did you know I was here? Harry questioned, thinking that she should be in the hall guarding the place. Tonks pulled away before a teasing smirk grew on her face. Oh, I thought you missed me. It seems you got bored of old me, she said sadly, wiping away fake tears as she spoke. Harry laughed in amusement. Never. Your company is always appreciated. Harry replies, his face blushing a little as he tries to look away, but Tonks makes him turn to her. While any other time, she would have teased him, her face quickly turned serious, putting her hands on his shoulders. I heard what happened. Are you all right? She asked, clearly distressed. When she had heard that the damned creatures would watch the school, she had been against it. Even Moody commented that it was foolish of Fudge to do so, but he was the damn minister, what he says goes. After hearing about the incident, Tonks regretted not being with Harry on the train. How it happened wasn't exactly known, but apparently, Harry did something to make the Dementor go away. I'm all right, Tonks, Harry quickly replied when he understood that Tonks was genuinely concerned for him, something that made him feel good, knowing she truly cared for him. Tonks's shoulders slumped down as she released a sigh of relief. Good to hear that when I heard what happened in the train. I wanted to see you the moment the train arrived, but Moody said I could do that once you arrive in Hogwarts. He doesn't like it when I disobey him. She said but regretted her words immediately. An evil smirk grew on Harry. Oh, was Tonks worried about me? I'm fortunate that a beautiful woman like you is actually Conk-Ah, pulling his ear a little to shut him up. Tonks rolled her eyes at his words but couldn't help but like his words for her. Especially the part when he called her beautiful. What the hell is wrong with me? My mother will kill me if she finds out that I think of Harry that way. Tonks thought, already imagining her mother yelling at her for being foolish. Letting go of Harry's ear, who was rubbing it, but the evil smirk was still painted on his face. They talked about what happened on the train. Eventually, their talk was interrupted when the door opened, revealing Professor McGonagall with the bushy-haired girl that Tonks knew was Hermione. Soon they reached the hall. It was a sea of pointed black hats. Each of the longhouse tables was lined with students, their faces glimmering by the light of thousands of candles, which were floating above the tables in midair. Oh, Hermione said softly but disappointed, we've missed the sorting. Professor McGonagall strode off towards her seat at the teacher's table, and the two of them went to find Ron at the Gryffindor table. Several people looked and pointed at Harry. Hermione wondered if the news had spread that fast. It was Hogwarts, news and rumors spread like a nasty flu. Harry and Hermione sat down on either side of Ron. Ron was about to ask Harry if he was all right when, "Welcome," Dumbledore said in a booming voice, the candlelight shimmering on his beard. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things I'd like to say to you all, and as one of them is very serious, I think it is best to get it out of the way before you become befuddled with our excellent feast." He cleared his throat, and he continued. As you will be aware after their search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban prison, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. He paused a moment before continuing, they are stationed at every entrance to the grounds, and while they are here with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I therefore warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you. I look to the prefects, and our new head boy and head girl, to make sure that no student runs foul of Dementors. Hermione glanced over at Percy, who looked important with his chest puffed out as he glanced around at everyone. Dumbledore had paused again, looking around the room seriously, and for a second, nobody made a move or a sound. Aurors are stationed in the school. They are here to protect you and to make sure no one leaves their room without permission, Dumbledore added. Many young wizards and witches turned to look at the 8 Aurors in the hall. 2 for each house of Hogwarts and not counting the many others stationed around the school. Tonks made eye contact with Harry before sending him a wink that made Harry smile like an idiot. After a short pause, Dumbledore continued. On a happier note, I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this year. Firstly, Professor Lupin, who kindly consented to fill the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. There was lots of an enthusiastic applause, but at least 5 Gryffindors clapped loudly for him. Hermione heard Ron tell Harry to look at Snape, so she did so herself and noticed he did not look happy. He never looked happy, but particularly so, he was looking down the staff table at Professor Lupin with a snarl. As to our second new appointment, Dumbledore continued, well, I am sorry to tell you that Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs, Dumbledore said so casually. Hermione's eyes widened as he continued, "However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching job in addition to his gamekeeping duties." There was tumultuous applause at the Gryffindor table, and they saw Hagrid wiping his tears that seemed never-ending. "Well, I think that's all the important stuff," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Let the feast begin." The golden plates and goblets filled before Hermione's eyes like they usually did, but she never got tired of seeing the magic happen. When the feast was over, the three of them made their way to Hagrid to congratulate him. They arrived up there to see Hagrid. "Congratulations, Hagrid," they each told him. "All down tear you three," Hagrid said, wiping his shining face with a napkin, and Professor McGonagall shooed the two of them away. "Is Harry not coming with us?" Hermione asked her, noticing that he had walked up to Dumbledore. "He has something to discuss with the headmaster. He will be there to join you all soon. Now hurry up." She shooed them again, and they walked away. Hermione glanced back again to see him and Dumbledore talking for a moment. They joined the stream of Gryffindors heading up the marble staircase and towards Gryffindor Tower. After finally arriving, a large lady in a pink dress looked at them. "Password." Coming through, Percy yelled over the crowd, pushing his way through. "The new password is Fortuna Major." "Oh no," she heard Neville from somewhere behind them. He was notoriously bad at remembering things. Upon entering the common room, the boys and girls separated to go to their respective dorm rooms, but Hermione stayed up in the common room to await Harry's return. She went over to one of the bookshelves in the common room and grabbed a random book to pass the time. Harry was walking with Dumbledore to his office. The corridors were dark and ominous with how dimly lit the candles were. They came to a gargoyle, and Dumbledore spoke a password, "Licorice Wand." The gargoyle moved aside, and Dumbledore led the young boy to a spiraling staircase that began to move when they were on it. They rode the steps all the way up to his office door. He opened the door and let Harry walk inside before he closed it. He briskly walked over to his massive desk and sat down behind it, motioning to the chair across from him. Harry sat down and looked at the headmaster with a neutral but somewhat menacing look. Dumbledore felt the slightest bit of unease. "So," he started slowly, "you managed to make a Dementor disappear." Dumbledore began to, barely showing that he was surprised. "Disappear? I thought I killed it." Harry asked right away. He remembered the creature crumbling to dust before he passed out. He was stroking his beard. "A Dementor can't be killed, Harry," Dumbledore said calmly before his eyes settled on Harry's green ones. Harry narrowed his eyes. He felt as if the professor wasn't telling him what exactly to the Dementor. The boy suddenly felt a sharp pain on his forehead, almost making him wince where his mark used to be before it disappeared. Harry wondered why his forehead was suddenly hurting again. "How did you do that?" "Professor Lupin explained that your eyes were glittering like stars," Dumbledore asked calmly. Harry was genuinely surprised to hear that. "My eyes were glittering," he thought, surprised. Despite using this type of magic so many times, he had not noticed that his eyes would glitter or change color. "Do you know what you did, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, his voice showing interest. Harry opened and closed his mouth. He was half convinced to tell him, but holy magic was kept secret in his family for hundreds of years, and he wouldn't betray his father's trust even for Dumbledore. Holy magic only belonged to his family and would continue to do so as long as he lived. "I don't know, only that my eyes burned before I passed out," Harry said convincingly with a little shrug. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. He could tell Harry wasn't being honest. He knew Harry wouldn't tell him the whole truth. "Have you told your friends about any of this?" Dumbledore prompted. "Only what I know, which isn't much," Harry replied right away, his voice sounding convincing. "Well, I don't know what you did, and I still haven't found anything about glittering eyes, but I will tell you once I find information," Dumbledore said calmly, stroking his long beard. "I will go back to my friends now," Harry said, standing up from the chair. "I understand. Have a good night, Harry. You and Miss Granger have a busy year ahead of you," Dumbledore said. Harry stood up from the chair and left Dumbledore's office, trudging through the darkened corridor. He got to the fat lady, password. His heart sank into his stomach. He didn't know the password. By the absolute grace of some bushy-haired divine being, the portrait swung open. "Harry." Hermione said breathlessly. "Hermione, what are you still doing awake?" he asked, stepping into the common room. I waited for you, obviously, she said like it was supposed to be obvious. They sat down on one of the couches. You didn't have to, but I'm glad you did. Yeah, you never were told the password, were you? Hermione asked him. He shook his head. It's Fortuna Major. Thank you again, for letting me in the tower, he smiled at her. She felt her cheeks burn. Anytime. They sat quietly for a moment. We should go to bed. Dumbledore said we have a busy year ahead of us, he said to her. You're right, she stood up quickly. He stood up as well, but not as fast, and she hugged him. Good night, Harry. Good night, Hermione. They pulled back from each other, and he watched her go up the girls' staircase. He turned to go up the boys' staircase when he heard someone call his name. Harry, over here. He looked around for the voice but didn't see it. On the wall across from the fireplace. Harry walked over to the wall opposite the fireplace, and he saw a blank portrait. Harry could have sworn he had never noticed that portrait before. He looked around but couldn't see anyone other than the portrait. He turned around, deciding to go back to his room and sleep. Perhaps his mind was playing tricks with him. Harry, a voice was heard in the wind. Harry looked around but couldn't see anyone. His eyes found the empty portrait again. Focusing on it, he whispered a holy spell, his green eyes turning gold right away. This time staying that way, the blank portrait slowly was filled with an image of a woman he had never seen before, with auburn hair and green eyes like grass. Harry Potter. Hearing his name, this time much closer, he walked closer as he felt lighter the closer he got. Everything slowly turned dizzy as he felt his conciseness slip away as he fell into the void. Where am I? Harry asked no one in particular. The darkness around him was slowly illuminated by a figure slowly forming in front of him out of blue lights, gradually forming into a woman, her hair as red as blood. Reaching to her waist, her left eye closed, a strange thin dark stream line went from the corner of her left eye, down to her cheek. Her right eye opened, and her purple eye looked back at Harry. The young wizard noticed something strange about her. Her clothes were old as if someone from a long time ago. Greetings, my name is Beneficia. She was a beautiful young woman with crimson hair, the color of flames, and reaching to her waist. Beneficia has high sharp cheekbones and eyes which appear rich purple. She is slender with a full bosom. Beneficia was wearing all white woolen breeches tucked into high boots of bleached white leather, a white bearskin cloak pinned at the shoulder with a carved triangle that had a circle in the middle, white tunic with bone fastenings. Harry figured she was a witch, but he couldn't see a wand anywhere. My name is Harry Potter. He introduced himself, but he still didn't know where he was. Am I dead? He asked himself. He didn't feel dead. He could still feel everything. You're not dead, young wizard, she spoke, her purple eye glittering gold as she spoke. Harry wondered how she had known what he asked himself. Is legilimency, young wizard, the ability to read someone's mind, like how Dumbledore tried to read yours? She spoke with a low, calm tone. Harry froze in his place hearing her words. He felt a warmth spread from his chest to his eyes, and unconsciously, his eyes turned gold, glittering like stars amongst the darkness. Dumbledore. He read my mind, Harry exclaimed, fearing that the professor had learned about holy magic through him. He slapped his knees in frustration. Breath in, and breath out, he told himself, trying to calm himself. No, he can't anymore, she spoke tenderly, her voice sounding melodic. Her words managed to calm Harry in a strange way. Perhaps his secret wasn't out in the open yet, until he remembered what she said. Anymore? Harry questioned her. He read your mind before, young wizard. The barrier that a holy wizard usually have in their minds from birth was unfortunately closed by a dark soul. Thankfully the soul was burned, allowing your holy magic to spread in your body, she explained with the same melodic voice. Harry felt his anger rising by the second. He remembered when he got bitten by the basilisk. He remembered the pain he felt, his body suddenly getting stronger. After that day, Harry had not once felt pain in his forehead again until an hour ago when he talked with Dumbledore. He tried to read my mind. Harry thought in anger, his eyes glittering like gold. He felt anger and a feeling of betrayal. It wasn't his business to read my mind. Who does he think he is? Harry thought in rage, closing his hands, his nails digging into his palms. After a minute of silence in the darkness, the young wizard remembered her explanation of why his magic was sealed. You said a dark soul was burned. What do you mean? Harry questioned, looking up at her again. The woman gave him a sad smile. The night your parents died, she explained how when Voldemort had used the killing curse on him, a part of his soul was attached to Harry, making him what she called a Horcruxes. After hearing everything, Harry felt overwhelmed. He found out that one of the few wizards he trusted the most had been reading his mind since the first year. Harry hated to admit it, but he felt betrayed. He wasn't sure if he still could trust him anymore. Whatever the reason, Harry felt betrayed. Why would he do that? Does he not trust me? Harry thought, grinding his teeth. Unknown to him, his magic was spreading in his physical body. A golden symbol of a triangle formed on his chest that disappeared when he calmed down. After what felt like hours of silence, Harry spoke up. How are you here? Where are we? Harry questioned, pointing at the darkness around them. This is your mind, and I'm the previous user of holy magic. My role is to guide you and show your true strength. My full name is Venefesha Potter, she explained, sounding melodic and beautiful. Guide me. Yes, as you know, the knowledge of holy magic is quite limited. In our history, there were only 4 users. The previous user before me passed down his knowledge to me, and so did the previous one. She said with a nod of her head. What knowledge is that? Harry questioned. He couldn't help but get a little excited to hear what he could learn from her. She seemed to notice his excitement, and a beautiful smile spread on her face. Your first lesson is how to do wandless holy magic, she explained, extending her hand, and opening it. As she did that, her eye turned gold, and a ball of red flame formed on top of her palm. Harry was astonished but couldn't help but feel the heat. It was scorching, and it felt like his clothes and skin would catch on fire. Your wand is not made for holy magic, that's why your wand gets warm whenever you use holy magic, it can't handle it. Sooner or later, your wand will break, she explained. Harry grabbed his wand from his pocket. He had felt the warmth his hand felt whenever he used it. Looking closer, he could see a tiny crack at the bottom of his wand. Looking back at the woman. There's no wand that can handle holy magic. There's one, but I'm afraid that's off your limits, she spoke with a neutral tone, her face frowning as if she remembered something unpleasant. Harry didn't know which wand she spoke of but didn't question her. Instead, he wanted to learn. Now, shall we begin, she said, extending her hand towards Harry. His eyes shifted from her hand to her eyes, and reluctantly, he grasped her soft hand. The moment she squeezed his hand, he felt his whole body burning up. Harry opened his eyes slowly. Looking around, he noticed he was lying on the floor in the common room. His eyes could see nothing but the types of furniture around the room. It was empty. It was the middle of the night. Standing up, he noticed the picture of the woman had disappeared from the wall. His right hand felt warm yet looked normal, as if nothing had happened. Harry knew he had been there for hours, yet now awake, it felt as if only a few minutes had passed. Stretching out, he eventually walked back to his bed, falling asleep, dreaming of a falling star. When the 3 of them made their way to the Great Hall the following morning for breakfast, the first thing they saw was Draco Malfoy, entertaining a group of Slytherin with a hilarious story. As they passed, Malfoy made a ridiculous impression of a swooning fit, and a roar of laughter followed. Ignore them, Harry, Hermione said. She looked back at Malfoy. Just ignore him, he's not worth it, she said, urging him forward. Hey, Potter, shrieked a third-year Slytherin girl. He had the face of a pug but somehow managed not to be anywhere near as adorable. Potter. The Dementors are coming, Potter. Woo. They all plopped down into the seats next to the twin Weasleys. I swear, all the third-year Slytherin are either stupid or childish, Harry said, paying them no more mind. Don't worry about them, mate. They're just jealous, Ron encouraged him with a tap on Harry's shoulder. Jealous? For what? Hermione prompted. Ron simply smiled smugly. They're jealous because Harry could stand on his own against a Dementor. They know if roles were reserved, they would have shit themselves, and the entire school would laugh at them, Ron replied with the same smug smile. Harry smiled upon hearing that. The thought made him chuckle. Fred passed them all some sheets of paper, third-year timetables. McGonagall asked us to give them to you for. What's up with you, Harry? George asked. Malfoy, Ron said, glaring over there. George looked up to see Malfoy pretending to faint again in a dramatized manner. That little git, he replied calmly, he wasn't so cocky last night when the Dementors were down at our end of the train. Nearly wet himself, he did, Fred said with a contemptuous glance over at the despicable Slytherin. I wasn't too happy myself, honestly, George said, looking back at Malfoy a second longer. Horrible things those Dementors are. Sort of freezes your insides, don't they? Fred asked them. You didn't pass out, though, did you? Harry asked in a low, bitter voice. Forget it, Harry, George said bracingly. Dad had to go out to Azkaban once, remember, Fred? And he said it was the worst place he'd ever been. He came back all weak and shaking. They s.k. the happiness right out of a place, most of the prisoners go mad there. Anyway, we'll see how Malfoy looks after our first Quidditch match, Fred said with a smirk on his face. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the first game of the season, remember? I can't wait to see them get stomped into the ground. The Quidditch Cup is ours this year, I can feel it, Harry said, enthusiastic about it. Hermione, sitting beside Harry, was examining her new timetables. Oh, good, I'm starting some new subjects today, she said happily. Ron snatched her timetable from across the table from them when they were busy taking bites of their food. Hermione. Give it back, Ronald. Hermione said, trying to reach over and get it back. They've messed up your timetable. Look, he pointed out an inconsistency, they've got you down for about 10 subjects a day. There isn't enough time. I'll manage. I've fixed it all with Professor McGonagall, Hermione said in between grunts, still trying to get it back. But look, Ron still held them out of reach and laughed as he did. See this morning. 9 o'clock, divination. And underneath, 9 o'clock, Muggle studies. And, Ron leaned into the paper closer to confirm he wasn't seeing things. Look, underneath that, arithmancy, 9 o'clock. I mean, I know you are good, but no one's that good. How are you supposed to be in 3 classes at once? Don't be silly, Hermione said shortly, still trying to get her timetables. Ron suddenly had his hands forced open, and the paper flew towards Hermione. She grabbed it and sat down once again. Of course, I won't be in 3 classes at once, Harry said. That's impossible, Ron. Well then, pass the marmalade, Hermione said. But, Ron, what's it to you if my schedules are a bit full? Hermione snapped at him. I told you, I've got it fixed with McGonagall. I don't have anything against it, but you will get exhausted, Ron continued, not understanding why Hermione wasn't telling them the whole truth. Hermione, are you sure about this? Harry interrupted the conversation before it could get more heated. The bushy-haired girl nodded at her. Friend, words. Very well, but let us know if you need anything, Harry said with a tone that indicated that he wanted the discussion to end. Looking at Ron, the latter looked dejected but still nodded along. Just then, Hagrid entered the Great Hall. He was wearing his long moleskin overcoat and was absent-mindedly swinging a dead polecat from one enormous hand. All right? He asked eagerly, pausing on his way to the staff table. In my furs ever lesson. Right after lunch. Been up since 5 gettin' everything ready. Hope it's okay, me, a teacher, Hunsley. He grinned broadly at them and headed off to the staff table, still swinging the polecat. Wonder what he's been getting ready. Ron asked, a note of anxiety in his voice. Knowing Hagrid, probably something dangerous, Harry said, not really surprised. After another 20 minutes, the Great Hall started to empty as people went to their first lessons. Ron looked at his timetable. We'd better get going. Look, divination is in the North Tower, at the top. It'll take us 10 minutes to get there. They finished their breakfast hastily, said goodbye to the twins, and walked back through the hall. As they passed the Slytherin table, Malfoy did another fainting fit, and roars of laughter followed Harry out of the Great Hall. The journey through the castle to the North Tower was a long one, but not a bad one, at least not to Harry. 2 years, however, was not enough to teach them everything about Hogwarts, and they had never been to the North Tower before. There's got to be a short cut, Ron said, panting horribly as they climbed their 7th long staircase and emerged on an unfamiliar landing. Harry actually knew the way, having caught a glimpse of Hogwarts' layout, minus any secret passages, and knew what way to go, but every time he tried to speak, someone else interrupted him. I think it's this way, Hermione said, pointing down an empty corridor. I know. Can't be, Ron said, still panting, that's south. Look, you can see the lake, out of the window. After a ridiculous, stupid quest from a night, they found the classroom. Harry climbed up after her, and he emerged into the strangest-looking classroom he had ever seen. "Welcome, my children." Professor Trelawney appeared from nowhere. "In this room, you shall explore the noble art of divination. In this room, you shall discover the sight. I am Professor Trelawney, and together, we shall cast ourselves into the future. This term, we'll be focusing on tassomancy, the art of reading tea leaves. So please, take the cup of the person sitting opposite of you." Everyone grabbed a cup that was around them and partnered up. Since he was sitting next to Hermione, she partnered up with him. "What do you see?" Trelawney said. "The truth lies buried like a sentence deep within a book, waiting to be read. But first, you must broaden your minds. First, you must look beyond." "What a load of bullshit," Harry said to Hermione, which got Ron's attention as he looked at them. "You, boy," Professor Trelawney said to Neville, who looked with curiosity. "Is your grandmother quite well?" I think so," Neville said, stuttering a little. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," she said to Neville, whose face paled slightly. "Look at your cups. Tell me what you see." Before they could both look into it, Trelawney came over to Ron. "What do you see?" she asked the boy. "Oh, yeah, Ron said as he looked into Harry's cup. "Well, Harry's got a wonky cross. There are trials and suffering. And that there could be the sun, and that's happiness. So, you're going to suffer, but feel happy about it." "What?" Trelawney did not look pleased with that description. "Give me the cup," she instructed as she took it from Ron. "Oh, my dear boy. My dear, you have the grin." "The grin?" Harry asked. "What's the grin?" "Not the grin, idiot," Hermione said. "The grim, taking the form of a giant spectral dog. It's among the darkest omens in our world. It's an omen of death," Professor Trelawney said aloud. "Lovely. When will I have a normal school year?" Harry thought with a shake of his head. After the delightful lesson with Trelawney, they had lessons with Professor McGonagall next. The mood around the class wasn't exactly high, something the old professor noticed right away. She started explaining her lesson. It was going a bit too slow for Harry's liking, and he couldn't wait until he could practice his holy magic more. After seeing that no one was really paying attention to what she was doing, she had enough of the gloomy atmosphere around the class. "All right, this is the first time I haven't gotten applause from the class after I transformed. Can I know what has made everyone have long faces?" she questioned, her eyes flicking amongst the class, and she could tell right away that the whole attention was mainly on Mr. Potter. Now, that wasn't exactly a new thing, not the first time the boy had been in the center of attention. Is not the end of the year, and no Voldemort attack so far. What has made everyone so uptight? She wondered before clearing her throat. "So what is it?" she questioned again, looking at her lions when Hermione raised her hand. "Professor, we just had a lesson with Professor Trelawney, and she, of course, now everything makes sense," McGonagall interrupted, with a sudden frown on her face, before addressing the entire class. "Please enlighten me, who will be dying this year?" she questioned with a slight hint of sarcasm in her voice, and it didn't go unnoticed how everyone was surprised by her words. "That would be me. Harry Potter, the lucky one," Harry japed, pointing his thumb at himself. Some chuckled at his words, and some were surprised that Harry was joking about such an important matter. "Well, there's nothing to worry over, Mr. Potter. Trelawney has been predicting a death every year since she works here, and no one has died thus far. Is more her odd way of saying hello to a new class." McGonagall explained she could tell many weren't convinced by her words, but she didn't care. "Now, let's continue our lesson," she continued. Now, at least half of the class was paying attention to her. Later, once they finished their lesson with Professor McGonagall, Harry noticed Tonks walking alone, taking a turn and walking into a corridor. Out of his eyesight. "Hey, you guys go before me. I need to talk with someone," Harry said in a hurry. He didn't wait for his two friends to reply before he was already on his way to find Tonks. Turning, he saw her guarding a corridor. Harry remembered the place quite well, despite not having the best memories there. Where the first attack had happened last year, she was looking in the other direction, her back turned to Harry, who sneakily approached her. Just as he was about to tap her shoulder, she abruptly whirled around, grabbing his shoulder, and put him against the wall. Her face was just half a step away from his. "What do you think you're doing, Harry?" she questioned with a smirk, her hair turning red, something she knew Harry liked about her hair. Apparently, her favorite wizard had a thing for strong witches with crazy personalities. Were you trying to take advantage of me?" she interrupted, humming as Harry's face started turning red. Being close to him, she felt the familiar warmth spread, looking into his captivating green eyes. "I'm alone in a corridor, you sneaking behind me. What were you thinking of doing to a helpless witch like me?" she teased with a low tone, her breath tickling his throat. She enjoyed the way his face turned red from embarrassment, his mouth shut tightly, not knowing what to say. Having her fun, she let him go, a burst of laughter escaping her mouth as she did. "You're so easy to tease, Harry," she said, gaining back her composure and straightening herself up. Harry rolled his eyes before a smirk grew on his face, something that Tonks wasn't sure she liked. "Oh really, but didn't you just press yourself to me if I didn't know any better? I would say you wanted to use any excuse to be close to me," he teased with a mischievous smile. Harry didn't want to admit that having Tonks so close had felt good, and a part of him. Tonks wondered who had taught Harry to talk like that. She doubted his relatives had taught him anything worth something. Dismissing the thought, she decided to change the subject. Tonks had to admit being close to Harry always spread a feeling of warmth in her chest, a feeling she enjoyed tremendously. She felt stronger just being near him, and she couldn't help but admire his handsome face and green eyes. "Okay, stop it, Tonks, think rationally, that's what Moody always told you," she thought, taking a deep breath to calm herself and think of something else. "Anything else? So, how is the third year in Hogwarts?" she questioned, pacing around the corridor. Harry noticed that she had changed the subject but decided not to point it out. Harry gave her a brief recap of what happened today. When he mentioned that according to Professor Trelawney, he would die this year, Tonks put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry about that nonsense, Harry. She likes talking nonsense," she spoke softly. She had known many people who had taken the words of the professor too seriously as if they were the words of God or something. She didn't want Harry to think he was going to die because of some stupid professor. She was here, she would protect him if necessary. "Don't worry, Tonks. I never believed in things like this, they're just nonsense," Harry replied, smiling, feeling better already. After talking some more, Tonks brought up the conversation about going to Hogsmeade. "I can't, my relatives won't sign up my permission, and I doubt Professor McGonagall will have a sudden change of heart," Harry said with a dejected look on his face, looking at his feet until Tonks put the finger on his chin making him look up to her. He was met with a big smirk in front of his face. "You don't have to worry, Harry. I'm here, aren't I? She won't have to worry about anything. Just leave it to me, and you will have a permission to go to Hogsmeade by tomorrow morning," she exclaimed. This brought a broad smile to Harry's face. "Thank you, Tonks. You're the best," he said, hugging her. The Aurora girl returned the hug, now feeling the warmth even more, almost making her not want to pull away. Eventually, she stepped back. "I know I'm the best. Sadly not that many people acknowledge it," she replied teasingly. Harry thought of something that made him smirk. "But, I can't help but ask, is this a date, Tonks?" Harry questioned abruptly, his words taking Tonks by surprise. Who was regretting this, her face slowly turning to face Harry. "I wouldn't mind going out to your class, brat, before I sent you to Dumbledore," kicking and screaming, Tonks exclaimed, pointing at Harry, who ran away laughing. Not hearing his voice anymore, Tonks took a deep breath, his face and eyes still fresh in her mind. "Okay, Tonks, you have messed up," she thought, shaking her head, her hair turning back to pink. Later, as they arrived, the other Hufflepuffs and Slytherins were already there. "Come on now, get a move on. Got a real treat for ye. Great lesson comin' up. Follow me," Hagrid exclaimed, leading the group of students into the woods. No one could tell, but Harry was really excited at what Hagrid would be bringing out for their first lesson as his eyes were shaking, and he was subtly skipping in joy from every step he took. Hermione then approached Harry from behind as he went ahead of them and placed a hand on his shoulder, which made him stop dead in his tracks. Harry turned around to the person who stopped him with his expressionless face but his eyes shaking. As he saw who it was, he couldn't hold it in as he just smiled. Like a child, which made her giggle and says, "Harry, I get it. I know you are excited to see the creatures he will discuss, it's cute seeing you like this." Hermione immediately stopped, but Harry was too excited even to notice the word she said as she immediately blushed, which made him look at her a bit confused and Hermione noticed. It's nothing, Harry. Let's go, shall we? She said, a bit flustered, and he nodded excitedly. That's it, Hagrid said as they came closer to their destination. Come on now, you lot. Come closer. Less talking, if you don't mind. As they arrived, Hagrid led the whole class toward a small paddock just beside the Forbidden Forest. In the paddock, a freestanding iron rack hangs with dead ferrets buzzing with flies, and nearby is a pumpkin patch. Right, you lot. Hagrid began as the class made their way over to the side, fiddling with their books. Less chattering. Form a group over there and open your books to page 49. Exactly how do we do that? Malfoy spat, staring sternly at Hagrid. Has no one been able to open their books? Hagrid said as everyone stayed silent, and with disappointment, he spat. Just stroke the spine, of course. Goodness me. As everyone followed Hagrid's instructions, opening their books. Neville's book started biting and attacking him, and he fell to the ground, earning laughs from the students around him. Don't be such a wimp, Longbottom. Malfoy teased as he passed by him. Harry noticed, and he approached Neville and leaned down while he offered a hand to help Neville up. You all right, Nev? Harry asked, with his expressionless face, yet his voice full of concern. Why yeah, thanks Harry, he said as Harry pulled him up to his feet, but before Neville could even finish his sentence. Don't worry, as long as you stand back up, you will be better than them, Harry said, pointing at a laughing Malfoy. Neville just nodded in defeat as Harry then gave a warm smile and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Harry watched him approach his friends as he made his way back to his friends, standing next to Hermione, who put her book onto a rock. I think they're funny, Hermione said, supporting Hagrid's idea, while Harry nodded as he sat on the rock next to Hermione's book. Oh, yeah, terribly funny, really witty. Malfoy mocked and continued, God, this place has gone to the dogs. Wait until Father hears Dumbledore's got this oaf teaching classes. He spat out, earning laughs from Crabbe and Goyle. There he goes again. Harry muttered with a sigh and said, does he know any other word? He's a daddy's boy, Ron said with mockery in his voice, loud enough for Malfoy to hear, who frowned, turning slightly red. Hagrid cleared his throat, making his presence known, catching everyone's attention as he made trumpet noises from his mouth. He did some jazz hands showing the creature he brought in. The class grew quiet, gathering around, mouths wide open in shock. Isn't he beautiful? Say hello to Buckbeak, Hagrid proudly said as he brought out a beautiful creature. First thing ye gotta know is that hippogriffs are very proud creatures. Very easily offended, hippogriffs are. Don't never insult one, 'cause it might be the loss thing ye do. Hagrid explained. Right then, now, who'd like to come and say hello? Hagrid questioned the class. Most of the class backed farther away in answer, leaving Harry. Well done, Harry, well done. Hagrid bellowed as he saw Harry first standing in front with Ron just behind him. Right then, let's see how ye get on with Buckbeak. Harry turned his head, looking at his classmates except Ron standing far behind him. Come on now. Hagrid beckoned as Harry then walked towards Hagrid. Now, you have to let him make the first move. It's only polite. So, step up, and give him a nice bow. Then you wait and see if he bows back. If he does, you can go and touch him. If not, well, we'll get to that later. Hagrid instructed as Buckbeak made a couple of steps forward towards him, and he slowly approached the hippogriff. Make a bow, Hagrid softly said while he looked at him, unsure, as he slowly bowed. Nice and low, Hagrid added while Buckbeak's head cocks, eagle eyes studying him cannily, and he waited, but then he became a bit aggressive, which alarmed Hagrid. Back off, Harry, back off. Hagrid softly instructed, not wanting to agitate the creature any longer. Harry began to step back slowly, and he reluctantly stepped on a twig. Snap, making him stop dead in his tracks and startling Lavender a bit as she was worried and, on instinct, grabbed Ron's wrist. All right, calm down, Harry, he thought to himself, trying to find his composure and not panic. Ron got a bit flustered as he looked down and noticed who it was, as Lavender noticed too, as she looked down at what she just did. She immediately removed her hand from his wrist, and they looked elsewhere in embarrassment. Keep still. Hagrid whispered, and he looked at the scene carefully. Just then, the unexpected happened. The hippogriff bowed back, making Hagrid chuckle and said relieved, "Well done, Harry." While he finally stood back up straight and smiled in relief, he continued and said, "You can go on and pat him now. Come on, give I am a pat. Don't be shy." Harry looked at Hagrid and hesitated a bit as he then slowly approached the hippogriff. Harry brought out his hand a bit too aggressively as the hippogriff took this as an offense as it made a noise and flapped its wings. "Not so fast, Harry," Hagrid instructed and slowly got closer with his hands outstretched. "Calm down, Harry, you are almost there," he thought to himself once more, getting closer as his heart was beating uncontrollably. "That's it, now," Hagrid said and added, "Now let it come to you." Harry immediately stopped dead in his tracks and waited for the creature to approach him instead. Tentatively, the hippogriff reached out as his hand laid on his fierce beak, and the class clapped while he smiled in joy at the accomplishment. "Yes, well done," Hagrid happily bellowed as he clapped. "A well done, Harry, well done. Look at that. I reckon he might let ye ride, I am," Hagrid exclaimed. "What? Hey, Hagrid?" Harry asked, astonished as he suddenly picked him up and placed him on the hippogriff. This was more than what Harry had bargained for. He was more used to a broomstick, but he wasn't sure a hippogriff would be quite the same. He wasn't even sure where to hold on. Everything in front of him was covered with feathers. "Ye climb up there, just behind the wing joint," Hagrid instructed, "and, mind ye don't pull any of his feathers out, he won, like that." "Go on, then," roared Hagrid, slapping the hippogriff's hindquarters. Without warning, 12-foot wings flapped open on either side of him. He just had time to seize the hippogriff around the neck before he was soaring upward. "Ha agree dee," he exclaimed as he felt his stomach churn. It was nothing like a broomstick, but it was still incredible. The hippogriff's wings beat on either side, catching him under his legs and making him feel he was about to be thrown off. The glossy feathers slipped under his fingers, and he didn't dare get a stronger grip. Instead of the smooth action of his Nimbus 2000, he now felt himself rocking backward and forward as the hindquarters of the hippogriff rose and fell with its wings. Buckbeak flew him once around the paddock and then headed back to the ground, focusing on this. Harry felt himself gaining control, no longer his body rocking back and forth. The creature seemed to like his new determination, flying upwards again. This time, Harry enjoyed the flight even more than with a broomstick. After flying around in circles, Harry and Buckbeak decided to turn back down. He felt a heavy thud as the 4 ill-assorted feet hit the ground. He dismounted the hippogriff, patting his head. "Good work, Harry," Hagrid, while everyone except Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle cheered. "So, how am I doing on my first day?" he asked with a warm smile on his face. "Excellent, Professor Hagrid," Harry said with a smile in return while he heard someone call out to him. "Harry!" They yelled out in unison, and he turned to face them with a big smile on his face. "That was bloody brilliant, mate," Ron exclaimed. A sudden hug from a familiar bushy-haired girl. Harry caught her and spun her around a bit, which caused her to giggle, and she tightly held onto him. As he stopped and gently placed Hermione back down on the ground, Hermione looked back up at him with her face full of worry. "I am fine, Hermione," he sweetly said. "Are you sure?" she asked, and he nodded with a warm smile on his face. "How was it?" Ron asked, cutting them off of our thoughts, and we turned to him. "It was great," Harry childishly said, which seemed to calm his friends a bit, and asked, "What about you?" "I'd rather fly with a broom if I'm being honest with you," he said while Hermione and Harry snickered. They grinned at each other when Malfoy broke his way through the crowd, with a frown on his face as he strides toward Buckbeak. "You're not dangerous at all, are you, you great ugly brute?" Malfoy insulted, clearly jealous of Harry's achievement. "Malfoy, no," Hagrid warned. "What did you call me?" Harry heard from Buckbeak as he then screeched, lifting his wings and scaring the students. Harry then tried to use his power. He brought out his hand and tugged, using 2 fingers, pulling Malfoy away from Buckbeak. Malfoy was yeeted into the air just as Buckbeak was about to hit him with his claws, earning screams from the students as he landed on the ground with a thud from Harry's use of his powers. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," Hagrid said, cutting between the hippogriff and Malfoy as he tried to calm him down and scolded, "Buckbeak. Away, you silly creature. Did I just save him?" Harry thought in bewilderment at what he just did. "Ah, my legs are broken, you will pay for this, Potter." Malfoy cried out, moving them around violently, while Hagrid calmed Buckbeak down, and he then turned to Malfoy. "Calm down, it's nothing," he nervously said. Everyone could clearly see his legs weren't broken. "Come on, we will get you to Madame Pomfrey," Hagrid said. "You're gonna regret this," Malfoy threatened as Hagrid carried him to Madame Pomfrey. "Potter, my father will hear about this." Malfoy Ned in an exaggerated pained voice as Hagrid lifted him from the ground, making his way toward the hospital. "Class dismissed," Hagrid yelled before disappearing into the forest. The rest of the class quickly came back from hiding, grabbing their books. Buckbeak made his way towards Harry, nuzzling his beak onto his cheek. Tonks. After spending more time with Harry, he told her Malfoy was by Ching and Mo, Ning, yelling that he would get his father involved. Tonks wanted to hex the stupid kid but couldn't do it, for now, knowing who his bloody father was, she returned back home, a part of her wondering why she thought so often of Harry. She wondered if her mother had answers, but she couldn't just straight up ask her something so embarrassing. Reaching her home, she opened the door. Her parents were sitting around the round table, looking a bit odd, something she noticed right away, but she brushed it off, for now. "Good evening, my dear. How was today?" her mother asked, standing up from her chair. Tonks gave them both a brief recap when they heard she had again spent time with Harry. "You're spending a lot of time with young Potter," her mother said teasingly. Tonks felt her cheeks heat up. "Indeed, I never thought my daughter would find someone so fast," her father added with a bright smile. "Of course, I'm supposed to protect him," she said dismissively. She didn't want to deal with their teasing right now. She was hungry and tired, and a good meal and a good bed were all she needed right now. Her parents looked ready to counter her words when Tonks raised her finger, silencing them. "What did you make?" "I'm hungry," she asked, cutting off her parents before they could speak more nonsense. Much to her confusion, their smiles turned to nervous smiles, especially her mother's smile. "Tonks, we have a visitor in our house, and I would appreciate it if you don't use your wand when you see him," her mother spoke seriously, putting Tonks on high alert, standing up from the chair. "Who's here?" she almost shouted, seeing that this wasn't some game her parents were playing with her. Hearing footsteps coming from the stairs, she turned just in time to see Sirius Black walking downstairs into their common room. "Tonks, good to see you." Without thinking twice she hexed him. A day later, at breakfast, Malfoy seemed to enjoy the attention he was getting after Hagrid's class. "Does it hurt terribly, Draco?" Pansy Parkinson asked him, as she was the closest to Malfoy. She looked miserable, as if she wanted to be anywhere but with him. Harry genuinely felt sorry for her. Having to interact with Draco must be like having a double class with Snape. "It comes and goes. Still, I consider myself lucky. According to Madame Pomfrey, another minute or two, and I could have lost my leg." Malfoy answered while faking a wince. "Couldn't possibly do any homework for weeks," Malfoy added as Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched from the Gryffindor table. "That little git." Hermione groaned and rolled her eyes at Malfoy's pity party. While Harry groaned in annoyance, he was sitting between Hermione and Ron. "Listen to the idiot," Ron said, with disgust in his voice. "He's really laying it on thick, isn't he?" "At least Hagrid didn't get in trouble," Harry responded. A part of him regretted saving the idiot. Perhaps it would be a relief for everyone just to let him die. "Yeah, but I hear Draco's father's angry with you, Harry," Ron added, looking towards the wizard, who simply shrugged his shoulders, not caring much. "We haven't heard the end of this." He added a little concern, but Harry didn't really care much about what the father of Draco wanted from him. "Harry, do you think he might be a problem?" Hermione asked, concerned, leaning a bit closer to Harry. He felt her hand holding his under the table, and he had to admit it was soft and warm. "Don't worry, Hermione. Lucius can't do anything against me. He can throw all the money he wants. The whole class was witness. They all saw me saving Draco's worthless ass, and even if that wasn't enough. I'm a public figure, whether or not he likes it. He knows many wizard families would be against the entire ministry for trying to do something to me with no good proof." Harry explained he hated to use his title and popularity. He knew what happened that night wasn't because of him, and all the credit should go to his parents. But at the same time, Harry wouldn't mind using his reputation to get rid of possible problems. Hermione and Ron looked surprised to hear Harry say that. The bushy girl somehow liked the new side of Harry. That was a really bad thing to happen in Hagrid's first class, though, wasn't it? Hermione said, looking worried. Of course it was. Ron exclaimed, trust Malfoy to mess things up for him. They wouldn't fire him, would they? Harry anxiously said, not touching the food on his plate. Harry was watching the Slytherin table. A large group, including Crabbe and Goyle, was huddled together, deep in conversation. He was sure they were cooking up their own version of how Malfoy had been injured. Well, you can't say it wasn't an interesting first day back, Harry gloomily said. Hermione rolled her eyes playfully. Strange. How come they still haven't caught Sirius Black? One Gryffindor student suddenly said, the newspaper in his hands, a small group of students reading with him. I doubt he can enter here. There are Dementors and Aurors everywhere. He can't try anything with all this security in this school, Ron pointed out before pointing at the 8 Aurors around the Great Hall. Harry mentally frowned. He had tried to find her today and simply asked her if she had taken permission from Professor McGonagall, but he hadn't seen Tonks anywhere in the school. Perhaps today she had a free day, but Moody had mentioned nothing about it. He escaped Azkaban, which everyone thought impossible until a month ago. We shouldn't underestimate this criminal, Seamus pointed out at Ron, who tried to come up with a counter. We shouldn't forget that Dumbledore is here. As long as he's here, Sirius will think twice before coming here. Don't forget that even you know who was afraid of him, Hermione quickly said, hoping their words weren't affecting Harry. The latter grimaced at the mention of the old wizard. He wanted nothing to do with him, not anymore. The man had read his mind with no permission. While discussing, Harry looked at his classes, already convinced to drop divination. He had thought of what else to learn, and runes came to mind. He didn't know much about it, but he was sure he would like it more than the boring divination. Harry made a mental note to talk with Professor McGonagall later and ask her if it was possible to drop divination and maybe potions as well. Having to deal with Snape's constant bullshit was the last thing he wanted. Soon enough, it was time for Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Lupin for the Golden Quintet, but Professor Lupin wasn't even there yet when they arrived at his first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. They all then just sat down, took out their books, quills, and parchment, and were talking when he finally entered the room. Lupin smiled vaguely and placed his tatty old briefcase on the teacher's desk. He was as shabby as ever but looked healthier than he had on the train, as though he had had a few square meals. Good afternoon, he said. Would you please put all your books back in your bags? Today will be a practical lesson. You will need only your wands. A few curious looks were exchanged as the class put away their books. They had never had a practical defense against the dark arts before unless you counted the memorable class last year when their old teacher had brought a cageful of pixies to class and set them loose. Right then, Professor Lupin said when everyone was ready. If you'd follow me. Puzzled but interested, the class got to its feet and followed Professor Lupin out of the classroom. He led them along the deserted corridor and around a corner, where the first thing they saw was Peeves the poltergeist, who was floating upside down in midair and stuffing the nearest keyhole with chewing gum. Peeves didn't look up until Professor Lupin was 2 feet away, then, he wiggled his curly-toed feet and broke into song. Loony, Loopy Lupin, Peeves sang. Loony, Loopy Lupin, Loony, Loopy Lupin. Rude and unmanageable as he almost always was, Peeves usually showed some respect toward the teachers. Everyone looked quickly at Professor Lupin to see how he would take this. To their surprise, he was still smiling. I'd take that gum out of the keyhole if I were you, Peeves, he said pleasantly. Mr. Filch won't be able to get into his brooms. Filch was the Hogwarts caretaker, a bad-tempered, failed wizard who waged a constant war against the students and, indeed, Peeves. However, Peeves paid no attention to Professor Lupin's words except to blow a loud wet raspberry. Professor Lupin gave a small sigh and took out his wand. This is a useful little spell, he told the class over his shoulder. Please watch closely. He raised the wand to shoulder height, said, Wadawasi, and pointed it at Peeves. With the force of a bullet, the wad of chewing gum shot out of the keyhole and straight down Peeves's left nostril. He whirled upright and zoomed away, cursing. Wicked, Ron breathlessly said in awe. Cool, sir, Dean Thomas said in amazement. Thank you, Ron, Dean, Professor Lupin said, putting his wand away again. "Shall we proceed?" They set off again, the class looking at shabby Professor Lupin with increased respect. He led them down a second corridor and stopped right outside the staffroom door. "Inside, please," Professor Lupin said, opening it and standing back. "Now, then," Professor Lupin began, beckoning the class toward the end of the room, where there was nothing but an old wardrobe. As Professor Lupin went to stand next to it, the wardrobe gave a sudden wobble, banging off the wall. "Would anyone like to venture a guess as to what is inside?" Professor Lupin asked the students. Harry felt his blood pumping faster. He felt the strength he usually felt whenever he used holy magic return. His eyes turned gold but turned back to normal. Whatever was inside that wardrobe, he didn't like it. They had been staring at a closet that shook over and over on its own as if something inside it was trying desperately to get out. The Golden Quartet then shared confused glances. "That's a boggart," Seamus answered. "Excellent, Mr. Finnegan," Professor Lupin exclaimed and asked once more, "Now, can anybody tell me what a boggart looks like?" "No one knows," Hermione said, appearing out of nowhere, startling Harry and Ron. Harry got used to Hermione's appearance and disappearing act as he could tell if she was around or not from the presence of another aura around him. Harry turned to his left with his expressionless face, and he noticed straight away Hermione had her hair in a bun which Harry thought was very cute. She stood in between him and Ron. "When'd she get here?" Ron questioned Harry, but he got no answer as he, too, had the same question. "Boggarts are shapeshifters," Hermione continued as Ron and Harry had questions running through their minds about how she got to class. "They take the shape of whatever a particular person fears most. That's what makes it so terrifying," she concluded. "Couldn't have put it better myself," Professor Lupin said, and Hermione glowed. "Luckily, an effortless charm exists to repel a boggart," Professor Lupin explained, walking towards the shaking closet. "The charm that repels a boggart is simple, yet it requires the force of mind. You see, the thing that really finishes a boggart is laughter. You must force it to assume a shape that you find amusing," the professor explained. "Let's practice it now without wands first, shall we? After me, please." "Ridiculous," he said, putting his own wand away. "Ridiculous," the class said together. "This class is ridiculous," Malfoy spat out, which Harry heard from afar as he wandlessly cast a nonverbal slippery jinx towards him with just a snap of his fingers, making him slip and loudly yelp, which every student heard, while they snickered at the tiny noise he made as Malfoy grabbed onto his bodyguards with his good hand, and he got red in embarrassment. Harry was trying to hold in his smirk as the corner of his lip was threatening to lift up from his expressionless face, and Hermione knew who did it as she then looked at Harry with amusement. "Good," Professor Lupin said through his snicker. "Very good. But that was the easy part, I'm afraid. You see, the word alone is not enough. Let me explain. Neville, would you join me, please?" Neville looked around him in fear before slowly walking towards the front while he eyed the rattling wardrobe and stepped forward queasily. "Now, Neville," Professor Lupin began as Neville made his way to the front of the class in front of him, "what frightens you most of all?" "Professor Snape," he whispered, gaining laughter from the class and a snicker from Harry. "Professor Snape. Yes, frightens all," Professor Lupin said, amused, and asked, "And I believe you live with your grandmother." "Yes, but I don't want it to turn into her, either," Neville said in fear at the thought of her grandmother. "No, it won't," Professor Lupin assured him and instructed, "I want you to picture her clothes, only her clothes, very clearly, in your mind. She carries a red handbag." Neville began as he closed his eyes. "We don't need to hear. As long as you see it, we'll see it." The professor continued, "Now, when I open that wardrobe, here's what I want you to do." Professor Lupin leans close to Neville and whispers. Neville's eyes pop open in shock. Consider Lupin uncertainly, and Neville nods nervously as he takes a deep breath. Right then, Professor Lupin said, "Can you picture those clothes very clearly, Neville? Can you see them in your mind's eye?" "Yes," Neville uncertainly said, plainly wondering what was coming next. "Good, then wand at the ready," he said as he made his way to the wardrobe and readied himself. 1, 2, 3. Professor Lupin then cast a spell at the wardrobe, opening it as Professor Snape stumbled out. He then walked towards Neville while he stared in shock as Professor Snape stared Neville in the face with scorn and discontent smeared on his face. Ridiculous. Neville cast an. Snape stumbles in a flash of light and reappears, in a long, lace-trimmed dress, towering moth-eaten hat, and crimson handbag. Instantly, the class roars in laughter, including Professor Lupin, except for Draco and his fellow Slytherins. Lupin then pushes Snape back into the wardrobe with a flick of his wand, while Neville blinks, amazed, then slowly grins himself. Wonderful, Neville, wonderful. Incredible. Professor Lupin happily exclaimed and instructed, "All right, to the back, Neville. Everyone, form a line." Professor Lupin played an upbeat song to fill the mood of the class as Ron stumbled up towards the boggart, fear written on his face. Snape dissolves into a mad whirling mass, then mutates into a giant spider. As Ron gasps, Hermione and Harry exchange an uncertain glance. Ron whimpered as he looked toward the giant spider, and Professor Lupin put his hands on Ron's shoulders to steady him. Ron raises his wand. "Are ridiculous," Ron yelled out with a bit of a stutter. Roller skates materialize on the spider's hairy feet, and it begins to shuffle crazily in place. Instantly, Ron relaxes as the class, laughter rings out. "Very good, very good," Professor Lupin said. "Parvati, you're next." As Parvati steps up, the spider spins faster and faster, a dizzying blur, then reappears as a vampire. "Ridiculous," she exclaimed, as the vampire whips its cloak across its eyes and they see that the vampire is now dressed like Carmen Miranda. As it begins to shimmy about, against its will, the class starts to clap. "Mr. Thomas," Professor Lupin called out. As Dean steps up, the vampire's undulating body attenuates, its skin darkening with diamond-thatched scales becoming a giant cobra. "Ridiculous," he cast, and the cobra's hooded head bobs back and forth, transforming into a jack-in-the-box. "And next, wonderful, wonderful," Professor Lupin exclaimed with a grin as he then turned to see. Harry steps forward expectantly. Concern flickers through Lupin's face. The jack-in-the-box pivots on its spring, its face tumbling toward Harry, becoming more sinister, transforming into a Dementor. Without thinking twice, Harry's eyes turned gold, the fake Dementor who tried to approach stopped moving, and the center of its body started turning, shining like gold. The Dementor began screaming in pain, the whole class closed their ears at the loud noise, and the windows cracked. Harry prepared to do the same thing he did back on the train when the Dementor started changing again. For a good minute, it kept changing as if not knowing in what form to get, until it transformed into. "Here!" Professor Lupin exclaimed, trying to catch the boggart's attention as he stepped between Harry and the boggart. The boggart vanishes, and a roiling mist appears, which becomes clouds. Something glows within the clouds, white, silvery, and round. "Moon," they both thought while Harry tilted his head questioningly, and Hermione was perplexed. Lupin then points his wand toward it and casts, "Ridiculous." The orb deflates like a punctured balloon, whizzes crazily about the room, then darts back into the wardrobe. The door slams shut, and the class cheers. The class was looking at Harry and the professor, wondering what Harry did and why his boggart would start screaming. Lupin, who could feel the tension in the air, turned to the class with an uneasy smile. "Well done, everyone," he said to the students. "I think that's enough excitement for today. Let me see, 5 points to Gryffindor for every person to tackle the boggart, 10 for Neville because he did it twice, and 5 each to Hermione, Ron, and Harry." "Why Hermione?" Ron asked, and she immediately turned to him wide-eyed. I mean no offense, Hermione." "None taken," she answered as Ron sighed in relief. "Because Hermione answered my questions correctly at the start of the class, Ron," Professor Lupin lightly said. "Very well, everyone, an excellent lesson. Homework, kindly read the chapter on boggarts and summarize it for me, to be handed in on Monday. That will be all." As the students exit, chattering loudly, only Harry, subdued, remains behind. At the doorway, Lupin glances back and exchanges a private glance with him. As he exits, the wardrobe gives one last rattle. Talking excitedly, the class left the staff room. Harry, however, wasn't feeling cheerful. Professor Lupin had deliberately stopped him from seeing what the boggart would turn into the second time. Why? Was it because he'd seen Harry collapse on the train and thought he wasn't up to much? Had he thought Harry would pass out again? As they were all walking down the hall to our next class, he was suddenly pulled by someone to the other side of the corridor where no one was. The person who turned him around was the familiar bushy-haired girl with her hair in a bun. That looks cute on her, he thought as he felt his face get hot. He was then cut off from his thoughts as they faced each other, and she looked troubled for some reason. "Hey, Hermione, what's wrong?" he called out with a worried expression, and it seemed he cut her off from her thoughts as she looked up at him. "This is your chance, Hermione," Harry heard her say, yet her lips didn't move. Wait, what? Harry was confused on why he heard her thoughts. "No one is here, just the two of you. Just ask him." Harry wanted to ask why she was so nervous and why her face was red. Hermione then suddenly put a hand on Harry's cheeks, bringing him close to her, and before he could react, her lips at his cheek. As she got down after her Harry froze in place, and she saw his face as Hermione then adorably giggled at his expression, which made him look down in embarrassment. At that moment, he took deep breaths in and out, trying to collect himself, and locked eyes with her once more. "What was that?" Harry asked with a goofy smile, feeling like a kid who just got a good present for Christmas. "I just wanted to do that," Hermione replied, her face red from embarrassment. "So, why did you pull me here, Hermione?" Harry properly asked, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. "Well, I was wondering if you," she said confidently, as if her worries were gone. "If you wanted to go to Hogsmeade with me, without Ron around. I mean, if you want to, of course. Did she just ask me to go out with her?" Harry thought, shocked, his heart pounding uncontrollably and his stomach fluttering. "Well, Tonks wanted to go with me. Yesterday she said she would convince Professor McGonagall, and don't worry, Harry. I wouldn't mind if she came with us," Hermione quickly interrupted, grabbing his hand. Harry was perplexed to hear that before a bright smile formed on his face. "I would gladly come," Harry accepted, dotting her cheek in return, a part of him wondering what it would be like to her lips. Hermione smiled brightly as she hugged him, and he returned it while she thought. Yes. Sirius Black. By now, he should have gotten used to getting hexed left and right, yet, waking up and feeling his head spinning and wanting to vomit everything out was a feeling he hadn't felt since his time in Hogwarts. It felt nostalgic, drinking like a fool, and waking up with the worst headache in the world. He could hear people talking in the room he was in, and he wanted to yell at them to shut up, yet everything was dizzy. Slowly opening his eyes, he was almost blinded by the bright light inside the room. Squinting his eyes, he heard someone speaking. "He's awake. Andromeda," he thought, recognizing her voice. After a minute, he felt his vision return to normal. Fully opening his eyes, he saw Andy, her husband, and Nymphadora standing around him. Andy's daughter was still holding a wand in her hand. Only now, he noticed that he was lying on his back on a bed. "Sirius, are you all right?" Andy questioned, concerned. Sirius could see her daughter was still nervous by his presence, especially with her body shifting uncomfortably. "Man, this is the second time. My luck must really s.k." Sirius started with a joke, but it seemed his relatives didn't appreciate it. "And there will be a third time if you don't tell me everything," Nymphadora threatened, pointing her wand at Sirius, who quickly raised his hands to show that he was harmless. "Tonks, I told you to calm down," Andy scolded her daughter like she used to do when Tonks was younger and liked to take multiple forms. Sirius forced himself into a sitting position. He quickly noticed his wand wasn't in his pocket, not that he was surprised. "I will explain, but can we sit properly?" Sirius asked. Tonks simply pointed at the nearby round table with her wand. After sitting and drinking a cup of tea, he felt refreshed. Sirius explained everything from beginning to end. How Wormtail had betrayed the Potters. After hearing everything, Tonks had only one thing to say. "You must be kidding. Why didn't you get a trial?" Nymphadora asked when she saw Sirius' memory. Sirius just shrugged. "Fudge sent me to Azkaban immediately. There were no questions, not even a trial. No matter what I said, I was found guilty, then all charges were against me," Sirius explained with a grimace, thinking of little Harry. "What should we do then?" Tonks asked, looking back at her mother. "Ron Weasley's rat is Pettigrew in disguise. We need to get that rat as soon as possible," Sirius warned, hearing that Tonks got alarmed. "We must tell Dumbledore," she almost shouted. Harry was in danger, and she wouldn't allow him to get hurt. Our hands are tied as the Ministry believes Sirius is guilty and if Pettigrew ran away. We can't clear his name, plus no one will believe us. Dumbledore and Remus won't let me get close or give an explanation about the situation. That's why we must make this as stealthy as possible, Sirius explained to her. Tonks reluctantly nodded. She didn't want Harry to get hurt accidentally. She wouldn't allow it. Now, have you happened to see the Weasleys' rat? Not really. I mostly spend time with Harry, she explained, her face flushing a little when she realized what she had just said. Her parents smirked but made no comment. Sirius simply ignored it. He figured he could tease his godson when they met and get to know each other. Sirius couldn't wait for that day to arrive. All right, this is what we are going to do. September 19th had come around quickly again. Harry grinned as he ran down to the Gryffindor common room before breakfast. Once he got there, Harry was relieved to see that it was empty. Checking his watch, he hid behind the wall separating the stairs from the rest of the room. The previous night, Harry had slipped a note into Hermione's arithmancy textbook before he went up to bed. The anonymous note briefly instructed her to meet someone in the common room at 5:30 the following day. Harry had tried very hard to make the writing look as unlike his own as he could, he just hoped it would be different enough. As his watch struck 5:30, Harry heard the padding of bare feet coming down the stairs. He stood with bated breath until Hermione came into his view. Luckily, she didn't see him by the stairs, so she sat on the sofa and opened her book. Harry stepped out from behind the wall quietly and crept to the back of the sofa. Leaning on his hand, Harry read over Hermione's shoulder. Her arithmancy textbook was open on her lap, Harry's note still wedged into the page crease. I'm sure that's Harry's writing, Hermione whispered to herself. Harry held in a laugh, but surely he'd be here by now. Been here the whole time, actually. Hermione jumped about 10 feet in the air. Harry James Potter, you're going to give me a heart attack one of these days. She scolded. Well, then I'd be quite lonely, wouldn't I? Harry tried to jump over the back of the sofa, just as he'd been practicing successfully for a week, but hit his shin on the arm and fell on his face. Hermione laughed. Are you all right? Harry groaned and stood up. No. I didn't think so. Head in his hands, Harry sat down. Happy birthday. Thank you, Harry. Hermione beamed. Why exactly did you think jumping over the sofa was a good idea? Dunno, Harry grumbled, shivering. It seemed Hermione shared his coldness, so she lit the fireplace with a swish of her wand. It also seemed that she could sense his great embarrassment, for she put her arm around him and said, at least it was only me watching and not the entire school. She squeezed his shoulders and continued, and I don't mind if you fall off a sofa every now and again. Finally, Harry was able to crack a grin. Good to know. Digging around in his dressing gown pocket, Harry pulled out Hermione's presents. Here you are. The first gift was a pocket faux glass. Hermione was intrigued by it. This is amazing, Harry. Well, you see, I don't really know what it is. I was told it makes a really good gift, and it looked pretty interesting, so I got it. A faux glass is a type of dark detector. It looks like a mirror, but instead of a reflection, it shows the enemies of its possessor. The figures appear as shadows but become clearer and more visible as the enemies get closer to the possessor. Hermione recited. Cool. It is. Thank you. The second present was an old and dusty book called Magic Most Evil. Harry had first seen this book in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, but it had been at the back of a few shops in Diagon Alley. Harry, how on earth did you get hold of this? Hermione gaped in disbelief. This is in the restricted section. Harry grinned slyly. I know. The third and final present was a little black beaded bag which was less of a bag and more of a pouch. Judging by the look on Hermione's face, she thought it was far too small to put anything in. Open it, Harry instructed her. As she did so, her eyes widened, and her jaw dropped. Inside, the bag was humongous. It could easily fit all third-year students in it at once. But, how? Hermione breathed. Engorgement charm. Beaming with pride, Harry leaned back on the sofa. Thank you, Harry. I love them. Harry tossed the wrapping paper into the fire. No problem. He blinked. What do we do now? We've got ages before anyone gets up. Maybe we could just stay here. And do what? Hermione shrugged. Just talk, I suppose. Tomorrow. Hermione, how are you going to do all of that homework tonight? Ron asked. The trio was sitting in the common room before bed, and Hermione had laid out 4 half-finished essays in front of her. "I'll manage," she said simply. Ron rolled his eyes and looked at Harry. "You know, the first Hogsmeade weekend's coming up. Halloween. You should ask McGonagall if you can go." Usually, Hermione would think that it was dangerous, but she knew that Tonks was around, and she wouldn't allow Harry to get hurt. "Just ask McGonagall, Harry. You've only got about 15 days. What's the worst that can happen?" Harry's only answer was a little shrug. He had yet to tell them about his holy magic, unsure if he even should tell them anything. This was a family secret that Harry would much rather keep close. Crookshanks jumped up onto Hermione's knee and hissed at Ron. "Keep him away from me. Scabbers is asleep in my bag," Ron said irritably. Hermione pursed her lips but didn't say anything. Crookshanks was still staring at Ron unblinkingly. Then, without warning, he pounced. "Oi!" Ron grabbed the cat's belly as its claws dug into his bag. "Get off, you stupid creature." Crookshanks spat as Ron flung him around but clung on nonetheless. "Ron, stop. You're hurting him," Hermione cried. Furious, Ron ignored her. He shook the bag violently, and a confused Scabbers came flying out of the top. "Catch that cat!" he screeched as Crookshanks darted after the terrified rat. The entire common room rushed to help Scabbers escape. The twins tried to grab Crookshanks while Dean, Colin Creevey, and Lee Jordan lunged for Scabbers. Both animals were able to dart past each pair of hands until Scabbers slipped under a chest of drawers. Crookshanks tried to squeeze under it too, but he had no chance. Hermione hurried over and grabbed Crookshanks around the middle and heaved him away. Ron threw himself onto his stomach and pulled Scabbers out by the tail. Needless to say, this ended in a very large shouting match between the two of them that lasted for a lot longer than it really should have. Harry Potter. After yet another night of training his holy magic, Harry started getting the hang of it. Now he was able to form golden wings and fly, but only for a few seconds. Harry wondered whether or not he could create other things using his holy magic. Venetia had told him that holy magic has no limits and that he could make many things as long as he had the imagination and the power, but of course, it had its limitations. One of the most important things was not to use the entire holy energy without resting because, according to her, he would die if he used every bit of his holy power. Harry was sure he could defend himself if the need ever came. One of the strongest spells he could use was Divine Fire. It created a magnificent ball of golden fire that chased its target until it burst whenever it touched the target. Not counting that the fire itself was very hot and could melt gold like nothing, and even defensive spells were useless against it. Right now, Harry was making his way over to McGonagall's office. He had wanted to start learning runes, and even Venetia had advised him that holy magic could benefit from it. Venetia also warned him that because of his holy magic, witches, in general, would find him more appealing, and his strength and power would allure creatures sensitive to powerful magic. "Is that why I felt electricity when I touched Hermione and Tonks?" Harry asked with a confused, he didn't understand those things completely. "It has to do with it, Harry, but you don't need to worry about it, Harry. But I'm sure you will have a lot of dates in the future," she teased with a coy smile. Harry smiled, remembering that his thoughts went away when he finally reached her office. Knocking on it, he heard, "Enter," from inside the room. Opening the door, he stepped inside. Harry saw his professor sitting behind a desk filled with books. "What can I do for you, Potter?" McGonagall asked, moving the books away with a move of her wand to get a better look at Harry, who smiled. "I would like to know if it is possible to change any of my subjects." Harry questioned, walking up to her and sitting in front of her desk. She raised an eyebrow after hearing that. "Why is that, Mr. Potter?" she questioned, slightly interested, filling a glass of water for him. "I would like to study runes instead of divination," Harry said, taking a sip of water. He could see from her face that the professor didn't expect that. "You can, Mr. Potter, but might I ask what made you want to study runes?" McGonagall questioned, trying to suppress a smile of pride from forming on her face. "Divination is boring," Harry answered flatly as if the answer was quite obvious. McGonagall let out a loud cough to not be disrespectful towards any of the subjects. "I'm not really interested in a subject about predicting the future, especially when the professor tells me I will die, and I have heard that runes are more of something I like," Harry explained, drinking water again. McGonagall nodded her head, slightly pleased that he wanted to change it. With a move of her wand, 2 pieces of paper flew over to her desk. You can change it, Potter. You're still very early in the year, which is not really a problem. I will have to inform Professor Bathsheba Babbling tomorrow about you. Do you need anything else? Yes, I would like to change potions as well, Harry said, hoping that he could say goodbye to his favorite teacher. McGonagall felt like she should have seen that one coming, but somehow she hadn't for some reason. With which subject would you change it? She asked humorously, with a little smile on her face. Literally anything else, Harry answered right away, hoping for the best, but McGonagall shaking her head destroyed all hope he had left. I'm afraid not, Potter. Potions is something you must take, McGonagall said, knowing what kind of Professor Snape was, and everyone knew how much he loved his house. You ruined my hopes for the future, Professor, Harry said dramatically, his hand on his chest, acting as if it hurt him. McGonagall smiled in amusement. It reminded her of Lily. Sometimes, she liked to make harmless jokes, not to the level of Sirius and James, who were a menace to the school. You're still young, Potter, to have your hopes crushed. Wait until you become a teenager for that. Now off you go, McGonagall said with her grandmotherly tone. Harry smiled, appreciating her voice. Standing up, he was about to thank her when the door opened abruptly. Both turned to the door to see Tonks walking in, holding a piece of paper in her hand. McGonagall looked annoyed that she had just barged in without knocking first. The moment her eyes landed on Harry, they brightened up like stars. Tonks! Harry shouted. They both shared a tight hug, her arms around his back, holding him very close, and Harry couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Being so close to her allowed him to feel her. How are you doing, Harry? I'm sorry for not seeing you for a few days. Tonks apologized, talking a bit too quickly. They both pulled away. Tonks's eyes were looking everywhere but at Harry, who had a smirk. Is all right, Tonks. I missed you too, Harry said. They were about to continue talking if it wasn't for a certain professor coughing loudly. Aurora Tonks, might I know what brings you to my office? McGonagall questioned sharply, her tone going from soft to serious right away. Oh, right. I have Dumbledore's sign, Tonks said, slightly embarrassed with herself. Harry wondered what she was talking about as she gave the piece of paper to McGonagall, who read it before looking at Harry. It seems you have your permission to go to Hogsmeade after all. But you should know that Tonks will follow your every step, McGonagall said seriously, but Harry could see a tiny hint of a smile. Harry's face brightened upon hearing that, and the next thing he did. Hugged Tonks tightly, who returned gladly. You're the best, Tonks. I know I am. Later. On Halloween morning, the Golden Trio arrived at the entrance hall, where Filch, the caretaker, was standing inside the front doors, checking off names against a long list, peering suspiciously into every face, and making sure that no one was sneaking out who shouldn't be going. Now, remember, these visits to Hogsmeade Village are a privilege. Should your behavior reflect poorly on the school in any way, that privilege shall not be extended again. Professor McGonagall explained in front of the group of students. Though no one could tell, except, of course, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were really excited about the trip. Every time they catch a small glimpse of each other, a small smile grows on their faces. It was also a bit chilly today as Ron wore a long-sleeved t-shirt, Harry with a black hoodie, and Hermione had an overcoat. Later, as they arrived at Hogsmeade, Tonks and Harry looked at each other as they nodded in understanding what they were about to do next. As they walked down the path to Hogsmeade, Hermione, Tonks, and Harry were behind Ron. At that moment, Hermione's eyes widen in amazement as she sees the row of shops appear around a bend. Harry, look at this place. It's amazing, she exclaimed with a bright smile on her face, while Harry looked at her with a warm smile. All around them, third years switch from walking to running, breaths showing in the cold and squeals of laughter all around. Welcome to Hogsmeade, my own, Harry said with a warm smile as she looked at the place in awe. At that moment, Ron faced Harry, Hermione, and Tonks. I will go now. You three have fun with your date, he said, walking away with a grin not leaving him. Wait, what about you? Harry shouted at Ron, who was still walking away, thinking his friend would be alone. I'm flattered, Harry, but I'm meeting with Lavender. Have fun, but not too much fun. Ron shouted back at Harry, who rolled his eyes. It doesn't have to be what he called it. Hermione nervously said as she blushed. And no, it's okay, my own. Harry stuttered a bit while he scratched the back of his neck and said, I am fine calling it a date if you'd like it to be one. All right then. She stuttered as she looked up at him and a bright smile slowly crept to her face. I can't believe I am going on a date with Harry. She thought shyly. So, where do you want to visit first? Harry asked, smiling like never before, but his heart was beating uncontrollably as he could feel Hermione's excitement coming off her. What about we start at the post office? She asked and exclaimed, I've heard they have a color-coordinated system on how fast you want letters sent with 200 owls. Oh, they do. Tonks said with a warm smile while she looked at them lovingly at the excited expression Hermione had and sweetly said, that is a good choice to start with, Hermione. Which made Hermione blush madly at the tone and expression she had on her face. Harry then brought out his hand. Hermione looked down and up at him. He had that adorable smile that would always make her heart flutter and butterflies in her stomach. Hermione reached out and grabbed his hand while he gently gripped hers, which made her blush at how gentle he was as Harry pulled her. With his other hand, he grabbed Tonks's hand, who was more than happy to hold his. Later, Harry, Hermione, and Tonks made their way through Hogsmeade to the post office, which made Harry smile like an idiot throughout the trip. They were talking about mundane things. Tonks mainly asked them how the third year was going. The third year is different. I have to say it is much easier to go through, Harry commented, earning a look from Tonks. Why is that, sweet Harry? Tonks said, feeling a little embarrassed to call him that. Well, a certain Aurora is quite a sight to see every time before a lesson starts. Even Snape's classes are not as miserable. Harry answered with a cheeky grin. I wonder who this Aurora is. Hermione questioned, amused, happy to see Harry smiling like that. Harry took a pose as if thinking hard about it. Well, she has pink hair and has a wonderful smile, Harry said, pretending as if he couldn't see Tonks, who smiled, amused but feeling good too. She must be someone beautiful. Hermione asked Harry, pretending as if Tonks wasn't even there. She is deadly and beautiful. The best mix, Harry claimed, suddenly getting a key on the cheek from Tonks, making him turn red. Hermione and Tonks laughed at his embarrassed face. As they entered the post office, Hermione marveled at its productivity. Every person inside took each letter from presumably the school owls and put them in color-coordinated spots. Since we were students, we were able to see how it worked. Harry, Tonks, and Hermione got to see some owls, but Harry must have done something as many owls began to fly towards him and landed on his shoulder, arm, and head. Hermione giggled at how he looked as if they were swarming him. He didn't seem to mind as he just adorably smiled and giggled at what was happening, making Hermione blush. Harry then turned to Hermione, and she tried to cover her flushed face, but before she could even hide, Harry's own face was covered. All right, I forgot to tell you, he said through the owls, embarrassed, they really like me a lot. I said see that, Hermione said through a giggle at the scene in front of her. Do you want to try holding an owl? He asked through a stutter with his smiling face. Oh, I don't know how to hold one. Hermione said, unsure and pondering. I've seen you do it loads of times with Hedwig, but I don't know how to. It's all right, I can show you. He said kindly, with a sweet smile on his face. Do you want to give it a try? Harry asked once again. I'll just be here, right beside you, if anything goes wrong. I suppose. Hermione said, still unsure, as long as you're here to help. He then looked up towards one of the owls, and Harry brought out an arm for the owl to rest on. An owl immediately flew straight toward him and approached her. All right, so you put your right arm out, okay. He gently said while Hermione was a bit hesitant. It's okay, my own. He calmly said as he looked at the dark gray owl on his arm. His name is Calwyn. Calwyn here isn't going to hurt you, Harry assured her while he stood beside her and allowed the owl to hop onto her arm. Calwyn then turned his head and cooed at her, which made Hermione giggle. Hermione turned to Harry excitedly with a bright smile on her face, and he just lovingly smiled back at her. You could pet him if you want. He would not mind, Harry said, and Hermione brought back her attention to Calwyn. Hermione slowly lifted her hand and gently stroked his feathers as Harry watched her. Wow, his feathers are really soft, Hermione said in amazement, and the owl hooted, which made Harry snicker. Hermione glanced over at Harry with a confused look on her face. "Oh, it's nothing, my own," he said with a smile on his face. He just said thanks for the compliment. Hermione just nodded and continued petting the owl but was interrupted by Harry, who asked, "After this, do you want to go to Honeydukes next?" He asked as Hermione and Tonks turned to him. "They've got a lot of sweets that I think you might enjoy." "Most definitely," Hermione exclaimed with a bright smile on her face. "Let's go right now." He warmly smiled at her, and he looked at Calwyn as he then gently patted him and flew off her arm. "All right, let's go," he asked once again as he brought out his hands, and Hermione and Tonks grabbed his hands with a smile and nodded. Later, Harry, Tonks, and Hermione arrived at Honeydukes while they walked in hand through the entrance of the shop, and they were immediately hit with the scent of sweets. They then found Ron and Lavender with a few third years in what seems to be both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff as they were checking out some sweets while giving some suggestions on what to get. "Free sample of fudge for you, sweet," a lady behind the counter asked, holding out a huge tray of assorted chocolate. "We aren't a couple," Harry said through a stutter as Hermione could feel her face burn up. Hermione then immediately approached the tray out of embarrassment, still holding Harry's hand. "Harry, I'll try some, thank you," Hermione said, flustered, while she picked a piece of fudge up and popped it in her mouth with her free hand. "Whoa, this tastes amazing. Harry and Tonks should try one," Hermione thought and got one more from the tray as she turned towards him. Harry was looking around the place, seeing if there were any sweets he would like to have, and at that moment, Hermione looked into his face properly. This fudge tasted amazing, here, try it," Hermione said, while she brought the fudge closer to his as he just opened his mouth, and she unknowingly fed him. "This does taste amazing, my own," he happily said, and at that moment, he too realized what just happened as she saw him turn red, and we locked eyes. Tonks smiled sweetly as she tried one too. Harry then unconsciously rubbed his thumb across the back of Hermione and Tonks's hand while Hermione slowly looked down, embarrassed. During this whole event, the fudge lady can't help but adore the interaction between the three. "They are so cute together," she said as Harry heard her, which made her turn red like a tomato. They bought their favorites, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, sugared butterfly wings, tooth flossing string mints, and some fudge. In the end, Tonks abruptly stopped Harry with a smirk. "Harry, do you have anywhere to go during Christmas?" Tonks questioned, earning a raised eyebrow from Hermione. "Not really," Harry said with a little shrug. "How about you spend time in my house with my family? They would be delighted to have you for Christmas," Tonks suggested and suddenly felt a big hug from Harry. "Thank you, Tonks," Harry said with all his heart and felt his cheeks turn red when Tonks kissed at his cheeks. "Harry, do you have anywhere to go during Christmas?" Tonks questioned, earning a raised eyebrow from Hermione. "Not really," Harry said with a little shrug. "How about you spend time in my house with my family? They would be delighted to have you for Christmas," Tonks suggested and suddenly felt a big hug from Harry. "Thank you, Tonks," Harry said with all his heart and felt his cheeks turn red when Tonks kissed at his cheeks. Harry blushed furiously, Hermione smiled cutely at his face. Soon they found an excellent place to stay with Ron and Lavender. Soon all of them ordered something to eat. "This still looks amazing," Hermione said, awestruck at the food, and Harry nodded with a small smile in appreciation. "What is it? What is it?" Lavender excitedly asked, almost jumping up and down the chair as Ron stared intently at the food in front of him. Oh right, it's stir-fried tomato and scrambled eggs," the chef said with a smile. "Wicked," Ron breathlessly said while he wiped his lips. "Could we eat it now?" "Go ahead," the chef said, and they dug in. Hermione, Tonks, and Harry sat beside each other, as across from them were Ron and Lavender were seated. No one uttered a single word as they continued to eat the food. "Almost forgot, the butterbeer," Harry said in realization. He stood up and took the jugs full of butterbeer. Just then, Lavender and Ron perked up from their bowls as they heard the word butterbeer. "Hold on, I need to get a few glasses for us," Harry said and headed straight to the kitchen once again. "2 butterbeer for me, please," Lavender said as she gulped down her food. "FWEE 4 MWEP wefs," Ron added, a mouthful of food, and Hermione looked at him disgustedly. "First off, Don't talk when your mouth is full, and second of all, what is butterbeer? Hermione scolded him before looking at Tonks. Butterbeer is just a drink made with soda, sugar, heavy cream, butter, and a tinge of rum, Tonks said. She had tried it herself, but she was not the biggest fan of it if she were to drink alcohol. She would rather drink something strong, like whiskey. Who wants whipped cream in theirs? Harry asked his 4 friends, and Lavender and Ron raised their hands. Would you like to have some too, Hermione and Tonks? Sure, I'd like to try some, Hermione said with a shrug while Tonks shook her head. Here you go, 5 butterbeers, Harry said as he brought 4 glass mugs filled with a yellow caramelish liquid with whipped cream. Tonks, what is it like to be an Auror? Ron asked while wiping away the cream from his lips. Tonks drank half of her butterbeer before telling them her stories as an Auror. Harry listened closely along with Hermione. Later. Hey, Hermione, Harry began, you've got a little whipped cream right here, he said, pointing a finger on top of his lip. She looked at him confusingly as he tried to show her where on her lips the foam sticking to from the butterbeer was. She tried to wipe it off and asked him, did I get it? Not really, here, let me. He said with a chuckle as he licked his thumb, reached over to her, and wiped it off her top lip, instantly making her face burn up. While Ron, Lavender, and Tonks looked at them with cheeky smiles on their faces, and Harry sat back down beside her. Harry nonchalantly kissed the cream off his thumb while looking at her, unfazed with confusion. What's wrong? Did he not realize what he just did? Hermione thought as her face got red and her heart beat uncontrollably while her stomach fluttered. Nothing. Hermione stammered as she watched Harry take a big gulp of his own drink. Just then, Harry froze in place, and his eyes opened wide in realization. At that moment, Harry slowly placed down his glass as she saw his face getting red and looked down, embarrassed. Sorry. Harry mentally apologized towards her. It's all right. Hermione answered back, and they were both red-faced. Soon they were done, and their time in Hogsmeade eventually ended. Harry was walking beside Tonks and Hermione with a goofy smile. He couldn't think of the last time he had been so happy. Both Tonks and Hermione were holding his hands. Harry felt his cheeks burning up. Soon they reached the place where everyone else was when Tonks turned to him abruptly. Harry, I'm afraid I need to leave you now. My shift is over, Tonks said apologetically, looking at him. Don't worry, Tonks, as long as we can go out like this again. I won't mind. Harry spoke with a cheeky grin that Tonks both loved and hated. You really like to flirt, don't you? Tonks teased with a grin. Is part of my charm, Harry added teasingly, with a soft smile that made Tonks want to. Calm down, Tonks. Think what your mother would say if she saw you like this, Tonks thought. I'm happy you found someone as kind as Harry. Never mind, I shouldn't think about mother, she would probably encourage me, Tonks thought. Feeling a hand on her shoulder made Tonks escape her thoughts, only to see Harry looking at her with his mesmerizing green eyes. Thank you for the date. Harry thanked her and thought that would be it when she grabbed his tunic, bringing him close to her and dotting his cheek. I can't wait for you to come to my house during Christmas, Tonks spoke with a husky tone right at his ear that sent pleasant shivers down his spine. I can't wait, Harry replied, smiling. Harry turned bright red, stepping back, Tonks wearing a victory smirk on her face. She said goodbye to Hermione before leaving them. Professor McGonagall announced, it's time to head back to Hogwarts. Come along, everyone. Oh no, I really wanted to go to the Shrieking Shack. Hermione gloomily said. Sorry, Hermione, Harry said with a sympathetic look and a small smile as they followed the professor. Maybe next time, alright, he added, and she gave a sad nod in response. Later, as his friends went to Hogwarts, Harry was talking with Professor Lupin on the wooden bridge, or also known as the covered bridge. Professor, Harry called out as he looked out of the bridge and asked, can I ask you something? You'd like to know why I intervened when your boggart started changing again? Professor Lupin said, which surprised Harry. I should think it'd be obvious. I assumed the boggart would take the shape of Lord Voldemort the second time. I did think of Voldemort first, Harry said, unsure. But then, I remembered that night on the train, and the Dementor. Well, I'm impressed, he complimented. That suggests that what you fear most of all is fear. This is very wise. In the train, before I destroyed it, I heard a woman screaming. Harry said with a grim look. Dementors feed with our fear and insecurities, Harry. The professor said, still not understanding how Harry destroyed the thing. Not even Dumbledore could give a clear explanation. I think it was my mother, the night she was murdered. Harry sadly said, which made Professor Lupin look out at the view of the bridge as he reminisced. You know, the first time I saw you, Harry, I recognized you immediately. He began and turned back to him as he said something which made Harry look at him in surprise. Not by your scar, by your eyes. They're your mother, Lily's. You knew her. Oh, yes, I knew her. He continued while his eyes glazed in memory and smiled as he turned around and went to the other side of the bridge. Your mother was there for me at a time when no one else was. We used to talk for hours. She was not only a singularly gifted witch but an uncommonly kind woman. She had a way of seeing the beauty in whoever she met, even, and perhaps most especially, when that person couldn't see it in themselves. Your father, James, on the other hand, he said with a chuckle as he changed the subject. He had, shall we say, a certain talent for trouble. You are more like them, you know. He continued as they both looked out to the view. In time, you'll come to see just how much. Later. The hall buzzes with tales of Hogsmeade as students swap stories, sample sweets, and send soap bubbles of all shapes, sizes, and colors into the air. As Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Lavender returned from their Hogsmeade visit, they made their way to the Gryffindor common room. Honeydukay's sweet shop is brilliant, but nothing beats Zonko's joke shop. Ron exclaimed, talking about all the places he had been with Lavender. We never did get a chance to go to the Shrieking Shack. You heard that it's the most, Hermione began, but Harry interrupted her. Haunted building in Britain, I know. Harry continued. Hermione was happy just to spend time with Harry outside the castle, more so than Hogsmeade itself. But, I mean, after a while, it got a bit boring. Don't you think? Lavender then asked Ron, Hermione, and Harry, trying to change the subject. Oh, yeah, dead depressing. Ron said teasingly, making the others roll their eyes. As they climbed the stairs, they found a crowd gathering on the 7th floor landing and stopped walking while they saw fellow Gryffindors start to converse among themselves. Something's wrong, Harry said to his friends, which alarmed them a bit. Harry felt something off with the environment as it gave off confusion and worry or, more accurately, distress. His eyes turned gold, but he couldn't see anything extraordinary. What's going on? Harry asked as they saw the crowd in front of the entrance. Why isn't anyone going in? Lavender curiously asked while Ron and Hermione peered over the heads in front of them. The portrait seemed to be closed. Probably Neville forgot the password again, Ron said with a little shrug. Hey! Neville exclaimed behind them as they turned towards him. Oh, you're here, Ron said, and Lavender smacked his arm. Ow! Let me through, please. Excuse me. I'm head boy. Came Percy's voice, and he came bustling, importantly, through the crowd. Yeah, how can we forget? You mention it every 2 seconds. Lavender mumbled under her breath while Ron and Neville snickered, but Harry was on high alert, and Hermione was looking through the crowd worriedly. And then a silence fell over the crowd, from the front first, so a chill seemed to spread down the corridor. They heard Percy say, in a sudden sharp voice, somebody get the headmaster. Quick. The crowd then exchanged glances when Ginny emerges from the crowd. She was in distress. The fat lady. She's gone. Ginny exclaimed to everyone. Serves her right. Ron yelled with a laugh. She was a terrible singer. It's not funny, Ron. Hermione scolded behind him while Lavender was curious about what was happening. Get back, all of you, Percy instructed once more. No one is to enter this dormitory until it has been fully searched. As they looked through the crowd and towards the fat lady, the portrait was empty, now slashed viciously, great strips of canvas hanging from the frame. Oh, my, Hermione said as she grabbed Harry's arm. They then saw Peeves floating about, and Harry called out to him in a whisper with his expressionless face. Pissed, Peeves. Harry yelled out in a hushed tone, and it immediately caught his attention and floated towards them. Hello, Potter. He exclaimed above them, it is indeed nice to see you in good health. How may I be of service to you, sir? He asked with a bow, which made them look at him wide-eyed. Do you know what happened? What is going on with all this anxiety in the room? He asked while Peeves then grinned, but before he could even answer, Dumbledore appeared. The headmaster's here, Seamus announced as Dumbledore took one quick look at the ruined painting and turned, his eyes somber, Professors McGonagall, Lupin, Filch, and Snape hurrying toward him. As Harry saw Snape, he could feel anger coming off of him, which made him tilt his head in confusion. Mr. Filch, round up the ghosts. Tell them to search every painting in the castle to find the fat lady. Dumbledore commanded as he looked around the room. There's no need for ghosts, Professor, Filch said. The fat lady's there. He pointed to a portrait further down the hall. Filch extends a crooked finger. High up, near the ceiling, the fat lady cowers in a portrait not her own, trembling. Making the students move toward where he was pointing and gasp at what they saw. As the professors and the other Gryffindors led by Percy walked down to the portrait, the fat lady peered out and looked at them. Just then, someone cuts in with a cackling voice, "You'll be lucky." It was Peeves the poltergeist, bobbing over the crowd and looking delighted, as he always did, at the sight of wreckage or worry. "What do you mean, Peeves?" Dumbledore calmly said, and Peeves's grin faded a little. He didn't dare taunt Dumbledore. Instead, he adopted an oily voice that was no better than his cackle. "Ashamed, your headship, sir. She doesn't want to be seen. She's a horrible mess. Saw her running through the landscape up on the 4th floor, sir, dodging between the trees. Crying something dreadful," he said happily. "Poor thing," he added unconvincingly. "Did she say who did it?" Dumbledore quietly said. "Oh yes, Headmaster," Peeves said. "He got very angry when she wouldn't let him in, you see." Peeves flipped over and grinned at Dumbledore from between his own legs. "Nasty temper he's got, that Sirius Black." As the name came out of chaos erupted among the students, scared for their lives, as there was a murderer in Hogwarts. "Secure the castle, Mr. Filch," Dumbledore calmly instructed, "the rest of you, to the Great Hall." Great Hall. The headmaster sent all the Gryffindors back to the Great Hall, where they were joined 10 minutes later by the students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, who all looked extremely confused. The headmaster paused, about to leave the hall, and said, "Oh, yes, you'll be needing." One casual wave of his wand and the long tables flew to the edges of the hall and stood themselves against the walls. Another wave, and the floor was covered with hundreds of squashy purple sleeping bags. Soon enough, all the students of each house got dressed for bed as all the tables in the Great Hall were no longer there as they were all given sleeping bags. "The teachers and I need to conduct a thorough search of the castle," the headmaster told the students as Professors McGonagall and Flitwick closed all doors into the hall. "I'm afraid that, for your own safety, you will have to spend the night here. I want the prefects to stand guard over the entrances to the hall, and I am leaving the head boy and girl in charge. Any disturbance should be reported to me immediately," he added to Percy, who looked immensely proud and important. "Send word with one of the ghosts." "Sleep well," the headmaster said, closing the door behind him. The hall immediately began to buzz excitedly. The Gryffindors were telling the rest of the school what had just happened. "Everyone into their sleeping bags," shouted Percy. "Come on, now, no more talking. Lights out in 10 minutes. Come on," Ron said to his friends. They seized 4 sleeping bags and dragged them into a corner. They then laid their sleeping bags down while Harry placed his sleeping bag next to Hermione's. The 4 of them decided to talk with each other. Harry noticed Hermione was a little on edge, so he inched closer to her. She noticed and let her head drop to his shoulder in comfort. "Do you think Black's still in the castle?" Hermione whispered anxiously towards them. "Dumbledore obviously thinks he might be," Ron said as if a matter of fact. "I doubt it," Harry said with a thoughtful look. "He wouldn't be thick enough to stick around, right?" Harry looked around but couldn't see Tonks anywhere. He was hoping that his favorite Auror would be around. "I think so." Lavender began as she crossed her arms. "The teachers said they couldn't find him. Plus, Filch could find anyone, so if he couldn't find Black, he's most likely not here anymore," Harry added while Lavender nodded in agreement. "It's fortunate he picked tonight, you know," Hermione said as she sat straight up, and they then climbed fully dressed into their sleeping bags and propped themselves on their elbows to talk. "The one night we weren't in the tower. I reckon he's lost track of time, being on the run," Ron suggested. "But something is strange with this sudden attack. Why would Black try and enter the tower when I wasn't there?" Harry thought and pondered the event. Surely he had to be sure I was in there unless he tried to enter for a different reason. Didn't realize it was Halloween. Otherwise, he'd have come bursting in here. Hermione shuddered. But this event feels off. Lavender said as if she had read Harry's mind, and everyone looked at her questioningly. Don't you think? I have to agree with Lavender. It doesn't make sense. Harry cuts in, and they turn to him next while he ponders. Black managed to get through the castle with no problem or even a trace of him coming in, especially since this place has one of the highest security in the wizarding world. Add the fact the Dementors and Aurors. I feel like we're missing something here. Suddenly, all around them, people were asking one another the same question: how did he get in? Maybe he knows how to apparate, a Ravenclaw said a few feet away. Just appear out of thin air, you know. Disguised himself, probably, a Hufflepuff fifth year said. He could have flown in, suggested Dean Thomas. Honestly, am I the only person who's ever bothered to read Hogwarts, a history? Hermione crossly said to Lavender, Ron, and Harry. Probably. Why? Ron said with a shrug. Yeah, only the headmaster could apparate to Hogwarts, no one else, right? Harry asked for confirmation, and Hermione nodded with an adorable smile. At least someone knows the basics of Hogwarts, a history. Hermione proudly said. The castle's protected by more than walls, you know, she continued. There are all sorts of enchantments on it to stop people entering by stealth. You can't just apparate in here. And I'd like to see the disguise that could fool those Dementors. They're guarding every single entrance to the grounds. They'd have seen him fly in too. And even the Aurors should have seen something. Hermione mockingly said. And Filch knows all the secret passages, doesn't he? Ron asked them. They'll have them covered. Well, until the professors find a clue on him, we should try and get some rest, Harry suggests as he puts his glasses to the side and lays on his side. The lights are going out now. Percy shouted. I want everyone in their sleeping bags and no more talking. The candles all went out at once and all the students laid back in their sleeping bags. The only light now came from the silvery ghosts, who were drifting about talking seriously to the prefects, and the enchanted ceiling, which, like the sky outside, was scattered with stars. With that and the whispering still filling the hall, the Golden Quintet felt as though they were sleeping outdoors in a light wind. A couple of minutes went by, and they couldn't sleep with the fact that a known murderer was in Hogwarts. But Harry and Hermione really enjoyed the day today. But after this, the two couldn't sleep, and the others must have been the same as Harry could still sense their auras fully awake. Once every hour, a teacher would reappear in the hall to check that everything was quiet. Around 3 in the morning, when many students had finally fallen asleep, the headmaster came in. Harry then turned, looking around for Percy, who had been prowling between the sleeping bags, telling people off for talking. Percy was only a short way away from Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Lavender, who quickly pretended to be asleep as the headmaster's footsteps drew nearer. Any sign of him, Professor? Percy asked in a whisper. No. All well here. Everything under control, sir. What a pompous git he is. Ron thought out loud with a groan. Good. There's no point moving them all now. I've found a temporary guardian for the Gryffindor portrait hole. You'll be able to move them back in tomorrow. And the fat lady, sir. Hiding in a map of Argyllshire on the second floor. Apparently, she refused to let Black in without the password, so he attacked her. She's still very distressed, but once she's calmed down, I'll have Mr. Filch restore her. The Golden Quintet then heard the hall door creak open again and more footsteps. Headmaster. It was Snape. They kept quite still, listening intently. The whole of the 3rd floor has been searched. He's not there. And Filch has done the dungeons, nothing there either. What about the astronomy tower? Professor Trelawney's room, the Ollery, all searched. Very well, Severus. I didn't really expect Black to linger. Have you any theory about how he got in, Professor? Snape asked. Harry raised his head very slightly off his arms to free his other ear. Many, Severus, each of them as unlikely as the next. The Golden Quintet opened their eyes a fraction and squinted up to where they stood. Dumbledore's back was to them, but they could see Percy's face, wrapped with attention, and Snape's profile, which looked angry. You remember the conversation we had, Headmaster, just before, the start of term? Snape said, who was barely opening his lips as though trying to block Percy out of the conversation. I do, Severus, the headmaster said, and there was something like warning in his voice. It seems almost impossible that Black could have entered the school without inside help. I did express my concerns when you appointed. I do not believe a single person inside this castle would have helped Black enter it, the headmaster said, and his tone made it so clear that the subject was closed that Snape didn't reply. I must go to the Dementors, the headmaster said. I said I would inform them when our search was complete. Didn't they want to help, sir? Percy said. Oh yes, the headmaster said coldly. But I'm afraid no Dementor will cross the threshold of this castle while I am headmaster. Percy looked slightly abashed. The headmaster left the hall, walking quickly and quietly. Snape stood for a moment, watching the headmaster with an expression of deep resentment on his face. What was all that about? Ron mouthed. I don't know. Harry mouthed back, and Lavender, Hermione, and Ron mentally just looked at each other worriedly. Sirius Black, what the hell were you thinking? Andromeda shouted right at his face, pointing her wand right at his face. I'm sorry. I know. I screwed up, but every time I remember that the rat is there. Sirius's words trailed off, his point quite clear to everyone. Andromeda wanted to tell him that he could have been easily caught, and their plans to capture the rat and prove his innocence would go down in flames. Suddenly Tonks entered the house looking distraught. Her eyes found Sirius, who backed away when she marched towards him with a furious look. What the hell was that, Sirius? Might I know why I got an urgent message to return back to Hogwarts? Tonks all but shouted at him. Sirius quickly explained how he had thought that because everyone had been at Hogsmeade, that would be his chance to capture Peter. You're an idiot, Tonks said with a sigh. Sirius had a downcast look, knowing that hadn't been his most brilliant plan. Knowing he wanted what was best for Harry and only wanted him safe, Tonks decided to give him the good news. Stop with the long face. I invited Harry to stay with us during Christmas. He accepted. You can meet him when he arrives. Tonks said with a little smile. Sirius found himself beaming upon hearing that, almost wanting to hug the Auror, who glared at him not to try it. That's wonderful, Tonks. Now, I need to know if I need to prepare a room for him, or will your room do? Andromeda asked teasingly at her daughter, who turned red from embarrassment. I hate you, all, she said with a shake of her head. 3 days later. As the days passed, the students continued to slumber in the hall, their bodies draped across the cold, hard floor like discarded blankets. The dim light of the flickering torches cast eerie shadows on the walls, adding to the ominous atmosphere that pervaded the once bustling school. Despite the professor's tireless efforts to scour every inch of the building, there seemed to be no sign of Sirius anywhere. Dumbledore had ensured them that the third night would be the last one, and they would soon return back to their own rooms. As Harry approached Tonks, he couldn't help but notice the way her vibrant hair caught the sunlight and seemed to dance around her face. She was in the midst of a conversation with 2 other girls who, based on their confident demeanor and matching robes, were likely fellow Aurors. Despite the group's serious tone, Harry's presence brought a sense of ease and familiarity to the conversation as he greeted Tonks with a warm smile and a casual, "Hey, Tonks." Without a moment's hesitation, she jumped up from her spot, enveloping Harry in a tight hug that filled him with a sense of comfort and belonging. "Harry," she exclaimed, her voice filled with joy. "How are you?" she inquired, her eyes scanning his face for any signs of weariness or concern. "I'm okay. I just came over to see how you were doing," Harry said before he noticed the 2 other girls with Tonks. His eyes scanned the room, taking in the new faces and surroundings. It was then that he heard the high-pitched squeals of the 2 other girls, and he couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. Harry paused for a moment, taking in the scene before him. Tonks was surrounded by 2 beautiful young women, one of whom was a stunning redhead with excitement in her eyes. The other girl had long blonde hair and a mischievous glint in her eye. "Evening, ladies." Harry greeted them with a slight nod of his head. "Oh my god, Tonks, he is adorable. I can't believe you've been hiding him from us," the stunning redhead exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Harry's heart skipped a beat at the compliment, and he couldn't help but feel a little flattered. Meg had long, deep burnished copper hair cascading down her back like a fiery waterfall. Her beautiful red eyes sparkled with an otherworldly intensity, and her pale, unblemished skin seemed to glow in the flickering candlelight. The witch was slender and graceful, standing taller than most men with an ethereal air about her. As she turned to face Harry, he couldn't help but notice her full East's narrow waist and heart-shaped face. Her voice was deep but melodic, sending shivers down his spine. Harry had to admit that Meg was undeniably a beauty. No, 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 Jennifer exclaimed, her voice playful yet insistent as she leaned towards the boy who was chatting with her friend. Her thick, softly curling brown hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing her large brown eyes that shone with excitement. As she reached out to touch his arm, a shy smile played across her lips, making the boy's face turn red. "You should have introduced us long ago," she said, sliding closer to him, her slender but womanly figure moving with grace and ease. Her smooth, unblemished pale skin seemed to glow in the dim light of the room, and her small Easts rose and fell gently with each breath. With her infectious energy and magnetic charm, Jennifer had captured Harry's attention. "Oh, he's even cuter when he's blushing," Meg stated with a small squeal, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of Harry's flustered expression. Harry, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and amusement, couldn't help but duck his head to hide his blushing cheeks. Tonks, who had been observing the exchange with a small smile, spoke up. "I'm so sorry about this, Harry," she said with a gentle tone, hoping to ease the young wizard's discomfort. Harry shook his head, a small grin tugging at the corners of his lips. "It's fine, really," he replied, his cheeks still faintly pink. "I mean, I can't help it, I'm just so adorable," he added with a cheeky smile, earning a chuckle from Tonks, Meg and Jennifer. "Sorry about them," she apologized to Harry, her tone laced with a hint of annoyance. "They're too childish for their own good sometimes. Honestly, you two were Aurors," she scolded them lightly, hoping to bring an end to their squabbling. Turning her attention back to Harry, Tonks leaned in slightly, her expression growing more serious as she spoke. "But never mind about them," she said. "What about you? Sirius Black got into the castle. Does that make you nervous at all?" Her eyes searched his face, looking for any signs of worry or fear. Harry's response was nonchalant, but Tonks could sense a hint of apprehension in his voice. "I mean, a bit," he admitted. "But he didn't get me, and Hermione's probably got a few ideas in that mind of hers." Tonks nodded in understanding. "Don't worry, Harry. I'm here whenever you need help. I won't let anyone hurt you," Tonks reassured him, placing her hands gently on his shoulders. Harry grinned at her words, but Tonks had a feeling that he was going to say something that would make her regret her promise. And she was right. Before she could react, Harry teased, "Oh, I didn't know you loved me so much. Who knew I could capture the heart of such a beautiful Auror?" Tonks quickly gripped his ear playfully to shut him up, feeling her face turn red. To make matters worse, her friends, who had been watching the exchange with amusement, erupted in laughter at her expense. Despite the embarrassment, Tonks couldn't help but smile at Harry's cheeky wit and the playful banter between them. Harry's grin was still plastered on his face as he moved away from Tonks, rubbing his red ear, which she had just playfully pinched. Despite the physical pain, Harry seemed to be thoroughly enjoying himself, as he couldn't help but tease Tonks. "You have changed so much, Tonks. You wound my heart," Harry said, his voice filled with a playful tone. He placed a hand dramatically over his heart and wiped away fake tears, causing Tonks to roll her eyes in amusement. Tonks couldn't help but hear her friends squealing and cooing over how adorable Harry was being, but she was starting to get annoyed. "One more word and I will hex you," Tonks threatened, pointing her wand at Harry, even though she didn't actually mean it. She just hoped that Harry would stop his flirting before she ended up hexing him for real. Harry's cheeky grin widened as he confessed to Tonks, "Hexed by an Auror like you. I wouldn't mind." Tonks rolled her eyes, ready to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior, when he cleared his throat and announced, "Well, I'd better get going." Finally, Tonks thought to herself, not wanting to encourage Harry's flirtatious behavior any further. However, before he could leave, Tonks couldn't resist giving him a playful jab. "Okay, well, have a terrible night," she said with a smile before leaning in and dotting him on the cheek. Harry's face turned slightly pink as he stood up to leave. He waved goodbye to Jennifer and Meg, two of Tonks' close friends, before turning and leaving. Tonks watched him go, feeling a mixture of frustration and amusement. Harry's charm had always been a double-edged sword. On one hand, he was incredibly likable, but on the other hand, his constant flirting was exhausting. As soon as Harry was out of earshot, Tonks heard Jennifer and Meg walking up to her with wide grins, ready to ask questions about Harry. She rolled her eyes, knowing that they wouldn't let her live this down for a while. What can I say? Tonks thought to herself with a smile, Harry always knows how to leave an impression. Later. Very well done, boy. Flitwick cheered happily when Harry finally produced a small shield of light using the Patronus charm. I hate Dementors, Harry said, laying on his back as his chest rose and fell in rhythm. Yes, they are quite annoying creatures, aren't they? A voice asked from the door. Turning, Harry saw Professor Lupin standing by the door with a smile on his face before he approached him and handed him a piece of chocolate. It really helps, he told him with a sincere smile. Harry, to be honest, it was Professor Lupin who suggested you receive the training against the Dementors, Flitwick said, shooting a look at Lupin that Harry couldn't decipher. Well, I mean, he is the defense teacher, so. Harry said as he munched on his piece of candy. If you don't mind me asking, what memories did you use to power the spell? Lupin asked curiously. Well, Professor Flitwick said to use a happy memory, and the happiest thing I can think of is my parents. They're smiling and talking to me. Not about anything in particular, just talking. I don't even know if it's real, but that's what I used. Harry said with a small smile on his face. The two teachers didn't know what to say for a moment before smiling at him. I know they'd be very proud of you, Harry. Thank you, professors, Harry said. Later. A week passed before the headmaster announced the green light for the Quidditch match. The hall went ballistic with enthusiasm at the news as Wood and Flint glared at each other from across their tables. The day of the match arrived, and the two houses found themselves in the stands awaiting the beginning of the game. Hermione and Ron were seated in their usual spots, as they looked around excitedly. What the hell? Ron muttered. Hermione turned to look in the direction he had been staring at curiously. She saw the girl Harry had introduced them to a little while ago, along with Padma, both wearing what seemed to be custom-made Gryffindor-colored sweaters. The two weren't hard to miss in the sea of silver and blue. The two girls chatted excitedly about something as they, too, awaited the game to begin. I guess it doesn't hurt that they're supporting Gryffindor, Hermione commented with a shrug. Yeah, oh, by the way, I was thinking, did you maybe want to check out the Shrieking Shack on our next Hogsmeade trip? Ron asked, looking straight ahead at the field. Oh, yeah, actually, I've been curious about it ever since you mentioned it in the common room, she replied excitedly. Really? Great. Hermione nodded and smiled at the boy next to her before she felt herself being pulled back, and the ever-annoying voices of Lavender and Parvati intruded her ear cavity. Going on a date with Ron now, are you? Parvati started. It's not a date. We're going as friends. Good to know, Lavender said as she sat beside Ron. How are things going between you and Harry? Lavender asked, looking at Hermione before looking back at the arena. What does he have to do with any of this? Hermione asked, her patience wearing thin. Why don't you tell us? Whatever happened to that day you two were supposed to spend together? Didn't something come up? Lavender asked. How do you know about that? Are you stalking us? That's hardly the point, Parvati said after a beat of silence. Oh, my God. Hermione groaned as she pulled herself forward and out of that conversation. She shot one last look to the Ravenclaw duo before Lee Thomas's voice boomed through the arena, and the two Quidditch teams headed out to the field. Ron looked up at the heavy clouds and was thankful the rain or snow seemed to delay itself for this game. Though it did seem as though it would fall at any given second, he was just glad it hadn't decided to fall immediately before turning to the match. Later, Harry was set to take this match under Malfoy's nose. Harry, along with Ginny, sat in the reserved seats watching the match from the side. After all the formalities and rules were given, the game began. Immediately it was determined that Gryffindor's training had been beneficial as Angelina, Katie, and Alicia played to the strategies Wood had hammered into their minds. Harry hovered above the rest of the players eagle-eyed. Draco did pretty much the same while occasionally throwing in the usual petty insults. The Slytherins were behind, but not by much as the game reached its 10-minute mark, but it was clear to everyone that they were starting to get restless. The game took an outrageously violent turn when two Slytherin chasers forced Katie to fly into the stand. Foundation, throwing her off her broom, she waved off any medical treatment, but it was clear that her wrist was totaled. That wasn't the worst play yet as Draco all but hammered Alicia in the face with the beater's bat he had stolen off his teammate. Thankfully, that's when Hooch called time. The Gryffindors flew to their teammate while the Slytherins grinned in satisfaction. It took a while, but eventually, Harry and the others managed to calm the twins down, telling them that they could get Draco back with a prank, and the pair of damn near evil smirks made everyone, sans Alicia, who could barely see, shiver in fright. "What the hell are we going to do, Wood?" Angelina asked as she tended to her friend while waiting for Pomfrey to take her into the medical tent. I don't know. We might have to forfeit the game," he said, his jaw set tightly. Hearing these words made the rest of the team freeze. "The hell did you just say?" Harry asked with a shocked expression before he thought of something quickly. "What other choice do we have?" "Put me in the game," Harry said, turning to the team captain. "What? Put me in? But you're the seeker in this game," Fred stated slowly. "No, swap out Katie for me. I'll play chasers this match." There was a moment of silence. "No bloody way," Wood said, shaking his head furiously. "It's like you said, what other choice do you have? Alicia's out. There are no two ways about that, and Katie's wrist is completely stuffed." "Madame Pomfrey will," Katie started but didn't get to finish. "Do you truly think she'll tend to you before she does, Alicia? You'll get a numbing potion for the pain, and then when she's done with Allie, she'll get to you. We can't afford to wait that long," Harry said, turning back to Wood. "Allie?" asked Katie. "Alicia's a mouthful," Harry answered with a lazy wave of his hand as he continued to stare at his captain. "Who's going to be playing Seeker then?" he asked as he realized this may very well be his only option. Harry didn't say a word, but he did turn to look at their newest member. Everyone turned to look at Ginny as her eyes went wide with fright. Wait. Harry, we can't. It's the smartest move," Harry argued. "She's green. The Slytherins won't see her as a threat. If anything, they'll target me. I'm the Potter on the field. They'll think Christmas came early. I'm good enough to avoid those bludgers and keep the score ahead while Ginny looks for the snitch." "What about Malfoy? There's no way in hell he's going to leave Gin alone," Angelina asked, slowly getting on board with this plan. Harry simply pointed at the Slytherin team, who were getting heavily reprimanded by Madame Hooch. They saw her officially state Malfoy's penalty, which was a ban for the next 5 games and 50 points taken from Slytherin House. "Draco isn't a concern anymore. Guys, we can do this," Harry said with a determined nod. The rest of the team looked around at one another nervously. "What about the plays?" George asked. "I'll just wing it," Harry stated with a shrug. "Wing it?" Wood asked dangerously. "Yeah, just believe in me, guys, and I promise you it'll all work out." Before they could respond, Madame Hooch approached the team. "2 of your players are badly injured, Mr. Wood. Is Gryffindor going to forfeit this match?" she asked, looking at Wood expectantly. Oliver looked around at his team and nodded at Harry. "No, ma'am. We will replace our chasers, Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet, with Harry Potter. Ginny Weasley will take the Seeker's spot," he told her. With a nod, Madame Hooch took her broom and flew into the sky just as Pomfrey came to take the 2 injured away. 2 of Gryffindor's chasers have been greatly injured and are unable to continue with the match. The announcement was met with cheers from the Slytherins and Ns and boos from the other houses. Ignoring all of this, Madame Hooch continued. When asked about forfeit, the captain, Oliver Wood, had stated that there will be 2 replacements made to the team. The cheering and booing stopped as this news sank in with the public. Even the Slytherin Quidditch team seemed shocked. It has been decided that Harry Potter will replace the 2 chasers, and the position of Seeker will be played by Miss Ginny Weasley. As such, the match will continue. There was a beat of silence before the cheering once again roared from the crowds, and the 2 teams took to the sky, Angelina in the middle with Harry flanking on her left. Wood was positioned by the hoops while Fred and George took either side of the field with their bats at the ready, and Ginny Weasley was slightly above the other players and had a view of the entire field. Let it be known that Draco Malfoy and Marcus Flint have been banned from this match and, as such, have been replaced by Blaise Zabini and Robert Thorne, respectively. "Now let the match begin," Madame Hooch shouted as she blew her whistle to signal the restart of the match. The match was interesting, to say the least, Hermione noted with a frown. In the beginning, the Gryffindor seemed to have the tactical advantage, but now, it seemed as if they were just flying around. Slytherin seemed to take advantage of this and managed to score 2 more times, 170 to 190 to Gryffindor. They were catching up after the third goal, now putting Slytherin 1 point behind Gryffindor. Angelina seemed to yell something at Harry and immediately got a response before Harry turned to yell at Ginny. The other two nodded, obviously accepting whatever he had told them to. Hermione frowned and saw Ron do the same. "What do you think is going on?" he asked. "Well, I think." Harry gave them instructions. Hermione said with a frown. "Why would he do oh?" Ron grinned at the field. "What's going on?" Lavender asked, asking the two in front of her. "Harry's playing to Slytherin's weaknesses," Ron answered. "What do you mean?" Hermione chimed in. "I know this move. We played together back before the second year started. He's quite the analytical thinker. I wonder who else in your little group of friends has the same thought process as him." Parvati said with a slight sing. Hermione turned to glare at her before turning back to the field, and sure enough, it seemed as though they had something up their sleeve as they charged down the field. "Johnson has the quaffle, and she seems to be charging the Slytherin players." A quick pass to Harry and back to Johnson, and oh, she's feinted a throw and has made it past Thorne. She's quickly approaching the goal hoops, but she's blocked by Derek. Lee's voice once again boomed over the stadium. Hermione watched as the chaser paused for a bit before she grinned and simply dropped the quaffle. The bushy-haired girl blinked in confusion before Harry passed underneath the two in a blur with the ball in his hands. When the audience noticed this, they cheered loudly as Harry got past the keeper and scored for Gryffindor. The match continued with more outrageous plays being made by Gryffindor, most working and few failing. Harry had a total of 9 goals scored between him, and Angelina had scored another 4, bringing the score to 320 to 290 for Gryffindor. She saw Harry turn and yell something to Ginny, and the girl took off, weaving in between the players with the Slytherin Seeker following as best he could, but it was too late as Ginny raised her fist in the air to reveal the tiny golden ball trapped in her palm. As Madame Hooch blew her whistle, the sound echoed through the stadium, signaling the end of a hard-fought match and Gryffindor's well-deserved victory. The stands erupted in a deafening roar as the team's supporters jumped to their feet and cheered their heroes. The players themselves were ecstatic, hugging one another and leaping up and down in their joy was short-lived, as the sky suddenly darkened and a treacherous chill descended upon the field. The previously elated crowd was now replaced by shrieks of terror as hordes of Dementors swarmed the stadium and descended upon the players. The air was thick with the foul stench of decay, and the once boisterous cheers were replaced with gasps of fear and despair. Panic broke out in the stadium, and the students rushed to flee while the Quidditch players rushed for the dressing rooms. However, Harry Potter, with his infamous luck, was not so lucky this time. As he tried to escape, he found himself surrounded in an instant by the ominous Dementors, their cold presence sending shivers down his spine. And if that wasn't enough, the sky chose that precise moment to unleash a sudden and heavy downpour, making Harry not only cold and wet but now blind as well, as the rain obscured his vision. "What the hell is going on?" Harry exclaimed as he frantically looked around, trying to make sense of the chaos that surrounded him. The once peaceful Quidditch pitch was now a battlefield, with dark, ominous clouds looming overhead and the eerie silence only broken by the sound of his own racing heartbeat. With no time to waste, he soared into the air, hoping to escape the danger that lurked above. However, his relief was short-lived as he soon realized that he had underestimated the speed and power of the Dementors, who were now closing in on him with frightening speed. Desperately trying to stay ahead of them, Harry pushed his broomstick to its limits, but it was no match for the relentless pursuit of the dark creatures. As Harry frantically fled from the pursuing Dementors, he could feel the icy rain morphing into sharp sleet, pelting his face with stinging shards that sliced through the air with a fierce velocity. Despite the pain, he refused to let his fear consume him. His heart pounded in his chest as he pushed himself to go faster. His adrenaline-fueled escape came to a sudden halt when he felt a sudden jerk, causing him to spin around on his broom to see a grotesque creature latching onto it with a deathly grip. As Harry gazed over his shoulder at the looming figures of the Dementors, his mind flashed back to the terrifying moment when he had been attacked by these dark creatures. In that moment, he had vowed to himself that he would never again succumb to weakness and allow his fears to control him. With a fierce determination coursing through his veins, Harry's eyes blazed with an intense fire as he suddenly bellowed out a resounding declaration, "No more." As he spoke those two simple words, a surge of raw power exploded within him, filling his entire being with a force that he had never before experienced. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, and he could feel the electricity crackle and surge through him, igniting his nerves and setting his senses ablaze. As the Dementors closed in on him, their icy breaths sending shivers down his spine, Harry took a deep breath, his eyes glittering like molten gold. He knew that he had to act fast before they could k out his soul and leave him as an empty shell. With a steely determination, he lifted his hand and pointed it at the Dementors, his fingers curling into a tight fist. "Vade!" he shouted with all his might, his voice echoing through the dark and dreary alleyway. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted from his hand, illuminating the surroundings. With its brilliance, the light spread like wildfire, engulfing the Dementors in its warm. Creatures writhed in agony as the spell took hold of them, their screams piercing the silence of the night. The windows nearby cracked and shattered into a million pieces, unable to withstand the sheer force of their torment. The sky itself seemed to howl with their pain, as if mourning the loss of these dark. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The Dementors had turned to dust, their existence erased from the world forever. As Harry stood there, soaking wet from the rain that had just stopped, he couldn't help but feel his heart pounding in his chest as he surveyed the scene before him. The Dementors, those King creatures that had caused him so much pain and fear in the past, had all disappeared into nothingness. Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him, but he also couldn't help but notice something different this time. Unlike the last time he had faced the Dementors, Harry had fallen unconscious the moment he had used Vade to kill a single one of them. However, this time was different. This time, he had killed over 10 of them, and he felt as calm and powerful as ever. It was a feeling that Harry had never experienced before, a feeling of control and strength that he had never known he possessed. "You have reached it." As the spell concluded, the golden circle that was once glowing brightly on top of Harry's palm vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a faint trail of ash. He momentarily gazed down at his now empty hand, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him before quickly rising into the air and soaring back towards his companions. However, as he approached the stadium, he couldn't help but notice the sizable gathering of people congregated at the center of the arena. He descended towards the ground, only to be greeted by a throng of onlookers who had come to witness the incredible spectacle that had just occurred. Among the crowd, Harry could make out the familiar figure of Dumbledore standing at the forefront, his eyes twinkling with pride and admiration as he surveyed the scene before him. Harry Potter, the killer of Dementors. People cheered and applauded for the boy who lived, their voices ringing out in unison, filling the air with a sense of triumph and joy. Suddenly, a warm hug enveloped Harry, and he felt the familiar embrace of Hermione's arms around him. Her bushy hair almost blinded him, but he didn't mind. In that moment, he was just grateful to be alive and to have his closest friends by his side. "I was so afraid," Hermione whispered, hugging him close as if afraid that he would disappear. Harry chuckled slightly, his arms around her waist, and he knew that he would always be grateful for the unwavering love and support of his friends. "I won't leave you alone. Life would be boring," declared Harry with a charming grin on his face, his words bringing a playful chuckle from Hermione, who then pulled away from the embrace of her best friend before planting a quick peck on his cheek. Harry's eyes glinted in amusement as he watched Ron, his other best friend, approach him with a wide smile on his face, extending his hand for a congratulatory shake. "Good job, mate," Ron exclaimed with enthusiasm, clearly proud of his friend's success. Harry returned the smile, feeling grateful for the unwavering support of his friends, even in the most challenging times. As he turned his gaze towards Professor Dumbledore. As Harry gazed into Professor Dumbledore's wise and knowing eyes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creeping up on him. His mind raced with questions, wondering if something was off, if there was something he had missed, or if there was something he needed to be aware of. The way Dumbledore was eyeing him, it was clear that something was going on. "Professor?" Harry questioned, his voice laced with uncertainty, as he took a step closer to the wise old wizard. "Is everything okay?" Dumbledore's calm and reassuring presence washed over Harry like a warm and comforting blanket. As he stepped towards Harry, he noticed the furrowed brow on the young wizard's face, and the way his eyes seemed to be shining with a strange and otherworldly light. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly, placing a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. What happened to your eyes? My eyes. Instead of answering, with a flick of his wrist, Dumbledore transformed his watch into a dazzling mirror that gleamed in the dimly lit room. As Harry eagerly reached out to take it, the wise old wizard hesitated for a moment, his piercing blue eyes seeming to peer deep into Harry's soul. Then, with a small smile and a nod, he handed the mirror over to the young wizard. As Harry gazed into the reflective surface, he noticed a shimmering golden ring that encircled his irises, sparkling like a star in the night sky. Focusing a bit, Harry saw the ring disappear. It seemed his holy magic was always active now, but it seemed Dumbledore had one more question. Harry, my boy, what type of spell did you use? Harry Potter. After the incident during the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Dumbledore sends him to the hospital wing to be checked and see if he was injured in any way and told him that after he leaves the hospital wing to go to his office because he wants to talk. Harry figured Dumbledore wanted to talk about his use of holy magic. That's what everyone was talking about anyway, and the entire school had seen him killing several Dementors, some saying that must have been the magic that killed Voldemort many years ago. Harry didn't really care if the school knew. It is not like anyone could do anything about it. Holy magic was his heritage and a part of his house. Who cares what others think? And it is not like he yelled it out loud. Harry knew he could just lie about the spell, saying it was just an advanced form of Patronus charm that Professor Lupin had taught him. His thoughts went to the power he had shown when the Dementors had cornered him. For a moment, Harry had been scared that he would fall from his broomstick and straight to his death. But he had felt strength flowing through him like a violent river. He felt as if he could do anything. When the Dementors had screamed, Harry had felt no pity for them. When he had killed Professor Quirrell, he had felt as if he was somehow guilty of his fate, despite knowing it was self-defense, and against the one person who took everything from him, Harry had felt guilty. When he had stabbed the diary last year, hearing Voldemort scream, Harry felt a sense of victory but no joy. But when he heard the Dementors cry, their forms slowly turning to dust in the wind, Harry felt joy and power. He had felt joy. He had conquered his fear. Harry would be a liar if he said that he hadn't been afraid of Dementors. Even after the incident on the train, Harry had felt fear from them, but seeing them crumble like that, Harry had felt joy that he held the power to kill his own fear, the power not to allow others to step on him as if he was nothing. Harry knew soon enough he would hold enough power to rival Voldemort. And one day, with even more training, Harry could hold power even beyond that of Dumbledore. Despite not being the biggest fan of the old professor, Harry had to admit that Dumbledore was a powerful wizard. There's a reason why even someone like Voldemort feared him. Harry thought about how he should proceed further. He didn't want everyone to know about holy magic yet. He wanted that power to be kept secret and maybe never revealed. Harry didn't know what would happen, but he knew he was ready for the future. He knew he could just lie, not like that many people even knew that holy magic was even a thing. Hell, he doubted that even someone like Voldemort knew about its existence. His ears suddenly picked up faint noises of footsteps. He looked towards the door expecting someone to walk inside, but he was surprised that it took almost 10 seconds for someone to open the door. Harry's gloomy face changed to one of happiness, like flipping a switch when he recognized the pink hair of Tonks, her eyes scanning the large room before finding him. Her face brightened up just like his. Harry barely registered it, but his body was pushed back against the soft pillow of his bed by her jumping on him, hugging him. Harry felt her unique aroma conquer his nose. He took deep breaths to feel the fresh smell of mint, his hands caressing her long pink hair that he liked to see. Harry, thank Merlin, you're all right, Tonks said, her voice muffled by his clothes. What? Harry asked humorously. Tonks pulled away, ready to ask the question again, when the door opened yet again, revealing Hermione and Ron. Harry. Both said, happy to see him all right. Just like Tonks, Hermione threw herself at the boy, dotting both his cheeks, much to the amusement of Tonks and Ron and the embarrassment of Harry, who flushed. It's good to see you, mate, Ron said, walking up to his left side of the bed and shaking Harry's hand. After seeing that he was all right, Hermione, of course, was the first to break the ice and ask the question. Harry, what spell did you use? She asked, excitement seeping into her voice. Harry could tell she wasn't the only one who wanted to know. Even Tonks looked quite interested. I'm afraid I can't say anything, My father entrusted me with it, and I'm not going to betray his trust. Harry answered, looking at his friends. Tonks didn't really care much. Hermione looked a little dejected, and the smile splattered on her face was clearly forced. We understand, mate. If this is your secret, we have no business knowing it. Ron said with a little shrug. Harry smiled in return, happy to have Ron's support. They talked a little more about what happened with the match. Ron informed him that Slytherin was chosen as the winner because they had scored points during the whole mess with Dementors. Harry felt like he should be angrier that he had lost a Quidditch match, but he found himself not caring as much as he used to for losing the match. While Quidditch was fun and a way to escape from his troubles for some time, Harry knew his runes classes would start soon. Yesterday, Professor McGonagall informed him that he would start runes tomorrow, and with Quidditch on top of it, Harry didn't want to overwhelm himself. It was a fun game, but he found himself much more looking forward to studying and getting better at holy magic rather than chasing and hitting balls. Perhaps I should drop it for now. I could still fly with a broomstick whenever I have time, Harry thought before mentally nodding. For now, he didn't want to play Quidditch. Tonks, has there been anything from the Ministry? Harry asked, his voice becoming more serious. Tonks blinked before answering. No. Why? Because this is the second time I'm almost killed by the Dementors they decided to send here. Everyone knows how dangerous those creatures are if I had been less prepared. Those creatures could have killed me. Harry said, anger seeping into his voice. Tonks felt a shudder in her body from his voice, but she forced herself to think about what Harry was implying here. She herself disagreed with the idiotic decision to put Dementors around a scholar with children. Harry, do you want to sue the Ministry or something? Hermione asked, a little dumbfounded. She was no fan of the Ministry. She barely knew anything about them. The only thing she knew was that they were all, at least the majority were, pure-blood supremacists. Ginny had warned her before the third year started. No, but what kind of ministry does something so reckless? 2 attacks, both could have easily ended with me in a body bag. The moment the first attack happened, they should have removed the Dementors. Harry ranted with clear anger in his voice. Tonks wanted to point out that Sirius also never received a trial, but Harry still thought of him as someone who was responsible for his parents' death, and suddenly, she got an idea. Well, Harry, if you need help, you should ask Amelia Bones for help. Tonks said with a little sly smirk. She never liked the minister. They were too self-centered for her liking. Amelia Bones. Is she related to Susan Bones? Harry asked with a furrowed brow, recognizing the last name right away. Yay, she's from Hufflepuff, isn't she? Ron pointed out with Hermione nodding. She barely remembered the girl, but she recognized the name. Yes, I believe it's her aunt, but I'm saying that Amelia Bones could help you. She's one of the most powerful witches of our time. Tonks said with a wide grin, speaking with a hint of admiration. Is she your boss? Ron asked, tilting his head at the side, noticing the way Tonks was talking about the lady as if she was some kind of Merlin reborn or something. Yes, she is. Tonks answered right away, her voice like steel, as if not wanting to be reminded of that. Anyway, can I meet this Amelia Bones, Tonks? Harry asked, not sure what kind of witch she was, but if Tonks spoke of her in such high regard, then she must be one capable of helping him. Of course, Harry, she's coming over to my house to talk about something with my mother. You'll stay with us during Christmas so that you can talk to her. Tonks answered. Harry felt a little relieved. If this woman was as good as Tonks was making her out to be, she could be a potential ally. Thank you, Tonks. I'm in your debt, Harry said. The moment those words left his mouth, Tonks's mouth twitched up in amusement. Oh no, Harry thought with dread creeping into his body, knowing that smirk was no good news. This is the second time you're in my debt. How can you ever repay me? She asked with a little dramatic expression. I'll think of something, Harry answered with an innocent smile, much to Tonks's amusement, who hummed, leaning a bit closer to Harry's face. Since the incident happened, she had felt herself drawn to him more than usual. From the very beginning, she had found him handsome and charming, but now she felt as if she herself was more powerful near him, and her whole body felt like she was engulfed in flames. A part of her just wanted to wipe that grin off his face with a key, a big one. A key, to completely take his breathing away, making him forget where he even was, but the presence of Hermione and Ron was stopping her, and perhaps self-control. Instead of doing something scandalous, she keyed at his cheek before leaning closer to his ear, her breath tickling his skin. "You will repay me once you get into my home. My parents leave the house quite often during holidays. I will have you for myself." She spoke with a low husky tone. Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He was about to say something either smart or too stupid. "Can you two continue this after I disappear from this room?" Ron asked, looking at them with a look of boredom. Tonks laughed at his expression after talking some more about the upcoming holiday. Soon it came Harry's time to go to Dumbledore's office. Tonks and Hermione offered to come with him, but Harry said he needed to do this alone. Entering his office, Harry was a little relieved that none of the other professors were there with him. The old professor was mixing something with a little spoon in a cup, and Fox was in a birdcage lying on his desk. The phoenix chirped happily to see Harry again. "Hello, my little friend." Harry greeted him, touching the top of his head. The phoenix let out a pleasant sound, much to Dumbledore's amusement. "Professor?" Harry asked with no hint of fear or insecurity in his voice as his green eyes met with Dumbledore's blue eyes. "Good to see you, my boy. We have a lot to talk about." Remus Lupin. When Dumbledore found him, Remus was in a dilapidated cottage in Yorkshire, living a life more similar to the one of an animal than a man. Embarrassed, he had been ready to run, but the old headmaster's proposition had been the light he had never known he was craving. "I want you to come to teach at Hogwarts, Remus." "Wah, no, I don't. I cannot think of anyone better than you for this position. But I am a werewolf." "But it's not the only thing you are." Accepting the spot for defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, the only place where he had been really happy, had been the best decision of his life but also the hardest. When he had seen Harry on the train, his heart had been caught in a grip so painful that it had taken his breath away. Even after his encounter with the Dementor, he had been so similar to his father that for Remus staying close to him had been almost unbearable. Remus had seen the way Harry had turned the Dementor to dust. While happy that Harry had a way of protecting himself, he had reported to Dumbledore about the encounter on the train. The old wizard had simply told him not to worry about it and just focus on teaching them. "I know you met Harry on the train, Remus." "Yes. And how was it?" "Wonderful. Terrifying. Painful. He looks so much like James. Except for the eyes. He has his mother's eyes." When Harry had started learning more about Patronus charm, he had said something that had sent chills down his spine. "When it got near me, I heard Voldemort murdering my mum." That words had the same effect as a cruciatus. The idea that that boy, who had suffered more in 13 years than many adults, could be forced to relieve the night which was hunting his own dreams had been unbearable to him. "Are you going to tell Harry that you knew his parents?" "I don't think it would be a good idea. Nothing of what I'd tell him would bring them back to life." "You don't need to bring them back to life. You just need to bring them back to him." Then watching the boy's determination to learn as much as possible after every fall had been a window to the past, to that determination, stubbornness, that had been so typical of his best friends. "We are going to become animagi." "What? Why? It's obvious, Moony. Or were you thinking we were going to leave you on your own to face your furry little problem?" He still remembered the moments of freedom they had spent in the room of requirement between the 3rd and 5th year, with James and Sirius challenging each other, betting on who, between them, would have been able to become an animagus first. Many years had passed, and of that 3 boys, nothing was left anymore. James was dead, and Peter too. Sirius had betrayed them, and once he would be back in Azkaban, a fate even worse than death. And he was alone. Again, the happiness he had known during his years at Hogwarts had been ripped from him within one night. He had left to complete a mission for the Order that. He had 3 best friends, Lily and James, the only thing close to a family he had ever allowed himself to have, and he had come back that he had nothing. Everything had been ripped away from him in the blink of an eye without him even knowing about it. The miserable life he had lived from that day on had been the punishment he had inflicted on himself for not being there. For not realizing that Sirius was the spy before it was too late. "Hey, Moony. I bet 5 galleons that tonight I'll run faster than you." "A werewolf will always be faster than a dog, Padfoot, don't forget that." "Look at you two. Furry animals really understand each other on a deeper level, "Shut up, Prawns. Sirius, with his laugh similar to a bark and a mischievous light in his dark eyes that had run alongside him every full moon for years. Sirius, when James and Lily had asked him to be Harry's godfather, had cried. Where had gone that Sirius? Had he existed at all? And Peter, who had never been strong, but he had tried to take on his friend anyway, losing his life because of it. I don't think I can do it. Become an animagus. It's serious business. Come on Peter, stop whining and grow some balls. But, what if? Everything is gonna be fine. We are doing it for Remus, remember? And James. I heard my dad. That's the first time I've ever heard him. He tried to take on Voldemort himself to give my mum time to run for it. When Harry had said those words, an imaginable pain had threatened to engulf him. Remus hadn't been surprised to discover that his best friend had tried to slow down Voldemort to save Lily and their child. He had been like that, willing to die to protect the people he loved. It was another one of the qualities that, during their lessons, he could see in Harry: bravery and dedication. Dumbledore suggested that we hide from Voldemort. I don't want to do it, but... James, Dumbledore is right, and you know it. Remus, I don't want to leave you working for the Order alone. You could die. I know. But he doesn't want us. He wants Harry. Moony is right, Prongs. Sirius. Everything is gonna be okay. But it hadn't been okay. James and Lily had died, betrayed by one of the few people they trusted. That Remus trusted. But their sacrifice hadn't been in vain. Harry was alive, and so long as he was going to be alive, a piece of them would keep existing in him. And Remus was going to do anything to protect what was left of his family. Entering his house, he felt like just jumping into his bed and sleeping like there was no tomorrow when he heard a voice behind him. A voice he had waited to hear for a very long time. Long time no see, Moony. Sirius was hunched over Harry's cradle. This baby was so small, so fragile. He never dared to pick him up when alone with him. He felt too likely to spread oil from his dirty hand on his adorable face or, worse, let him fall. The toddler was smiling at him, munching on his own foot. Usually, Sirius would be cooing or tickling the baby as soon as he saw him, but this evening, his heart was much heavier than ever. It has been 2 weeks since the Potters moved into their new house. It was a lovely place. It even had a yard. It could be quite a chance for them to live here if it wasn't for the dreadful circumstances. Every night, Sirius would wake up drenched in sweat, his heart beating like it would burst from his chest. Every night, he saw the worst happening. He saw some terrible things that he never dared tell anyone about them, not even Remus, fearing that voicing them would make them happen. He thought that convincing Lily and James to change their secret keeper would make the nightmare fade away. But it didn't. It made them worse. Suddenly, a voice came from the staircase. Sirius, Lily needs you for the oven, you know, mechanic stuff you. James pushed his son's door but was cut off when he saw his almost brother looking down on the baby, his long dark hair covering his face. It had been such a long time since he hadn't heard Sirius go silent, it frightened him. Sirius should be either making jokes and laughing, either throwing a tantrum. He was not quiet anger like Remus or simply quiet like Peter. Mate, you okay? He asked, shutting the door behind him. The next second, he was standing beside Sirius, his hand on his shoulder. The dark-haired young man did not move. His hand clenched on the bed's wood so much that his knuckles turned white. Don't you think he's a bit weird recently? Who? Harry. He's a baby. It's normal for him to eat his foot. I'm not talking about Harry. Cut Sirius, on edge. Then who? Remus. The full moon's company. James asked softly, knowing that raising his voice would do nothing with his friend. Peter, James, I'm talking about Peter. He's blimey strange. James frowned, taking his hand off his friend's shoulder to ruffle his hair, a gesture he did only when he felt a string of stress shooting through him. Strange. Oh, how strange. Sirius regretted it a bit. Since the rise of Voldemort and especially since his son's birth, James became more and more stressed out. Of course, in front of people, he was still the strongest and most caring and optimistic of them, but his friend and Lily knew that with any passing second, he was living in constant fear of seeing one of his loved ones hurt. I don't know Prongs, and I don't want to ruin this evening, but lately, something feels off. Okay, then talk to me, and we'll see. Sirius sighed, his jaw clenching. Well, he didn't hesitate. When I asked him to be your guardian. You remember, at school, we had to convince him for every prank, night out, even when joining the order, he was so unsure. And here, he's willing to do something very dangerous without even thinking about it. You know, Padfoot, people change. Look at me, am I still this stupid teenager that didn't care for anybody else than me and my 3 best friends? Sirius laughed a little, very tempted to annoy his best friend. Of course not, but it took some time, it took some battle, some pain, it took Lily and Harry being thrown into this shitty war, Peter. I mean, he never fought with us, only doing some spy-like work. James took a second to ponder what his friend had just said. But shortly, he came out with a solution to ease his friend's worry. You said it yourself, I also changed thanks to Lily, and Peter met this girl. Maybe she changed him. Maybe he wants to be brave for her. Sirius scoffed. Oh yeah, this girl he never introduced us to. I mean, we're his best friends. We always told him everything, and he never did. What is he afraid of? Come on, Sirius. It's his first girlfriend. Maybe he's scared we wouldn't like her, not everyone can date their friend. James nudged him, all smiley. Seeing that Sirius didn't really laugh back, James put his serious face back on. He grabbed his friend's neck and pulled him against him in an almost hug. Padfoot, you did the right thing. You're the best godfather ever, don't worry. Sirius awoke with a pounding headache, his eyes welling up with tears that felt cold against his skin. His vision was blurred, and he felt a strong urge to bite his lip to keep himself from screaming out. He had been hunted by nightmares so many times that it felt like a never-ending cycle of anger, leaving him feeling helpless and exhausted. He should have seen the signs. Sirius gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up, his gaze immediately drawn to the mirror across his bedroom. He felt a sudden urge to punch himself, to punch the mirror, even though he knew that would only result in a bloody, swollen hand. Tonks had told him to wait until Christmas to meet Harry, yet, he felt as if time had somehow come to a standstill. The days seemed to drag on endlessly, and he was growing increasingly impatient to finally meet his godson. He ran his hand through his hair in frustration, a habit he had developed since escaping Azkaban. He had taken to showering every day, sometimes twice a day, in an attempt to relax and clear his mind of the mistakes he had made. But no matter how hard he tried, his thoughts always seemed to drift back to the same place. Sirius slowly rose from his bed, inhaling deeply as he contemplated the decision before him. He had been avoiding Remus for weeks, knowing that his old friend still considered him a traitor, but he couldn't bear the thought of that being the case for another day. Taking a deep breath, he decided to at least meet with Remus and see if he could make amends. That day, he got permission from Andy. Since he was an animagus, his cousin allowed him to visit his friend under the supervision of Nymphadora. The young witch had looked at her mother as if she had suddenly grown 2 heads before reluctantly allowing it. Making their way over to Remus's home, Sirius finally had a chance to talk to Nym about Harry. He wasn't sure where exactly to start but figured he could start asking about their supposed friendship. So, what is going on between you and my godson? Sirius idly asked, trying very hard not to tease the girl. Nym and Sirius had been walking in silence for what felt like an eternity, so when Sirius suddenly spoke, it almost startled the Auror. It took a moment for Nym to register that Sirius had broken the silence with his voice. Nothing. Why would you think that? Nym answered, stumbling on her words a little. She hated herself for not sounding more convincing. Instead, she sounded like a schoolgirl who was talking about her crush. Sirius grew a smirk that Nym really wanted to slap away. Well, I can't help but hear the way you talk about Harry. Every time you come home, you always mention him. I can't help but feel responsible for my godson. I, above everyone else, should know in what kind of company Harry is in and, most importantly, what type of girl he is seeing. Sirius, with a wide grin, teasing her to death. Nym felt like rolling her eyes at the back of her head. Harry is quite a student, he's a good boy, and he cares for his friends. He's funny and very charming sometimes. Nym spoke, remembering the many times Harry had teased her, always making her giggle. Sirius hummed to himself, pleased with what he was hearing. So, my godson has already grown up. He already has a girlfriend. Surpassing even me. Sirius dramatically declared with a hand on his chest, speaking proudly while wiping away fake tears, but Nim simply shook her head in confusion, not understanding why Sirius felt the need to be so overly dramatic. "Did you hear about his incident on the train?" Nim asked, trying to change the topic slightly. Sirius' smile slowly faded away as a low growl escaped his mouth. He didn't need to be reminded. It had taken way too long for him to understand that Harry was fine, but when he was informed in more detail about what happened on the train by Andy, he had been shocked, to say the least. Hearing that his godson had killed a Dementor wasn't something he had expected to hear. Dementors were known as creatures impossible to kill, yet, Harry had somehow managed it. Sirius remembered the small incident with Harry when he had been a baby, and the solemn promise he had made to James to keep it a secret. He had kept his word all these years, and would never break it, no matter the cost. He would rather die than betray the trust James had placed in him. Whatever holy magic was, it was important to James and House Potter in general. When Andy asked him about Harry's power, Sirius had told them he knew as much as they did, but whether or not they believed him was a different matter entirely. "I did. What is Fudge thinking, bringing those creatures into the school?" Sirius couldn't help but growl in frustration, barely keeping his voice down as he wondered what Fudge was thinking, bringing those creatures into the school. He knew that for every minute those things were around, his godson was in danger from both Wormtail and the Dementors, and he was determined to do whatever it took to keep Harry safe. "I don't know when I heard the first time. I genuinely thought he was joking. Even Mad Eye is not happy, but he's the Minister of Magic." Nim replied with a nonchalant shrug, letting out a deep sigh of defeat. She had yet to tell them about Harry's incident during the Quidditch match. For now, Sirius mumbled to himself. Nim heard him but did not comment. As they approached Remus' home, they were met with a humble abode, nothing too extravagant, but it was just the right size for him to call it his own. Sirius had always hoped that his friend would find someone special to share his life with and start a family, but his friend always used the same excuse that he was a werewolf and didn't want to burden anyone with his struggles. Despite this, Sirius never stopped wishing for his friend to find the happiness he deserved. Sirius crept inside the house, leaving Tonks outside with a stern warning to stay put. Nim, however, was not about to let him go alone. She knew that if she left him to his own devices, the situation could quickly spiral out of control. So, she kept a watchful eye on him, like a hawk, ready to swoop in and save his ass if necessary. As Sirius crept inside the room, he heard the door opening and his eyes immediately found Remus. It took a moment for him to recognize his old friend, as it had been 13 long and tumultuous years since they had last seen each other. He remembered Remus being much healthier and happier than he appeared now. His friend had lost some weight and his face was drained of the joy it used to have, leaving him looking utterly exhausted. Sirius almost came out of his hidden place to greet his friend. Behind a fridge of all places, he realized the house lacked any good security, but they could fix that later. Remus felt his footsteps heavy. His whole body felt heavy with guilt. But it hadn't been okay. James and Lily had died, betrayed by one of the few people they trusted. That Remus trusted. But their sacrifice hadn't been in vain. Harry was alive, and so long as he was going to be alive, a piece of them would keep existing in him. And Remus was going to do anything to protect what was left of his family. Entering his house, he felt like just jumping into his bed and sleeping like there was no tomorrow when he heard a voice behind him. A voice he had waited to hear for a very long time. "Long time no see, Moony." He whirled around, his wand in his hand, pointing at Sirius, his hair a bit longer than Remus remembered, and his face surprisingly clean for someone who had just escaped from the depths of Azkaban. But even if 100 years had passed since they had last seen each other, Remus would have recognized his old friend in an instant. "Sirius, how could you betray us?" Remus roared, pointing his wand at Sirius with a menacing glare, his voice reverberating off the walls as he shouted. His wand was shaking with rage, and his eyes were blazing with fury. "Remus, please lower your wand. I didn't betray James. Just let me explain everything," Sirius quickly said, raising his hands in surrender. The last 2 times he had done something like this, it ended with him being hexed. Sirius hoped this wouldn't be the 3rd time. "Roll up your sleeves," Remus shouted, still pointing his wand at his old friend. Sirius quickly rolled both of his sleeves all the way to his shoulder. Remus let out a sigh of relief. He saw no death mark, as he scanned the room, but he was still wary, he couldn't see anyone else, and the silence was almost deafening. He pointed at a nearby chair with his wand, and with a silent understanding, Sirius gracefully lowered himself into the chair, not uttering a single word. Remus, with a wave of his wand, made a chair levitate and land with a thud right in front of Sirius, the wand still pointed in his direction. Once Lupin settled into his seat, he noticed that his friend had yet to make any attempt to draw out his wand, which Lupin found to be quite peculiar given the circumstances. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief as he uttered the words, "Thank Merlin, Moony. I really thought you were going to kill me," looking at Lupin with a mixture of fear and gratitude that he had not yet attacked. "I still might, Satok," Lupin warned with a cold stare directed at Sirius, who nodded his head. Usually, Sirius would feel proud that his best friend could be so brave, but he kept his mouth shut for now. For the following 30 minutes, he told him everything, from beginning to end. Once he heard everything, Remus couldn't believe it. For so many years, he had cursed Sirius's existence. For so many years, he had thought about how he hadn't seen Sirius's dark side. His eyes looked downwards, feeling guilt. After a brief moment of silence, Remus lifted his gaze to meet Sirius' eyes, his wand no longer pointed in his direction, and he asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice, "Do you have any proof to back up your claims?" "He has," Tonks's voice was heard behind them. She was just casually leaning against the wall. "Or Nymphadora, it's good to see you." Or Nymphadora's hair suddenly turned a deep shade of red, and he knew he had said the wrong thing when a snarl escaped her lips. With a glare, Tonks corrected, "Just Tonks, it's fine," before pointing at Sirius. She then went on to explain in more detail, her voice taking on a more serious tone, that Sirius Black had never had a trial and that she had personally checked and confirmed this fact. That's why Nim's mother had invited Amelia Bones over to their home for Christmas, hopefully, to help Sirius. Remus slowly spun around, his heart heavy with emotion, to face Sirius, the one person he had been missing for so long. He opened his arms wide and embraced his best friend tightly, tears streaming down his face as he finally allowed himself to feel the joy of being reunited with his best friend. "It's been so long, Padfoot." His voice muffled. Sirius hugged him back, slapping his shoulder lightly. "Indeed, Moony." Once they pulled apart, Remus offered sweets to them in an effort to make them feel comfortable. Sirius was more than happy to accept a biscuit, while Lupin, who generally loved sweets and chocolate most of all, was delighted to find that Remus had made his own delicious biscuits. Lupin took a sip from the cup of tea he had prepared for his guests, his brow furrowing as he asked, "What now?" He wanted to have a long talk with Sirius, to catch up on all the years they had been apart, but he knew that could wait for now. Harry needed them. Sirius swallowed the biscuit before telling Remus of their plan to capture the rat once and for all and clear his name. Harry Potter. Entering his office, Harry was relieved to find that he was alone, the only other occupants being the old professor, who was stirring something in a cup with a little spoon, and Fox, the phoenix, who was perched in a birdcage on the professor's desk. Harry couldn't help but smile as the phoenix chirped happily in recognition of his arrival. "Hello, my little friend." Harry greeted his little friend with a warm smile, reaching out to touch the top of his head. The phoenix let out a pleasant sound, as if it were singing a song of joy, much to Dumbledore's amusement. The old wizard chuckled, his eyes twinkling with delight at the sight of the two of them together. He turned to face the old professor, his face going from happy to serious. "Professor," Harry called out with no hint of fear or insecurity in his voice as his green eyes met with Dumbledore's blue eyes. "Ah, my boy, it's so good to see you again," Dumbledore said warmly, offering a chair for his student to sit on. "We have a lot to discuss, so please, make yourself comfortable." "About what?" Harry asked curiously, pretending to be unaware of the topic of conversation, as if he was completely in the dark about what they might want to discuss. "About your holy magic, of course." Entering his office, Harry was relieved to find that he was alone, the only other occupants being the old professor, who was stirring something in a cup with a little spoon, and Fox, the phoenix, who was perched in a birdcage on the professor's desk. Harry couldn't help but smile as the phoenix chirped happily in recognition of his arrival. "Hello, my little friend." Harry greeted his little friend with a warm smile, reaching out to touch the top of his head. The phoenix let out a pleasant sound as if it were singing a song of joy, much to Dumbledore's amusement. The old wizard chuckled, his eyes twinkling with delight at the sight of the two of them together. He turned to face the old professor, his face going from happy to serious. "Professor," Harry called out with no hint of fear or insecurity in his voice as his green eyes met with Dumbledore's blue eyes. "Ah, my boy, it's so good to see you again," Dumbledore said warmly, offering a chair for his student to sit on. "We have a lot to discuss, so please, make yourself comfortable." "About what?" Harry asked curiously, pretending to be unaware of the topic of conversation, as if he was completely in the dark about what they might want to discuss. "About your holy magic, of course." As soon as the words spilled out of the mouth of the venerable headmaster, Harry Potter jolted up from his seat, causing the chair to clatter to the floor behind him, yet the young wizard paid it no heed. His heart thudded in his chest, his mind racing with thoughts of what he had just heard. Harry's emotions boiled over, his previously emerald green eyes turning a shimmering gold that seemed to blaze in the room. Without warning, a golden circle began to form before his palm. The professor, taken aback by Harry's sudden outburst. The desk in front of Harry was obliterated, reduced to a cloud of splinters and dust. The shockwave from the explosion rippled through the room, causing every piece of furniture to shudder and shake. Chairs flew across the room, books tumbled from shelves, and the walls themselves seemed to groan in protest. "How do you know that?" Harry demanded with a low firm tone. Since killing those pets during the match, he felt his vision was more precise now. He could feel things he hadn't felt before, and one thing he noticed he had never seen before about Albus Dumbledore. "What the hell is that wand?" Harry thought warily. He could feel it, hidden in Dumbledore's robes. The power radiating from it was overwhelming. A sense of unease began to wash over him, like waves slamming against him. Whatever that wand was, it was beyond any other wand. Harry could tell the professor could use the wand if he wanted to, but instead, he was keeping his hands hidden. "Mr. Potter, please calm down," Dumbledore said, his voice initially gentle but growing more commanding as he continued, his demeanor shifting from casual to a more serious one. His eyes, usually twinkling with warmth, now held a guardedness as he regarded Harry with caution, knowing all too well the power of the young wizard's emotions. Dumbledore knew that the situation at hand was delicate, for Harry's temper was known to flare up at the slightest provocation, and his actions could have severe consequences. Harry knew despite his new power, he was still not more powerful than Dumbledore. He could try it, but he knew he would lose. With that thought in mind, he lowered his arms, the circles disappearing, turning into tiny sparkles that faded one by one, but his golden eyes stayed that way. He could see things through them, things that usually were impossible to detect. "Reparo," Harry murmured, with no wand in his hand. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly but kept his emotions at bay as the destroyed table and pieces of furniture were repaired by Harry's magic. As Harry lowered himself onto the hard wooden chair, he couldn't help but glance warily at the old professor standing before him, his eyes scanning the room as if searching for something. The tense silence that hung in the air was palpable, and Harry felt a knot form in his stomach. However, it quickly became apparent that the headmaster was not wary of him. With a casual and friendly voice, Albus Dumbledore extended his arm and pointed to a tall glass filled with freshly squeezed lemonade before kindly asking Harry, "Would you care for a refreshing glass of lemonade, my boy?" The aroma of the citrus fruit wafted through the air as the ice cubes clinked against the glass. Harry simply stared at him with the same golden eyes, unimpressed. "How do you know about holy magic?" "Only House Potter knows." Harry's voice rang out, his eyes blazing with an icy intensity as he directed his piercing gaze toward Dumbledore. He hadn't told his friends, he hadn't told anyone, not even Tonks nor Hermione. He would have kept secret and would reveal it only to his future children. He would use it but never tell anyone what exactly it was, so how did Dumbledore know about it? Did he read my father's mind? Harry thought, his emotions slowly rising to the surface and making his skin tingle with a prickling sensation, his golden eyes shining like a golden ring under sunlight. Knowing the professor had read his mind the first 2 years, he had been in Hogwarts and had tried in the 3rd year but failed only because his holy magic was activated and prevented him from being manipulated and read. Dumbledore took a deep breath, knowing what he would say would decide the future. He knew his own time was running out. He wouldn't be around forever. Harry was already strong enough to give any of the professors a good challenge, and Harry had been using his holy magic only for half a year now. Dumbledore wasn't sure what Harry could do by the 7th year, just how powerful he would be. Dumbledore knew he needed to be cautious and choose his words wisely. He didn't want to have another Tom Riddle on his hands. Your great-grandfather, Arthur Potter, was a friend of mine back in the day. I met him in my first year at Hogwarts. We became friends on the first day. I found out through him. Dumbledore replied to the question with a simple and straightforward answer, his voice carrying an unmistakable tone of sincerity that was as genuine as it was reassuring. Harry growled upon hearing that. He told you. Why? Harry all but demanded. That secret shouldn't be said to anyone but the members of House Potter. Why would he decide to tell an outsider? Arthur was a good man, Harry. And when Grindelwald grew in power, we needed more power to counter him somewhat. Arthur told me of the secret. Dumbledore explained with a calm tone. Harry narrowed his eyes. He didn't want to believe that his great-grandfather had let such a big secret slip up. Venetia told me that she was the last user of the holy magic and that holy magic would manifest itself within the first decade the baby was born. I was the exception because of whatever blocked it, but why would my great-grandfather tell Dumbledore if he wasn't a user of it? Harry thought, not understanding the reason behind it. Holy magic was extremely rare, even amongst the Potter family. Harry remembered that Venetia told him that so far in the wizard's history, there had been only 5 Potters, including Harry, who could use holy magic. Venetia was the last one before Harry, and she had died over 2 centuries ago. Harry knew there was something off here. He looked at Dumbledore again. Why would my great-grandfather tell you such vital information? He was no user. Even if you were at war against Grindelwald, he was no user, so why would he tell you? Harry demanded with anger and mistrust seeping into his voice. The very air around him seemed to crackle with tension as he fixed his unwavering gaze on the object of his ire. Dumbledore wondered how Harry knew for certain that Arthur was no user, but asking that wouldn't give him any positive points with the boy. Therefore he decided not to ask questions for now. As Dumbledore sat in his high-backed chair, his hand unconsciously found its way to his long, flowing beard, which he stroked thoughtfully as he gazed fixedly at Harry's golden eyes. The room was quiet, save for the occasional crackle of the fire in the hearth, which cast flickering shadows across the walls. Arthur believed that anyone from House Potter was able to use it if certain conditions were met. Me and Grindelwald were 2 young wizards with big dreams. We were both idealistic, genuinely wanting to change the world for the better. Our ideas were similar, and we believed we could work together to achieve our goals. But as time passed, we began to realize that our paths diverged. Grindelwald's vision became darker, more twisted, while mine remained focused on the greater good. It was a painful realization, but we knew we could no longer be allies. Dumbledore's eyes drifted to his hands, which were now tightly clasped together on his lap. His skin, once smooth and unblemished, was now covered in a scattering of freckles, a sign of his age and experience. Harry couldn't remember the last time he had seen Professor Dumbledore look so vulnerable. His voice sounded full of regret and self-loathing. What does my great-grandfather has to do with you and Grindelwald? Even though he knew this topic was obviously a hard one for the professor to discuss, he wanted answers. The professor took a deep breath as if preparing himself to relive a painful memory and began to recount the tale of how his own family had been affected by Grindelwald's reign of terror. Arthur was in love with my sister, Ariana. I believe they loved each other deeply. I had reasons to believe that Arthur was waiting for the right moment to ask my parents for her hand when. Dumbledore stopped talking, his voice changing into one full of regret and sadness, his lips pressing into a thin line. He looked at his hands. Harry could see his old eyes welling up with tears, but the old professor refused to cry, at least not in front of Harry. Harry understood it was hard for Professor to speak about it, but he wondered if the professor was keeping something hidden from him. Professor, I can come back later, he suggested, making a movement to stand up from the chair. But just as he did, Dumbledore raised his hand for him to stop. With a calm and steady voice, he said, Harry, I appreciate your willingness to come back, but I believe it is important that we finish our discussion now. There are matters at hand that require our immediate attention. Harry nodded, sinking back into his chair. I need to tell you more, Dumbledore added. Silence fell over the room as Dumbledore took a sip of his refreshing lemonade, the ice cubes clinking softly against the glass before continuing. Something happened, and my sister died. Arthur believed he could use holy magic to bring her back. He took another sip from the lemo.aid. That's why he told me about House Potter's secret, he said, his gaze fixed on his own reflection in the glass. He knew the Potter family had a long history of using powerful magic to achieve the impossible. He hoped that their knowledge and expertise would help us bring my sister back. Harry was a little shocked. There was no such thing as bringing people back from the dead. Bring people back from the dead? That's impossible. Even holy magic doesn't have that kind of power, Harry retorted, his voice laced with a tinge of doubt. He couldn't fathom the existence of any supernatural force that could defy the laws of nature and reanimate the deceased. For that, we both agree, Harry. Someone who is truly dead cannot be brought back, but I was a foolish boy back then. I truly believed that me and Arthur could bring back Ariana, and for a long time, I did. Eventually, I accepted that it wasn't possible. Dumbledore stopped talking momentarily, his throat turning sour at the memory. Arthur never rested. He hoped there was a way. Even decades after her death, he still held into that hope that she could be brought back. I don't know what drove him for so long. One night, Arthur got his hand on a powerful holy spell, saying he could bring back Ariana with it, but the same night. I tried to warn him, saying that he should move on and live with his wife and children. 1 week later, his body was found dead in the forest near the house. Dumbledore explained with a grimy look on his face as he laid his glass back on the table. Harry stumbled back against the chair. He felt bad for him. Harry didn't want to imagine what would happen if something happened to either Hermione or Tonks, even Ron, who was a good friend. Soon Harry looked back at the professor. "Did you ever tell anybody else?" Harry asked after a short pause between them. "No. And I never will. You don't need to worry about the incident during the game. I will tell everyone that you simply used a Patronus charm to make the Dementors go away. The Ministry won't be able to do anything," Dumbledore explained, but Harry still pressed his lips into a thin line. "That doesn't excuse their incompetence. The Dementors almost killed me twice. They are nothing but incompetent fools who have no idea what they are doing. Do you expect me to let that slide? What if I died from the Dementors? I could have easily been 2 meters deep into the ground by now." Despite the fury and anger in his voice wasn't raised. Harry didn't allow himself to shout. He knew he needed to control his emotions. Dumbledore let out a weary sigh, knowing Harry wouldn't back down from this, but the problem with the Ministry ran deep. When Tom returned, he didn't want to fight on 2 fronts. He needed a way. The might of the Ministry was important for the future war. "I understand your anger, Harry. You're completely justified, and I won't try to sway you into believing me or turning a blind eye. I only ask that you wait until the whole Sirius Black ordeal ends," Dumbledore requested, hoping his student would understand, but Harry seemed he wasn't done yet. "Why did brought me to the Dursleys? There were magical families that could have raised me. So why did you leave me there?" Harry demanded, his eyes glittering again. The old professor seemed to be in deep thought, looking as if he was thinking about whether he should answer or not. Until Fawkes let out a melodic sound before flying on top of Harry's shoulder, the boy was surprised before scratching the top of his head. Fawkes seemed to be enjoying the attention as Harry scratched the top of his head, feeling the soft and warm feathers under his fingertips. Dumbledore looked at his friend with a smile hidden by his beard. "Do you know what a Horcrux is, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, straightening himself up, before clearing his throat and leaning over the desk. Harry simply shook his head for an answer. Dumbledore cleared his throat before talking. "Well, later." As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, he could feel all eyes on him, the weight of their gazes like a physical force. He knew they could see the anger etched on his face, the tension in his shoulders, the clenched fists at his sides. Tonks, who was at the far right end of the hall, really wished she could talk to him but figured she could later. Right now she needed to follow the protocol and stay on her guard, despite knowing Sirius Black was not an issue and was far away from Hogwarts. As Hermione saw Harry approaching, her face lit up with a bright smile, and she eagerly gestured for him to come to sit beside her. However, as soon as Harry arrived, she could sense the anger emanating from him, as his footsteps were heavy and his mood was clearly sour. Despite this, Hermione remained calm and collected, patting the spot next to her invitingly, hoping to ease his frustration. To her dismay, it seemed that everyone in the hall had noticed Harry's mood, even Ron, who swallowed whatever was in his mouth before addressing him. "You all right, mate?" It was only then that Ron noticed the way Hermione leaned in close to Harry, whispering something in his ear before their hands intertwined under the table, despite not knowing the specifics of their whispered conversation. While he was happy for them, he could see his mate wasn't in a good mood. Ron wondered what he could do if anything at all. "Harry, what happened?" Hermione asked him with a hushed tone. "Nothing happened. I'm fine, thank you." "Hermione, I really appreciate your concern." Harry's words were sincere, and he flashed a genuine smile at her before leaning in to give her a friendly kiss on the cheek. Hermione blushed a deep shade of red, feeling a flutter in her chest, which was noticed by the Gryffindor table. The boys, especially the mischievous twins, erupted into a chorus of giggles and playful teasing, praising Harry's chivalrous charm and Hermione's endearing reaction. "Our little Harry is becoming a man," the twins cried out while wiping away fake tears, earning looks of disbelief from the many wizards and witches around them. Harry laughed along, his mind going back to what Dumbledore told him. His mind was completely occupied, and he felt exhausted. "Once Christmas starts, I will train every day whenever Voldemort returns. I will bring him down, him and anyone who follows him," Harry thought with determination, but first, he would deal with the Ministry. He just needed to get stronger first, and the upcoming holiday was a perfect opportunity to practice his holy magic. "All right, what happened there?" Tonks had grabbed Harry, pulling him away from his friends as they all walked towards their next class. Hermione and Ron seemed to want to see what the fuss was all about, but Tonks quickly motioned for them to just go to their class and not ask questions. The empty desks and chairs were covered in a thick layer of dust, and the old blackboard was covered in chalk dust. As they entered, the door creaked and groaned as if it was reluctant to let them in. Once inside, Tonks turned to face Harry, who was sitting at a desk, his eyes downcast, lost in thought. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, the sound echoing through the empty room. With a determined look on her face, she walked over to him, her footsteps echoing on the creaky wooden floor. Tonks still didn't quite understand why Hogwarts had so many unused spaces. The old rooms used to teach before would be abandoned instead of being repaired or something, but right now, she needed to talk with Harry, who had a small smirk on his face. "Wow, Tonks. A beautiful aura like you is forcefully pulling me into an abandoned class. I wonder for what horrendous reasons?" Harry inquired, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he held a look as if he was thinking deeply about something. Tonks found herself in a perplexing situation, unsure of how to react to Harry in front of her. His smirk was infuriating, and part of her longed to slap it right off his face. But at the same time, she didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing he had gotten under her skin. After taking a deep breath to steady herself, Tonks decided to take the high road and ignore his suggestive comment. Instead, she shifted the conversation to something more pressing. Clearing her throat, she posed the question that had been nagging at her since he entered the Great Hall. "What happened between you and Professor Dumbledore?" Tonks asked, her tone laced with a curious edge as she crossed her arms in front of her chest, her eyes locked on Harry's face, waiting for a response. Harry's expression shifted from a smirk to a sour one, his eyes darting away from hers as he struggled to find the right words. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about it, the memory still raw and painful. For a moment, he said nothing, the silence hanging heavy in the air like a thick fog. "Nothing really, we just discussed a few unimportant things. Nothing you need to worry yourself with," Harry said dismissively after a short pause, his mind still going back to his discussion with Dumbledore. On the one hand, he felt a sense of gratitude towards the professor for being honest with him, as honest as someone like him could be. However, as he thought about how he had been denied a normal family life, his anger toward the professor began to grow. Harry couldn't help but wonder how different his life would have been if the professor had been forthcoming with him from the beginning. Despite the mixed emotions that he was feeling, Harry made a vow to himself to use this newfound knowledge to make the most of his life and never let anyone control his destiny again. Dumbledore had decided to control how he would be raised, he had no right to control his life. Harry knew perhaps the professor thought his reason was valid, but all he could think about were the miserable years he had spent with the Dursleys, his cruel and neglectful relatives who had made his life quite hard. The thought of those wasted years made Harry feel a sense of bitterness that he couldn't shake off. In his head, he repeated the words, "If I look back, I'm lost," knowing all too well that dwelling on what had already been written could only lead to a spiral of despair and regret. He understood that he couldn't change the past, but he could choose to learn from it and use those lessons to shape his future into one that he could be proud of. With a newfound sense of determination, Harry vowed to make decisions that would lead him down a path of fulfillment and happiness rather than one of remorse and unfulfilled potential. As Tonks stood beside Harry, she couldn't help but notice the way he was avoiding her gaze and fidgeting uncomfortably. With a deep inhale, she tried to calm her nerves, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Harry was hiding something from her. Tonks had hoped that by now, Harry would feel comfortable enough to confide in her about any problems he was facing. She had become a close friend to him over the months, and she had always been there to offer a listening ear and a kind word of advice. But as she watched him shift uncomfortably from foot to foot, she realized that there were still secrets he was keeping from her. It occurred to Tonks that everyone had secrets they weren't comfortable sharing, even with those closest to them. She knew that some things were just too painful or embarrassing to talk about, and Harry was no exception. She resolved to be patient and understanding with him, knowing that he would come to her when he was ready. "Very well. What about your incident in the Quidditch match?" The damned Dementors had descended upon the stadium out of nowhere, their presence immediately sending a chill down Harry's spine. The game had quickly turned into a life-or-death situation as Harry struggled to fend off the King creatures that almost killed him once before. Everyone knew putting the Dementors in Hogwarts was an idea that could very easily backfire, but Fudge wasn't the sharp tool in the shop. Despite the clear risks, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, remained convinced that it was a stroke of genius and refused to see any potential faults in his decision. "I will need to make it public about their screw-ups. An interview, if the information was spread, everyone will know that the Ministry genius's idea to bring creatures that can't tell the difference between a grown man and a child actually backfired. This will bring bad press to the Ministry, especially Fudge and whoever supports him." Harry explained, keeping his emotions in check. "I agree, Harry, but first, I would suggest talking with Amelia Bones. She will be able to help." Tonks suggested, thinking back on her boss. She was quite the woman and with common sense, unlike the majority of the idiots who work in the Ministry. "You mentioned her back in the hospital wing. I don't know who she is, but I believe your words." Harry answered, happy to know that he had people he could rally on. Tonks, on the other hand, felt her heart flutter at Harry's words, but she knew that now was not the time to dwell on her emotions. "But how can she help us with the Ministry?" Harry asked curiously, his eyes fixed on Tonks, who was standing across from him, her expression thoughtful as she considered his question. The abandoned classroom was filled with a thick layer of dust, and Harry could see the dirt had settled on almost every desk. The silence was deafening, and Harry couldn't help but wonder what Tonks had in mind. Tonks found herself smiling after hearing Harry's question. "She's the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She can help you with every problem you might have." Tonks informed Harry with a smirk, his eyebrow shot up. He hadn't expected her to be so important. "She might help me. The Dementors on school grounds are only one of the many FKs up the Ministry did. But first, I need to meet her." Harry thought, they were way too many things he saw that didn't exactly work how they should. Harry knew with his power, he could eventually change many things, including the wizarding world as a whole, but for that to happen, he needed allies, strong allies, and be powerful himself. "That's wonderful, Tonks, you work there. When can I talk to her?" Harry asked with newfound confidence. He rose from the seat of his desk as he asked. "There's no need, Harry. She's coming over to us for Christmas. You can meet her at our house." Tonks answered, knowing she was originally coming to deal with Sirius's problems since he never had a trial. A part of her couldn't wait until Harry got to her home. They could get to know each other even more, and perhaps her mother could even agree for Harry to stay even during the summer. "Why is she coming to your house?" Harry asked with curiosity, knowing someone of her status wouldn't come to Tonks's house just to say hi, and then leave. "My parents have a business with her, Harry," Tonks answered vaguely. Harry furrowed a brow, slightly intrigued, making it clear that he knew she wasn't telling him everything but decided not to dwell on it any longer than necessary. Harry was about to tell Tonks that he needed to return to his class when Tonks cleared her throat to grab his attention. "Harry, I have some troubling news to share with you," Tonks began, her face etched with concern as she spoke. "It appears that Lucius Malfoy, that insufferable and haughty pure-blood wizard, has filed charges against you for the unfortunate incident that occurred in Hagrid's class with his worthless son." Tonks paused, her lips pressed tightly together as she watched Harry's expression darken with anger and frustration. "I can hardly believe that someone like Lucius Malfoy would have the audacity to take such action against you, Harry," she continued, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. "But it seems that he is determined to make an example of you and show that the Malfoy family holds power and influence in the wizarding world." Harry groaned loudly, to think someone like him had the guts to do that and think he would achieve anything. What is he even trying to achieve? He should be smart enough to know he can't do anything against a class full of students saying that Malfoy was simply being a bi.ch, Harry thought, thinking of ways to fix this situation. Harry would make sure to see him crumble down like a sand castle. By the end, House Malfoy will be nothing but a bad memory. "Thank you for telling me, Tonks. Don't worry about him," Harry reassured her. The pink-haired Auror didn't need reassurance, she knew Harry could handle himself. "Since you're going to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, this is for good luck," she said, her voice laced with mischief. Harry's cheeks flushed red at the unexpected gesture, and he felt a little lightheaded as Tonks leaned closer and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. He could still feel her lips against his skin, the warmth of her breath tickling his face. Harry couldn't help but touch his cheek slightly, savoring the tingling sensation that lingered in the wake of Tonks' kiss. "Perhaps I need a second one. This is the Defense Against the Dark Arts class we are talking about. I will need all the luck in the world." Harry spoke with a cheeky grin. Tonks laughed out loud. She couldn't help but find him very handsome, especially the way he tried to flirt. "Perhaps, tomorrow. The last thing I want to do is spoil you," Tonks replied, trying to sound serious, but she knew she was failing miserably. "You wound my heart, Tonks. I thought we had something special." Harry spoke with sarcasm while wiping away fake tears. Tonks rolled her eyes playfully but couldn't help the smile that crept onto her face, amused by Harry's antics. Later, with his heart pounding in his chest, Harry skidded to a halt outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He could feel the sweat trickling down his forehead as he fumbled with the doorknob, pulling the door open and dashing inside. As he stumbled forward, he tried to catch his breath, only to find that he was already too late. "Sorry I'm late, Professor Lupin." Harry began, his voice trailing off as he looked up from the ground, expecting to see the kind face of his Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. But to his surprise, it wasn't Remus Lupin who stood before him, but Snape. The man's eyes bored into Harry, and for a moment, the young wizard felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew that Snape had never been fond of him, and the icy tone in his voice only confirmed his suspicions. "So, Mr. Potter, it seems that our lesson has already started without you. I believe it's only fair to deduct 10 points from Gryffindor for your tardiness, don't you agree?" Snape sneered as he glared at Harry, who stood his ground with a defiant look in his eyes. Despite the professor's demand, Harry refused to sit down. "Where's Professor Lupin?" Harry demanded with an ice tone that took a few by surprise as Harry stood in the middle of the class. Snape seemed to be particularly put off by the way he spoke, as if the young wizard had overstepped some unspoken boundary. "He says he is feeling too ill to teach today," said Snape with a twisted smile. "I believe I told you to sit down," Snape asked, but Harry stayed where he was. "What's wrong with him?" Harry asked, his voice laced with worry and concern as he hesitated to take a seat beside his friends, Ron and Hermione. As he waited for an answer, Hermione raised her head from her book, casting a fleeting glance at Harry before turning her attention towards Snape, who was standing before them with his usual stoic expression. Ron, on the other hand, glared at the greasy-haired professor, his jaw clenched tightly as he awaited an explanation. Snape's black eyes glinted in the dimly lit classroom, his lips curled into a deep scowl as he sighed deeply. "Nothing life-threatening," he answered in a gravelly voice. As Professor Snape's cold and menacing voice echoed through the Hogwarts classroom, Harry felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. 5 more points from Gryffindor, and if I have to ask you to sit down again, it will be 50, the professor drawled, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of defiance. Harry knew all too well that Snape had a deep-seated disdain for Gryffindors, and he wasn't about to let anyone challenge his authority, especially not a member of the house he despised so much. Despite his frustration and anger, Harry knew that arguing with Snape would only make the situation worse. With his head hung low, Harry trudged over to his seat sluggishly, his feet dragging across the stone floor of the Hogwarts classroom. He felt a tumultuous storm of anger brewing inside him as he collapsed into his chair next to Hermione, who looked at him with a worried expression etched on her face. Despite his best efforts to remain calm, his clenched fists and furrowed brow betrayed the turmoil churning within. Meanwhile, Snape, the greasy-haired potions professor, surveyed the classroom with a look of disdain, his lip curled in a sneer as he relished in the discomfort of his students. "As I was saying before," Potter interrupted, "Professor Lupin has not left any record of the topics you have covered so far." Hermione quickly interjected, "Please, sir, we've done boggarts, redcaps, kappas, and grindylows," hoping to help fill the gaps. However, Snape's response was a sharp rebuke, "Be quiet. I did not ask for information. I was merely commenting on Professor Lupin's lack of organization. He's the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've learned under." Harry defended quickly, a tinge of pride in his voice. He wouldn't allow Snape to mock. Professor Lupin. Well, Professor Quirrell turned out to be a weak man, and Professor Lockhart was a fraud. I'm not shocked that you're impressed with Lupin's teaching since your bar for Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts was already at the bottom. Snape's eye glinted in a twisted way. You are easily satisfied. Lupin is hardly overtaxing you. I would expect first years to be able to deal with redcaps and grindylows. Today we shall discuss, and began flipping through the textbook. Harry watched as Snape turned to the very back chapter, which Harry knew they hadn't covered yet. Werewolves, said Snape, his words confused the entire class, even Harry wondered why they suddenly started learning about werewolves. But, sir, we're not supposed to do werewolves yet. We're due to start Hinky Punks. However, her interruption was met with a chilling response from Professor Snape, who fixed her with a penetrating gaze and spoke in a voice that oozed with dangerous calmness. Miss Granger, I was under the impression that I am teaching this lesson, not you. And I am telling you all to turn to page 394. The air in the classroom seemed to thicken as Snape's eyes scanned the room, daring anyone else to challenge his authority. All of you, now, he bellowed, his voice echoing off the walls and causing the students to jump in their seats. The class glared at Snape with looks of loathing, despite their burning desire to unleash all manner of spells and curses on their professor. The class begrudgingly opened their textbooks, their eyes scanning the pages with a sense of dread and frustration. Harry, in particular, was giving Snape the nastiest look possible, his green eyes narrowed in anger and defiance. The dimly lit classroom was filled with an eerie silence as Professor Snape's voice echoed through the walls. Which of you can tell me how we distinguish between the werewolf and the true wolf? His piercing gaze scanned the room, but not a single student dared to speak up. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone held their breath, waiting for someone to break the silence. Everyone, that is, except for Hermione and Harry. Mr. Potter. Snape sneered, thinking the boy was bluffing, as Harry stood up from the chair with an air of grace around him. A werewolf, also known as a lycanthrope, is a creature who normally resembled a human being but, upon the complete rising of the full moon, became an uncontrollable, fearsome, and deadly wolf. This condition was caused by infection with lycanthropy, also known as werewolfery. There were various differences between werewolves' wolf form and actual wolves, making it easier to detect one. Harry explained. All students grinned satisfactorily except Snape, who seemed a little red in the face from anger slowly building up inside him. Snape had thought Potter wouldn't know the answer. What is a Noondu? Snape questioned with a small smirk, his black eyes glinting with amusement as he glanced around the room at the baffled expressions of his students. Even Hermione looked perplexed. It wasn't really their fault. Of course, Noondus was a rare and deadly creature that wasn't taught until the 7th year, and they were only in their 3rd year. A Noondu is still considered one of the most dangerous magical creatures in the world. It resembles a leopard, despite its size, is very stealthy, and its breath is very toxic, to the point that it can wipe out an entire village with a single release of its breath. If someone is poisoned by it, it is almost impossible to cure it even with the best medical tunics in the world. Harry explained with a sly smirk, looking directly at Snape, who turned redder from anger. he was seething, barely containing his anger inside. With each word left his lips, he watched Snape's face contorted with rage, his cheeks growing redder by the second. Harry knew he had hit a nerve and was relishing in the power he held over his once intimidating professor. Despite Snape's attempts to contain his anger, Harry could see the fury boiling just beneath the surface, threatening to erupt at any moment. As the students sat in their chairs, the tension in the air was palpable. The room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. A sudden movement caught the class's attention, and all eyes were on Harry and Snape, who were staring each other down with intense animosity. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and the class could feel something big was about to happen. The tension between the two was so high that it felt like an explosion could happen at any moment. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the confrontation to escalate. Harry and Snape looked like they were ready to unleash a barrage of curses at each other, but Snape didn't budge. He stood there, calm and collected, his eyes locked onto Harry's. His expression was unreadable, but the students could tell that he was not going to let Potter get the best of him. What are the 3 unforgivable curses? The room was filled with tense silence, as every student knew the severity of these curses and the consequences that came with casting them. This earned a gasp from the class. Despite his calm exterior, Harry seethed with anger, his mind racing with thoughts about the dangers of these curses and how they had affected him and those he loved. Snape's question had struck a nerve in Harry, and he was boiling like an inferno within. As Hermione saw Harry's frustration and anger boil over, she instinctively reached out and grabbed his hand, hoping to offer him a calming touch and ease his distress. However, despite her best efforts, Harry remained tense and agitated, clearly struggling to cope with the overwhelming emotions that were consuming him. Meanwhile, Ron's eyes were blazing with fury as he glared at the professor, his fists clenched and ready to strike. Everyone knew how Harry's parents were killed. Ron's sudden jolt upwards caused his wooden chair to make a grating sound against the cold, hard stone floor of the defense against the dark arts classroom. With a fiery determination in his eyes, he spoke out in defense of his friend Harry, his voice ringing out with a resolute tone. The unforgivable curses are something that is not to be discussed until the 4th year, Professor. So why ask a question that has no relevance to the 3rd year? Ron defended Harry, looking at the professor with a nasty look, but Snape seemed less than impressed. Sit down, Weasley. 10 points from Gryffindor. Ron's face flushed with anger as he slumped into his seat, but before he could even utter a word, Snape's sharp gaze had already shifted toward Harry Potter. What are the 3 unforgivable curses, Potter? Your father was quite familiar with one of them. Snape questioned with a sinister grin, his words made many gasps, and Harry looked like he wanted to kill Snape. Hermione was still holding his hand, trying to calm him down, but even someone like her was glaring at Snape for his insult towards Harry. There was no answer from Harry, who glared furiously, ready to blast him with his magic if necessary. He wanted nothing more than to use Sangui's holy spell on Snape. The spell would literally rot his body from the inside out. He would die painfully, screaming until he would draw his last breath. The 3 unforgivable curses are the Cruciatus Curse, which causes unbearable pain, the Imperious Curse, which allows the user to control the victim's actions, and the K-Killing Curse, which causes instant death. Harry finally answered with a furious glare. Snape took little joy since Harry had answered. 10 points from Gryffindor, he declared, his voice dripping with malice. I won't allow any students to look down at me like that. But his moment of triumph was short-lived, for Harry refused to back down. With a challenging glint in his eyes, he spoke up, I'm afraid you can't do that. How dare you? 50 points from Gryffindor. Snape spoke, his tone slowly rising, his hand moving close to his wand hidden beneath his robes. I can call Professor McGonagall right now. The entire class is present, and even if that's not enough, I'm willing to put my memory in the Hogwarts Pensieve. But can you do the same? Harry challenged Snape. He was tired of allowing this man-child to do as he wished. He knew Hermione was telling him to stop, but he ignored her as he glared at Snape, whose face had turned red and seethed with anger, sending the deadliest glare towards Harry. Many students back away in fear from the professor. You are just like your father, Potter. The venom in every word he spoke was evident in the way his lips curled into a sneer, and his eyes narrowed. Harry formed a smile on his face, a genuine one. I never expected such a good compliment from you, Professor Snape. Harry spoke with satisfaction. Everyone knew this was like twisting the knife as Snape marched towards Harry, his hands grasping his wand. Harry expected the professor to attack, his eyes turning from green to gold, ready to form a defensive barrier first. What is happening here? The sound echoed through the classroom of Hogwarts, and soon Professor McGonagall appeared, her stern eyes scanning the room. The students turned to look at her, their faces marked with surprise and curiosity. But what caught their attention was the sight of Crookshanks, the ginger-haired cat, walking beside Professor McGonagall. The feline creature walked up to Hermione, and she rubbed its head against her leg. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall walked up to Snape, her piercing gaze fixed on him as she glared at him with a mixture of anger and suspicion. "Might I know why you have your wand out, Professor?" Her eyes darted between him and the students, all of whom were silently observing the exchange. The room fell silent as Snape held his wand between his long, slender fingers, almost as if it was a prized possession. From the redness of his face and the way he was still glaring at Harry. Everyone expected the professor to start shouting about Potter, but instead, he moved the wand away. "Nothing, McGonagall, just a little misunderstanding with our celebrity here." His tone was laced with such venom that it seemed to drip from his lips like poison, and he glared at Harry as if he were a literal snake. "Professors are never to draw their wands to their students, Snape." She then turned towards the rest of the students and commanded, "You're coming with me to Professor Dumbledore." Everyone else. "The class is dismissed." The entire class fell silent, and the sound of rustling bags and books echoed around the room as the students began to pack up their belongings. McGonagall's authoritative tone left no room for argument, and the students knew better than to question her. Snape looked like he wanted to protest, but the way McGonagall was glaring at him, almost daring him to do something. Dismissed. Snape stuttered out. He glared at Harry as he packed his things and walked outside of the class, but before he left, Harry turned to give Snape a triumphant smirk. As he left, the smirk made Snape's blood boil more than ever before. Harry Potter. As Harry and Ron walked away from the scene of their latest triumph, Ron could not contain his excitement and admiration any longer as he exclaimed, "Harry, you're an absolute legend." The rest of the group quickly joined in with enthusiastic agreement, their congratulations pouring in as they praised Harry for his fearless confrontation of Snape, who had long been known for abusing his power as a teacher to mistreat his students, except for Hermione, of course, who couldn't help but scold him for doing something so careless. "Harry, you know Snape will still be the professor tomorrow and for the rest of your Hogwarts years. He will hate you even more." Hermione reminded him she had nothing against what Harry did to Snape, he had it coming since the first year. "Come on, Hermione. Please don't tell me you're against it." "Never. Snape deserves far worse," Hermione admitted, earning looks from almost everyone, especially Ron, who looked at her as if he couldn't recognize her. "What?" Hermione asked, completely bewildered by the sudden shift in her housemates' behavior towards her. She couldn't grasp why they were all giving her strange looks, as if she had just sprouted a second head. "Okay, who are you, and what have you done with Hermione?" Hermione, walking beside him, let out a playful eye roll, knowing full well that Ron was teasing her. As they reached the portrait of the fat lady, Hermione turned to face her friends, a mischievous glint in her eye. "You never know, boys," she said, "I might just surprise you again." With that, she stepped through the portrait hole, leaving Ron and Harry to exchange amused glances before following her inside. Harry couldn't stop the smile from forming on his face, and he didn't want to. After his little talk with Snape, Harry and Hermione wanted to hang out before Christmas arrived, and without Ron, they wanted this to be special, just the two of them. Harry had promised Hermione that this date would be one she never forgot and would be tomorrow morning. As Harry made his way to the common room, the anticipation of flying on his broomstick filled him with excitement. When he arrived, he immediately opened one of the windows to let in the cool night air. With a swift movement, he hopped onto his broom and soared out of the window, relishing the feeling of freedom that came with flying. As he ascended higher, Harry's thoughts turned to Hermione, his brilliant friend who was always buried in a book. He knew exactly which window belonged to the third-year girls' dormitory, and he was almost positive that Hermione would still be awake, lost in one of her beloved books. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Hermione, always the studious one, keeping herself up late into the night. With a grin on his face, he flew towards the window, eager to surprise his friend. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.